Oh, the hits keep coming, as they say. Yeah, what a matchup. True Starling from Narrabeen taking on Coffs Harbour, Rosie Smart, who definitely, for myself, has just been on an absolute tear. Both these female athletes have been in form. We know what True brings. We've spent a lot of time with her over the years, and she's got such a great technical side of her surfing. I feel like she's starting to jump some hoops when it comes to her career, and she's opened up with that 4.83. And she's going to have a tough ass out there because I feel like Rosie Smart in the last two events has been on nearly every good wave in her heats. She's just been effortless in her approach and just, it seems so easy, her read on the ocean.
It seems natural talent, Rosie Smart. She is 18 from the Sawtell region, and yeah, like you said, I just feel like she's been in form this entire event. She had a third place at the Great Lakes last week. She had a decent result last year in the Oz Open of Surf, taking the win at Bondi, and I just feel like she's really starting to find her momentum here at Port Stephens and through this QS leg. She's quite young. She's still doing the Pro Juniors, and yeah, showing us that she's ready to give the QS a crack, whether or not that's her intention. But I feel like she's just getting a lot of experience in this contest, Rashi, up against the competitors in this Aussie region.
Yeah, I feel like, having the ability to surf both the Pro Juniors and the QSs also takes a bit of pressure off because their main, a bit like Saxon Reba in the men's, right? Their main focus point is trying to make the Worlds for the juniors, and they use this as a tool to continue to develop and also get a bit of confidence. And like you said, I feel like both Saxon and Rosie are two surfers who have really sort of have got a lot out of just the consistency of their performances at both levels. So it's great to see. And right now, just looking through, where she sits on the rating, she's not that far off. Rosie Smart's in 27th position at this stage, and True's in 18th. So they're right on sort of that bubble. A big result might push them up towards, into that early teens position when it comes to qualification. And then when you consider we've still got one 1,000 QS to come and a 3,000 and, of course, Surfest, there is opportunity there for sure for these two athletes to sort of jump from the pack and get themselves on the Challenger.
Plenty of opportunities, I mean. I feel like, over the years we have watched it unfold before, and competitors have come from way back in rankings, like in the 30s and 40s, to make the cut.
Happens every year. Newey last year, I mean, look at Hogg last year. He just came from the clouds with a second and nearly made the Challenger, which is, inspiring in itself. And we are at beautiful Port Stephens. And, there's so much to do, so much to see at this area. It's such a great place, only a couple of hours away from Sydney. And I'd just like to mention that there are no elephants in Port Stephens. They're actually camels.
I don't know where you were yesterday when you thought you were seeing elephants.
I've had 100 texts with elephants emojios on it. So, yeah, funny crew, very funny. But here we go. It looks like the surfer in blue up and right in. Rosie, nice depth to that attack, but just a one turn. But yeah, as I said, I think the advantage of surfing so many heats against such a strong field also will play a part in Rosie's development. But, someone like True, on paper, she'd feel like she's in a really good position. She's in the quarterfinals. She's been working towards a big result this year. And right now, where she sits on the rating, she can get it done. As we see, look how strong her backhand is. You know that she's going to be a force in the next couple of events.
As we watch the replay here, well, that's Rosie Smart, just the one turn. And yeah, you spoke of True Starling, looking for a big result. She's just come off a second place at the Gold Coast Open, so great start to her campaign for this year. We are midway through this qualifying series. It did carry over from the last half of last year.
There's a couple of events in Indonesia last year, the Kuri Pro and the Nias Pro. They are going to be pivotal in qualification standing. So those surfers, those men and women who actually got some good results over there, and there was a lot of them, when you consider someone like Jarvis, he won an event over there. That is, it's going to be amazing, because that sort of set up what has been a massive showdown during the Australian leg. And yeah, like big results in Indonesia will carry over, as you said, and everyone else is sort of not fighting for the scraps, but those surfers who actually won one of those 5,000 events and even the 3,000s, I feel, are in such a strong position. But to get on the challenge, the one word you know that applies is consistency. If you don't have consistency in your performances and you leave yourself short, you're in a lot of trouble come Newcastle.
You're right, Dimmy, and you know, someone can have a really good result. They can win an event and then they don't make quarters in any other event and they don't qualify. And we've watched it numerous times, and consistency is key. You make quarterfinals, semis onwards, and you may not necessarily win an event, but if you can get those results every single event, you're going to put yourself in a pretty good position to qualify for that Challenger Series.
Even when you look at the Challenger last year, we had Sheldon, you know, open up with a second place in. And the eyes were on him, and I felt like it took him a bit of time to find that consistency. Look at this wave for Rosie. Nice wall to that wave, but it ran away. So, yeah, like you have to be able to be consistent all around the board. And True Starling has picked off nice looking left from up high. Nice starting turn, get into work. Like you said, coming off a really solid result on the Goldie that would have built up a lot of confidence and finding her groove, finding her rhythm early in this heat. But yeah, it's definitely the key word, consistency, when it comes to qualification at all levels, even the top 5 on the championship tour.
With 11 and a half minutes remaining, quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women's. It is currently Rosie Smart in first place, True Starling in second. However, we are waiting for a score to drop for the surfer in red, True Starling, only chasing a 1.07 to move on through to the semis as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, Dimmy.
Yeah, from the ground shot, impressive read and good flow to the surfing of the True Starling there. So, and even a nice little hook up at the end there where she was losing a bit of speed but got herself back into the corner of that wave. So judges have locked in a 5.10. So 5.10 and a 4.83. Not a bad way to start with 11 minutes on the clock. Rosie Smart needs a 6.53. And as you said, confidence breeds confidence. And that's, you know, that's the mindset that True Starling would have at this stage.
And True Starling, you know, she's only locked in 2 scores, but at the end of the day, you only need 2 decent numbers on the board. And we're halfway through this quarterfinal, and she's been super selective, but it's paid off. She recognised in that heat with Philippa that the scores were on the lefts, and she's spotted that, and she's opted to go those left, and she's locked in that 5.1. So True Starling, she has had a great read on this bank here at Baruby. Rosie Smart, can't count her out, Dimmy.
No. I feel like the lefts have got more of a wedge on them, so a little bit more top to bottom, and that in itself proves, you know, a potent weapon when you consider the potential of scores on each and every wave. So the judges analyse that. They want to see the surfers in the most critical part of the wave. It's been a staple of the scoring system for decades. So you can definitely see they've identified the lefts as the one position to go, and you can see right now True Starling, without priority, deciding to roll the dice on a smaller wave. And this is one of these scenarios where, you know, without priority, you've got that freedom to have a crack at anything, really.
Especially when there's only 2 surfers in the water. It's not going to change anything for True there. I feel like if there was another 2 competitors in the lineup, she probably wouldn't have taken off on that wave, knowing that she'd be back in the rotation into 4th priority. But with 2 surfers in the lineup, I think True, she can afford to take off on waves like that. But in saying that, Dimmy, she's looking to replace a 4.83 as a low score. So realistically, she doesn't need to take off on anything that she doesn't deem higher than that.
Definitely, here we go. The young gun up and right in. Nice angle to this wave. One thing I'll say about the lefts, they're quick. You have to have a solid read on the lefts because you've got to be able to get down the line and into the power source. But that was a nice combination of turns. That's definitely going to improve on that 2.5 for Rosie Smart. And the one thing that's impressed me about her attack is she seems to be ice cool under pressure. She just lets it all flow, tries to find the best wave she can, and maybe it's, you know, the youth coming out where, you know, you're just fearless. You just don't let too much get to you. Just have a crack. That's what happens when you're 18. You you're more likely to not get in your head about scenarios and also just have that freedom to really attack. Here we go. Surfer in blue, up and right in again, just sort of keep you nice and busy. So that last wave definitely helped her scenario of 4.57, and that puts her in a position now where she basically only needs just a tad over to the best wave of the heat to get herself back into it.
We're just under 8 minutes on the clock. There is plenty of time for Rosie to do that. She's chasing a 5.36 to move on through into the semi-finals of the women's division. This is, of course, finals day here at Berube for the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. Our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for this year. Great to have Vissla partnering again with Surfing New South Wales across the QS leg. Vissla have been on board with Surfing New South Wales over the past 4 years. And, well, if you want to check them out, be sure to head to Vissla.com or SisterEvolution.com. Sister is the sister brand to Vissla. Only launched a few years ago, but they have been involved with Surfing New South Wales each year since their inception. They are also environmentally conscious. Around 80% of Vissla's product range made of environmentally better materials. So great to have Vissla back on board this year as we watch live action in the water. This is Rosie Smart on a good-looking left-hander. Gets the first turn as this wave starts to flatten out. Rosie Smart in the blue, looking for a 5.36. I'm not sure that's going to be enough just based on that second section there, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely flattened out on that second section as we see this Destinations replay. And even on that first turn, you can see she was a little out of sync with that wave. So right now with 6.5 to go, Bruce Starling out there with priority in the lead, but it's only a very small lead, 9.93 to 7.93. Two-wave combination for the two surfers, and priority does sit with the surfer in red. So it's going to be important, exactly what you said before, importance of identifying something that is going to be more potent than a 4.83 for her to extend her lead and put that little bit more pressure. If she could get a 6, it then leaves Rosie Smart in a position where she's going to have to basically get a 7. And even in that last heat with Philippa, I don't think there was many opportunities that allowed that. So a critical point in the heat right now for both surfers, how True Starling applies that priority to her advantage, and what Rosie does without priority is going to be important as well. So she's trying to offload at 3.4. She might be thinking about maybe if I can get a 4, that's going to cut that you know, what I need a little bit further down, and then I can put a bit more pressure on red. So it's going to be intriguing to see how this scenario plays out with just over 5 to go.
It will be, Dimmy. Well, coming up next, another good quarter-final in the women. Heat number 3, Holly Williams, Nixie Ryan. Stay tuned for that one. That will be massive. Moving into heat number 4, that'll be Annie Dos Santos and Izzy Campbell. Big names here.
Great matchups, and I feel like they're different kind of, you know, they're different acts when it comes to the way they go about their heats. Is really sort of going to be fun to watch. So all these quarters are stacked, but I love the matchups as we have a Mad Mix replay. Here we go, true up and right in. Nice vertical whip on that turn. You can see Philippa coming in from the last seat, and Rosie. It's the first time I reckon I've seen Britt in this, you know, couple of events I've been commentating where I feel like she's been a little bit behind when it comes to the rhythm in her heats, but such is the you know, the forceful nature of her surfing at a competition level. She's still right in the game. So even though True's sort of led from the outset, Rosie is slowly but surely, you know, shortened the gap required. And that's what's going to make it very interesting in this last 4 minutes. Can she get that wave she needs? Because she can drop these numbers in a sleep.
Well, she's paddling back out. She may have taken off on a wave with just over 3.5 minutes on the clock at the moment. It is True Starling in the red, in the lead, looking at this one. She's chosen to paddle for it, but Rosie Smart not back out the back yet.
You can see on the screen there she did lose priority, but she'll regain priority because of the fact she was furthest out onto the peak, onto the main peak. Here we go.
That looks like that was
That
the
was that
replay from
wave.
earlier.
Yeah. So with 3 to go, scenario sits exactly what it was a couple of minutes ago. So I don't think that last wave has really improved for the Surfer in Blue. So with 3 minutes to go, Surfer in Red from North Narrabeen holding first priority and the lead. A 5.10 and a 4.83. Surfer in Blue has a 4.57, backed it up with a 3.4. Needs a 5.36. You can just see as soon as Rosie moved, True Starling was on her. So she made sure that she's not getting away. Here we go. Wow. That is interesting. Are we still waiting on that wave to come in? We'll have to see what the judges think of that. But yeah, nice 2-turn combo.
We are, Dimmy. TBD next to Rosie's name on the WSL app. You head to worldsurfleague.com. You can grab all those wave-by-wave scores as we watch live action in the water. Rosie Smart having a little look with just over 2 minutes on the clock.
I'd love to get a replay of that once more. Just have a look at how vertical she went on those 2 turns. Do you think that's enough to flip this heat? She needs a 5.36. And we're still waiting on this score. And let's just identify this wave. Nice, strong first turn and a little bit caught behind on the second turn. But the thing about that second turn, she didn't really lose much momentum. And there it is, 4.5, I believe. So that did not change the tide in this heat. But right now, she's definitely putting pressure. She's making True Starling think about her positioning in the lineup and also how important it is to utilise that priority to her own advantage.
Just under 1.5 minutes on the clock. Tell you what, Dimmy, True Starling, she has put together a good heat here at Berube for quarterfinal heat number 2. She's only taken off on 3 waves. 2 are in her scoreline. Third wave was a 1. She's remained patient. She's just picking the eyes out of this bank and knowing that she doesn't need to take off unless it's going to be a good wave.
Yeah, you are totally correct as we head towards the back end of this heat on the first day of autumn. Wow, summer is gone. How quick did that go? Here we go. Did Red have a look at that wave? You can see Rosie Smart looking around at the priority judge going, yes, she did. She looked at that. That has left the door open. Here we go with 35 seconds to go. Up and right in. Slashing first turn. This thing's got a nice corner to it and a nice turn. And the body language, I felt like she sort of half did a claim there to send it out to the judges. But True on a good-looking wave. Solid first manoeuvre into the pocket. This is definitely, I feel like, one of her better rides. So great exchange. Britt Nickel, wow.
Well, I feel like True Starling's going to drop that 4.83 from her scoreline. That may just be her best wave yet. As we conclude quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women, we'll still have a score to drop for Rosie Smart.
What a great finish. Will Rosie Smart go to first? But without doubt, in my eyes, the last of Red was the best wave of the heat. She just absolutely powered through the water, sending a lot of spray and really nice connection with the lip as well for True. So she looks like she's confident she's got this thing done. Look at this wave. A little bit of a check turn to start. She fell away on that turn actually, but that was a really nice coily finishing. But look at the strength of these manoeuvres. Britt Nickel, wow.
You just see the power in True's surfing too. There's just a little bit of a difference between Rosie and True. Obviously, one's on the forehand, one's on the backhand, but just the difference in the first section. I felt like Rosie, like you said, she got a bit caught in that first turn.
Yep.
Kind of slowed her down for the rest of the wave. So it looks like that concludes quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women. So they make their way to the shoreline. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of quarterfinal heat number 3.
craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the live action at Berube Beach for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is a WSL QS 1000 event, our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth now with Michael Crisp. How are you this morning, Crispy?
Yeah, good morning, Britt, and good morning, surfers watching around the world and around Australia, and especially at Berube right now. These waves are starting to build, these left-handers, but we are in quarterfinal 3 and 2 matchups already. Philippa Anderson and True Starling moving on through to the semi-final. They were pretty hot.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales replay, that's just a quick one there for Holly Williams in the red. I noticed that she has a 5.5 in her scoreline already, so off to a really quick start here for quarterfinal heat number 3.
Yeah, definitely one to watch, Holly Williams. As with Nixie Ryan, she's going up against one of the leaders on the World Surf League QS ratings, and Holly needs a big performance to get to the next level, and she's looking for that as well. So she's on the team with Sister Revolution, so a shout out to all the sister team. She's flying the flag there, Britt.
She sure is. Well, here she goes again. Holly Williams staying nice and busy, generating a heap of speed, puts it up there, gets the one turn. Got the 5.5 for a one turn previous to that. She also locked in a 1.17. Sunny Coast surfer. Looking in good form here this morning.
Yeah, I feel conditions, it's just like home. You know, whether at Alexander Headland or at the beach breaks around Noosa and all around the Sunshine Coast. Some great little spots there, but this is your normal day up at the Sunshine Coast at home for Holly Williams. So really experienced, and has also done the Vissla Pro Surf Series the last 4 years, going up against the likes of Nixie Ryan, Philippa Anderson, True Starling, as we've seen a repeat of great performances.
Holly did qualify for the Challenger Series last year, so she put in a good effort on this QS leg here in Australia to qualify herself for the Challenger last year. Probably not the result she was looking for. She finished 49th, but I feel like she'd be taking some key learnings into this year and looking to give it another good crack. And as you mentioned, Crispy, she is sitting on the QS leg at the moment. She's sitting in 11th place. Nixie Ryan having a look now. Well, she's sitting in 4th place.
Here we go, Lee Bar's surfer, strokes it up for one big snap finish. Shout out to all the crew. Bugger, Mum Tash, all Denby, the family watching and listening. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. That is your sister, your daughter right there. And again, the Lee Bar crew watching. Lennox Pub opens in 2 hours, so they won't be watching there. They'll be watching on their World Surf League app on the phones and cheering the local on. And shout out to Woody, the coach. Don't throw any chairs yet, Woody.
There it is, burst of Nixie Ryan in the blue, a 4.83, so answering straight back. She's now chasing a 3.51 to take the lead and move on into the semi-finals. Nixie Ryan defending champ of this event. She'll be looking to take the win. She had a win last week at Boomerang. Another great start to her campaign for the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023.
Well, you see a bit of a paddle battle on that one. Nixie trying to sell some waves to regain that priority, to collect a good wave. So the priority game, it's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment, but I like the way Nixie just chose that wave, set one vertical turn, and bang, good looking score. She gets another opportunity and she will attain that 3.51 required. Holly Williams, no stranger to putting together a great heat. Started with the 5.5, collected the 2.83 quick backup. Now will be no doubt looking for a good wave to really get the momentum in the back end of this. 13 minutes to go in this one.
Still plenty of time on the clock. And coming up in quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women, we have Annie Dos Santos and Izzy Campbell. So another exciting matchup here for finals day.
Yeah, definitely. Anna Dos Santos, flying the flag for Brazil. And, from the Northern Beaches, such a tenacious surfer and experienced surfer in all around the world. Whether she's at South Africa at all the great contests around the world, or she's surfing in the ISAs. She loves the Australian Eastern Coast as well, so she'll be a big one. And Isla, I think Izzy Campbell's going to go really well as well. She's got a big point to prove as a young junior.
At the moment, it is these two competitors in the water looking to make their way through the heat draw here. Holly Williams in first place with a 5.5 and a 2.83. Nixie Ryan in second with a 4.83. Only looking for a 3.51 to advance with just over 12 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to get the work done here at Barubi Beach. I noticed in one of the post-heat interviews with Holly yesterday, she's opting to sit out the next event. She's not going to do the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. She did win that event last year. She's actually made the decision to head home after this event, reset, get back into her training, and then make her way to Avoca for the QS3000. But I do believe we have True Starling down there ready for a post-heat interview. True, it's Britt Nickel and Crispy. How are you feeling getting the win here this morning for quarterfinal?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I went out there with a plan and
True will be back with us in a moment. Just couldn't quite hear True there.
hello.
Oh, we'll try again. True, you there?
Can you hear me?
There she is.
Oh,
Yes.
we can now.
You got us?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty happy out there. I mean, I had a game plan and I stuck to that, and yeah, I'm into the semi-finals, so bit of cream on top. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Hey, True, well surfed there. How did you go into that heat? What was your clear plan?
Well, yesterday I kind of said to my coach, Duffy, I was like, I really feel like I'm going to be going left tomorrow. And I got really excited about that. And then we rocked up this morning and there was these perfect little left bowls coming through. And I just took that as a little win and just went out there, channeled my inner North Narrabeen. I mean, I grew up there surfing left. So, yeah, I channeled that and kind of just tried to attack the lip as much as I could and not really give Rosie too much room to move as well, because I know how she surfs. Like, she's such an incredible surfer. She could get a 5 or whatever she needed literally with her eyes closed, especially on her backhand. So I just kind of wanted to control that heat from the start.
Yeah, and it seemed that way as well. Go back to the last minute. Rosie got a wave. What was going through your mind there? Because she was very close to getting it, and then you collected that last one. What were you thinking about there?
Yeah, well, she had the priorities, so that was out of my control. I couldn't do too much about that when she got that left right at the end, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
And I was just really lucky to have that left behind it. And I kind of knew, okay, if Rosie does get the score on this wave, I didn't see what she did. I just knew that I was going to have to just surf it to the best that I can. And once I'd surfed it, I was like, okay, that felt better than my best wave. So I feel like that could have gone into my top 2, but it was actually quite nerve-wracking for me because I didn't actually see what she did. So I was like, she could have just had the wave of her life and got a 10 or, whatever. So I was just really lucky that wave came behind it for me to better my back.
Well, you did get your best wave, and you dotted the I's and crossed the T's. So congratulations, Brett.
Now, True, you put together a great heat. Strategically, everything aligned itself, but you also put yourself in that position. You were really patient. You only took off on 3 waves, and they were all numbers apart from the one. You put together a great heat. Hey, you've just come off a second place at the Gold Coast Open. You're now into the semis of this event. What would it mean to you to go one better and get the win here at Port Stephens?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Making my first final at Burleigh was awesome. Not winning that kind of sucked, but you know, it's kind of a first final. It was pretty amazing, and once that sunk in, I was like, well, okay. I had that confidence to be able to, you know that I can make it to the finals days. And for me, that's something that I feel like I've been lacking in my competitive surfing, feeling like I can't get to that in the end, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be awesome to take the win, but I'll just take it heat by heat, just wave by wave. And just hopefully pick up where I left off in that last heat.
Oh, you've certainly made your way through to the semi-finals. We're excited to see you there, True. Continue that form. Continue to back yourself, back your ability, and all the hard work you've put in. Congratulations. We'll see you into the semi-final.
Thanks so much, Britt. Thanks, Crispy. See you guys.
Well, back to the live action in the water. Quarterfinal heat number 3. Holly Williams backed up the 5-5 with a 4.73, making things a little harder for Nixie Ryan now in the blue. She's chasing a 5.41, but still highly capable of getting that number, Crispy.
Yeah, we saw in that wave replay, thank you, Destination New South Wales, she collected priority from an error. Nixie went for a wave, didn't get it, and then that gave priority to Red, and this is the result. Bit of a game change halfway through. Nixie can come back with it, but the next wave she needs to bring that backhand strength out and go bananas, or get a wave that gives her 2 or 3 opportunities to close the card into the semi-final. So Holly Williams in the lead, a 5.5 and a 4.73 just ridden. Nixie Ryan, that one turn, a 4.83, looking for a 5.41. No stranger to big numbers. Loves to surf medium, big waves on the ski, off the ski, around the world. Very experienced components right now. As we said, timed the enemy 6.5 minutes. Again, this is finals day at the Surfers Rescue 24/7. World Surf League QS 1000 at the Port Stephens Pro. Again, men and women's WSL QS 1000, and prize 1,000 points for the winner, and great prize money too. Thank you, Surfers Rescue 24/7. I'd like to thank our webcast partners as well. Mad Mex, don't forget yesterday, burritos 2 for 1. I'm excited around lunchtime what's going to happen.
2 for 1 today as well. 2 for 1 every day at the moment. But Nixie Ryan, she's wanting to take the win and get all those burritos. One big turn there from Nixie in the blue. She's got a 4.83 for 1 decent turn. Will that improve on her situation? She's chasing a 5.41 to move into first place. Holly Williams in the red, in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.73 with just over 5.5 minutes remaining. Here we have the Destination New South Wales replay, Crispy.
Yeah, nice little quick turn, so smart play there. It's like another day at Trestles or at Sharps at a home, beach breaks at Lennox. Just getting that second turn. Size of the wave, judges will take into consideration. I like the quick start, little spray. Got the finish, so there was no downtime really on that wave, but the 5.41 on, they'll compare it to the 5.5 of Holly Williams and the 4.73. Here we go, Holly Williams on the fight back with priority. Nice little vert snap, and then does the foam climb the finish. This is game on, 5 minutes to go, yellow flag, like all bouts. This is quarterfinal 3, finals day, Surfers Rescue 24/7, Port Stephens Pro.
As we head to a Mad Mex recap, thanks to Mad Mex and Fresh Fuel for Life. We had Holly Williams open up the heat, one big turn. That was the 5.5, I believe. Looking solid on her backhand. Gets the completion. Made her way back out to the back for a reset. So we are back to the live action in the water. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for that number to drop for Nixie Ryan in the blue. She's out the back now with first priority, so she puts herself in a good position priority-wise. We're just waiting for the scores because I feel like Holly Williams could also improve on her situation. We will wait and see, Crispy.
Yeah, I feel that this last 4 minutes is going to be crucial to be patient, yet attacking in your wave selection and really going for broke. We heard True Starling that last heat. She may, Rosie Smart was playing the cards well with priority, got the wave, but then right at the end, True just went for it. She's capable of a 10 of a vertical attack, and the same here. Nixie Ryan's capable of getting that 5-4-1. So Holly Williams and Nixie Ryan, it's game on, 3.5 minutes remaining.
It is, and there it is, last of blue. Nixie Ryan, a 3.93. So Surfer in blue, still chasing a 5-4-1 to move on into first place. If she's looking to get a spot in the semi-final, and, well, Nixie Ryan, she's the defending champ. She'll be wanting to take over that title again, Crispy.
And you can see she's in the right position for either a right or a left. So let's see as she rolls in this one, priority. Is it going to be a roll to win? And there's the first turn. Nixie Ryan up and riding. So important score for that one. What do you reckon, Britt?
I just don't think it's going to be enough there, Crispy. I just feel like the wave side wasn't Nixie surfing. She did the best she could on the wave that she took off on, but I just feel like the size of the wave wasn't quite there, and the sections just didn't provide enough critical
There it is.
opportunity. And there, yeah, so 4.27.
So right down the money. The size of the wave, still got those two turns, very similar. Let's look at the destination New South Wales replay. Nice quick carve and then nice quick finish snap. So 4.27 still requires a 5-4-1 to make the semi-final for a top 3 finish. Holly Williams. Now, I must say, on the ratings, Nixie Ryan wins, she won't need those points. So it's all just training for her. Maybe a bit of boost by, she bought the battery last week with the prize money from Boomerang. Maybe she's going to buy some car seats this week for the Holden.
If she can make her way further through the rest of the events, maybe she'll just buy a new car.
Well, that's right. She could purchase a car with the 8,000 prize money last week. Well done to Nixie Ryan. Mikey Madonna, defending champs. Alrighty, back to the action, nearing the Mad Max minute. And don't forget the 2-for-1 deal again. Scan the code when it comes on screen very shortly. Holly Williams, the Sunshine Coast, in the lead. Nixie Ryan second, and there it is, Mad Max 2-for-1 burrito. Scan it on the screen now, around the world and near your retail outlet. Over about 50 outlet stores in New South Wales alone. So thank you, Mad Max, providing fresh fuel for life. What's your favourite, burrito or the naked burrito? Or do you like the quesadillas?
I actually like the Mexicali taco. My favourite. As we hit the Mad Max minute, 55 seconds on the clock. Well, I feel like Mexican now, that's for sure. Holly Williams out there at the moment with first place, also holding first priority, and it is becoming a game of cat and mouse. Holly Williams paddling over to Nixie Ryan in the blue. She is going to stay nice and close. Won't give her any room to move. She sees an opportunity. She will shut that down with 30 seconds on the clock. Strategy coming into play.
Alrighty, 20 seconds remaining. So Holly Williams holding all the cards, the priority in the lead. So Nixie Ryan trying to manufacture a 5-4-1, just needs the wave under priority. It's like a 2-wave set like we saw with Rosie Smart, True Starling right at the end. It looks like time is the enemy as the beach commentators count this one down. It looks like Holly Williams will take this one and fly through for some valuable points for her. Whereas Nixie Ryan, it looks like she's going to go with the seat covers. Great fight for her. She'll take it equal fifth. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with quarterfinal for Ana dos Santos and Izzy Campbell. See you soon.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
Alrighty, welcome back to finals day. This is quarterfinal 4, Surfers Rescue 24/7, Port Stephens Pro, US 1000. My name's Crispy. Welcome back, Adam Hennessy. Dimmy.
Yeah, excited. Quarter-final number 4 of the women's, and it's been an amazing morning. Beautiful blue skies. Waves are on. There's very little wind, and we're going to crown a champion today, both men's and women's. And off to a start already. The surfer in red, ready to roll. Andy DeSantos. Nice jamming flurry of turns there from the surfer that resides on the northern beaches. Maybe she's moved up the coast a bit, but I did see her a lot last year down on the northern beaches, and a 4.33. Great to have Surfers Rescue involved, mate. And as one of the assessors, talk through some of the rescues from last year.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's a free course provided by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Get involved, you know, talk to Surfing New South Wales on the web or on the Instagram, send them a message. Get a small group, whether you've got a ladies group, whether you've got, you know, a young grommets group, or you've got a community of people who enjoy the beach on whatever craft, Malibu, shortboards. But we did a course in Lennox Head, and we had some young kids, and they were year 6, year 7, just started high school. It's like, oh, they're pretty young. They did the course. Guess what happened next week? They saved 2 young kids in a rip by the technique shown. The sideways paddle, handing someone your surfboard confidently and rescuing some kids in a rip. That is why we do Surfers Rescue. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. And also, thank you to the New South Wales government, saving lives.
Yeah, amazing. That is a great story, that one, of success in saving lives.
Then also we had a big one at the ABB. We talk about dawn to dusk, but we had a rescue at 6:10 p.m. Contest is over, 4 swimmers go in the water. Nigel, the local from Newcastle, did a course a couple months ago, was confident in the rescue techniques, and then alerted for more help from local lifeguards and the Surfing New South Wales work crew, who helped resus, talk to Surfcom and rescue 4 people, and also give oxygen to a lady that needed to breathe.
Wow, that's an incredible story again. Like, Surfers Rescue really are making change when it comes to safety in the ocean. So congratulations to everyone who's done the course. And we really encourage everyone to do it, because it's such an important part of, yeah, we all love the ocean, but the ocean has its own mind, and it's a very dangerous place to be at times.
Talk to Adam and the crew, Maddie Lawson at Surfing New South Wales. Get on the socials, Instagram, Surfers Rescue, check it out. Even Bondi Rescues, you got Harry. And then also just check them out on the web, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
Exactly, mate. 15 minutes to go in this heat, quarterfinal number 4. Men's action very shortly, but right now it is Andy DeSantos in the lead with a 4.33, Isabella Campbell with a 0.43. And you can see both surfers up and riding. Look at this little inside runner, and I love the way she held that final turn there and got a lot of release. But what impresses me about her surfing is how low she gets, her centre of gravity. She's so compressed, and that's a big component of what makes her such a dynamic athlete.
Yeah, I feel every time I see Anna Dos Santos, there's 2 things. There's the big smile, so friendly, and the other one, the energy. The energy she's brought from the get-go, whether it be the paddle out or the first wave, that last one's a definition of what her intentions are, and she's executing a plan right now.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a great game plan, and like you said, she's always smile, always happy, but she is a really potent force when it comes to surfing heats. And the fact that she's moved from where she grew up and wanted to make the change, wanted to really focus in on her career, and she got the support of the crew down at O'Neill, Robbie Bain and the crew. They'll probably be watching it, so hello, Bainey. But yeah, she's very determined, and I love the fact she has a crack in all kind of conditions. Look at this.
Wow.
Nice looking right.
Well, this is that stereo wave where Ana dos
wow.
Santos went left, and it provided two good opportunities the same wave, and surfers went away from each other, so no interference there,
No.
just a split wave. That wave was worth more than 10 points because it went both ways.
Exactly, a 6-point ride, last of red. Waiting on the last of blue to lock in. I do believe we have Holly Williams down there in the post-heat interview area. Well done, Holly. Talk us through conditions this morning. It looks beautiful. Is it tough out there, or is it really fun?
It's like a bit of both. It's pretty tough, but at the same time, if you get one, it's fun. But it just kind of reminds me of home. It's pretty gutless out there, and I felt like there was a lot of like slow moments through that heat, so I just wanted to stay busy as much as I could.
Nixie's been on quite a roll, so it's a massive effort to take her out in this event. How are you feeling, and what are you looking at for this series and just moving forward? Because you seem to be in really peak physical condition as well at the moment.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Obviously coming up against Nixie, like I felt like that was a really tough heat, but I'm glad I kind of got that one over her, and it just gives me a little bit more confidence going into the semi, and I'm feeling really strong. I think I'm physically the fittest I've probably ever been, so I'm really happy with how I'm performing at the moment and how I feel.
Hey, Holly, Crispy here. Congratulations, firstly, through to the semi-final. Hey, take us back to last week at Boomerang, the disappointment of losing. What did you find you changed in your game plan to bring it to, you're into the semi-final looking at a podium finish?
I just kind of flipped it around, I guess, and took that kind of anger and like that sadness and kind of flipped it, and was like, you can turn it into like fuel to your fire and just kind of go to Port Stephens, have fun, and don't put much pressure on like results and money and anything like that, because that's probably a huge factor that clicks over in my head anyway, like the money and the like placings and challenger, because that's where you want to be is the end goal. So just changing kind of my mindset of nothing, no pressure.
That's awesome. Well, keep doing what that's happening because you are through to the semi-final. Hey, talk to anyone to shout out to at home. What's your support look like?
Just want to say thanks, Mum and Dad, for supporting me, my partner, and everyone at home, like board riders, family members, friends. Thank you.
Hey, we'll go rest up. Any tips for your semi-final? What are you going to be looking at? You're looking at the lefts or the rights?
I love my backhand, so I probably will love to be on my backhand still, but it's still like an hour away or so, so I'll have a look at the conditions and see what's changed. The tide's going to be a little bit more, so we'll just kind of reset, start fresh, and see how we go.
Well, all the best. Rest up, drink some water, and yeah, do what you just did. Surf like you train.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, well done. And while we were at that interview, we saw some interesting scores. That last exchange, Surfer in blue locked in that 6.5. So we saw that split peak situation, Crispy, and the aggressive nature of her attack.
Yes.
Got, the jump by the slightest of the margin. So the judges would have sort of identified both those waves and gone, okay, what do we like? How do we compare that wave? Very similar, but I felt like, just how visually aggressive that was probably what got her the sort of better score as we see blue up and riding.
Yeah, under priority. So nice little back up there. It's going to definitely replace a 0.43, but really trying to sell and grab that priority so it's ultimate right away in this two-person heat. So Izzy Campbell, and again, well done to the webcast filmers. They got that wave, which was an 11-point wave. They do exist because Izzy Campbell got a 6.5, and Ana dos Santos on the left of the same wave, a 4.33. I'll tell you what, she's just dropped a 2.4, and that was on a small wave. So a little edge of a win as she climbs the rungs, only needing a 3.83 now. So Izzy Campbell keeping the biorhythms, the rails warm. But Ana dos Santos looking to close the card to the semi-final to potentially take on Holly Williams, you just heard from the Sunshine Coast. All right, here we go with priority. This is Ana dos Santos, the goofy footer from the Northern Beaches. 2-for-1 deal.
Wow, that was nice. And on a bigger wave too. She did have to cut that first turn a little bit short to make sure she had that flow into that final manoeuvre, but I felt like that was really well read.
I feel that's going to climb the rungs. It's going to drop the 4.33. Let's look at the Destination New South Wales replay. Nice little set turn, and then bang, finishes. That's how you finish your turn, kids. Grommets out there, leaning over it, committed to the turn and projecting off that lip. 2 completed turns there from Ana dos Santos. Will she extend the second score? Stand by. 8 minutes remaining. Priority now goes to Izzy Campbell. A 6.5, only needing for a 3.83. And 3.83 on the board. 1 big turn, you would say. We saw that with that last heat with Nixie Ryan. 1 big turn, posting a 5.83. Here we go, Izzy Campbell on a big grower.
Wow, look at that turn. That was amazing.
And with a nice tip-off. So Izzy Campbell, potentially, as Ana dos Santos extends the lead, now looking for a 4.07, strokes into one of the biggest waves, the lefts of the heat. I'll aim to get that replay for you for all those viewers at home. Hope you're enjoying finals day. This is the Surfers Rescue, 24/7 Port Stephens Pro, quarterfinal 4. Here we go, rapid fire as Ana dos Santos wheezes really close. And look at Izzy Campbell, she's got the moto. Oh, that's when you
she's in
just...
5th gear right there, just motoring. And this is her 3rd event of the series, so just a young competitor coming into the fray when it comes to QS qualification. And all this is about, you know, development, about experience. As I said, she's in the junior system and deciding to have a crack at the QSs, which is great. And a quarterfinal, what a great, you know, scenario for the surfer in blue in her first year. So waiting for a replay of that last one. She already has a 6.5. She's in good form, and on that bigger set, she was able to execute one really high-class move. So we'll see what the judges think. She doesn't need to let go to first.
She's got 6.5 minutes. She has priority. Izzy Campbell waiting for a score. Will it eclipse the 4.07? And I'll tell you what, let's look at the replay. Look at the size of the wave. There's the first turn.
Little check
Smart
turn.
Second one. So again, is it the 4.07? I believe it is. I reckon it'll go around the 4.8, maybe just under the 5. Something around Ana dos Santos' 4.57.
I think
above
she gets
or below.
the score. I think she gets the score, and then it'll be back to the surfing red to have a crack. But yeah, she had to cut that first turn short, but she definitely had execution on that second manoeuvre, and there it is. 4.37, Crispy.
Wow.
Situation change. Blue into first with priority. The surfing red is going to have a roll at this thing, and Ana dos Santos. Wow, is that an error? Because this is a good-looking wave.
Yeah, let it slide. Boom, crash, and then the
Opera.
sing.
Boom, crash, and opera. Let
Three
me tell
turns.
you. Wow.
What a band. What a wave for Ana dos Santos under priority 2. So Blue making a priority error there if she gets the score. Let's look at the replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. I love the first turn. Nice jam in the pocket.
Great
look at this
coil.
second one. Wraps it around, nice little slash, and then finish. Wow.
Now, without priority, that is could be a rookie error, because I feel like the surfer in blue was looking out the back.
Is it a 5.9? They're going to compare it to the 6.4 and 6.5. I'm going to say it's going to be a flat 6. He gets the score.
Oh, there it is, the 6-point ride. You're spinning the magic wheel today, Crispy.
Whoa.
But so has flipped with that situation. So the surfer in red wasting no time at all to get herself back in the lead. A 6-point ride. So yeah, from a priority situation, that is probably a bit of an error. But she still has, Isabella Campbell still has plenty of time to get the score that she requires. She only needs a 5.90. already has a 6.5. So on the scale, she's already been setting this morning. She's definitely capable of generating that number easily.
Let's go back to it. The first 15 minutes of this heat, Izzy Campbell had priority, had the lead, but she was outside of Ana Dos Santos. So Ana Dos Santos under priority 2, getting not getting an advance to the lead because she created an opportunity. When Izzy Campbell goes over the wave, she can take the wave without under priority 2. So Ana Dos Santos stroking in to a really good wave, getting the score, and all those 3 turns she went for it. Just went, how good's this?
Yeah, I was watching intently on where Blue was and where her eyes were looking in that scenario, and I felt like she sort of had taken her eyes off the surfer in red, and she was looking out the back to see if a set had come, and that sort of wave that Ana Dos Santos got the score on actually rolled in a little bit off the deeper water and into the inside section, but what it did, it sort of doubled up and gave her opportunity on that inside bank. So tough scenario for Blue, but such is the skill set she holds. She's definitely going to be able to have another opportunity. And the read on this wave, lovely extension through the body again, opening up the wings, just really sort of eyeing off that inside section. That second turn, she cut it a little bit short because she wanted that
That's
inside
right.
line.
Yeah, I love the way it offered her some coping, and that's the maturity that Ana Dos Santos, she's travelled the world with the ISA and the World Surf League. Even over to Bolito, I saw her tear the bag over there back a couple of years ago in 2019. So Izzy Campbell with priority, but time the enemy. Again, 2.5 minutes to get that 5.9. Definitely capable, but can't set a foot wrong. So that's where the pressure comes into it. She has to make this decision to take a wave, has to read the wave and then paint a perfect picture to get that score. So Ana Dos Santos. And I must say, just before that priority win, under priority 2, Ana Dos Santos got a wave, went around Blue and was thinking about getting priority. That's when she made an error, but it shows you when you compose yourself, you breathe, you reset, you go back to surfing. Ana Dos Santos climbing the runs in this heat. 2 minutes to go. She potentially can make the semi-final unless there's a set of change. They've got the quarterfinal 1 coming up next. The big man, Shane Holmes, the tradie, versus the local, Josh Stretton, looking to do some damage at his home beach.
2 powerhouses about to enter the fray, and yeah, like you said, Holmesy, the ultimate warrior when it comes to just being that true Aussie kind of tradesman, professional surfer on the side, still ripping, and great to see him in the quarterfinal against a guy who's had to fight through some battles, like out of the water when it comes to his body.
Totally.
But his performances in the water have been electrifying.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. A minute to go, but the Mad Minute. Thank you to Mad Mex. Don't forget 2-for-1 deals. Scan the barcode as it comes up on the TV for all those watching and listening. Hope you're enjoying the day. There it is, the Mad Minute. This is when things go mad. Thank you, Mad Mex.
2-for-1 burrito. It's just scan the little icon there. Wow, what a way to celebrate your
Well, I need a
lunch.
few heats off. I'm going to go, up to the local, go to Mad Mex and get it. So find the retail outlet near you. Download the app.
Australia-wide too.
That's right.
Not in Brazil, not in Mexico, but Australia-wide.
Ingredients from Mexico.
100%.
Fresh
Freshest
fuel
ingredients.
for life. All Tom and that listening and all the crew, thanks for your support. And don't forget Connor O'Leary, the Championship Tour surfer, mentoring those 5 kids. And it's a great way. Mad Mex support them in entry fees, in paying for equipment and events, and also bringing in the Championship Tour, Connor O'Leary, to give them experience. He did his junior series, didn't win a contest.
I remember Connor when he was about 8 years old. He'd walk around with his mum, and great to have him as an ambassador as we round out another heat. We're going to be thrown off to a break. Very shortly, we'll be back for quarterfinal number 1 of the men's. What an exciting day, Crispy. Don't go anywhere.
motivation.
Welcome back, everyone. We are at finals day at Port Stephens for the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 men's quarterfinal. In the lineup, Shane Holmes taking on Goldie Bailey. What a matchup that is. Just the wily old warrior versus one of the most stylish
Yes.
and classy surfers on the planet. Former World Championship Tour surfer in the booth with Crispy right now, and it wasn't Josh Shredden, it was Solly Bailey.
That's
you
right.
You sold me a cutout pass there, mate.
I
But
did.
It is a good matchup, huh?
That's right. It's the SS, Shane Holmes from
The SS, the Minnow.
NSB for life, North Shelley Board Riders versus the Byron Bay Whiz Kid, Solly Bailey.
Yeah, great matchup, and very different kind of styles, you know. I feel like Holmes is just pure power.
Yeah.
And when you think of Solly Bailey, he's got such an eloquent read on the wave. Whether it's small or big, I feel it's tailor-made for, all kind of conditions around the world. And that's why we saw him on the championship circuit, and how great it is to see him back in the contest Rashi.
Yeah, a little hiatus, obviously playing golf with his buddies like Shelley, but Solly Bailey, I must say, he was training with Owen Wright and Connor O'Leary with head coach B. Durbridge a couple of years ago. He can throw some big punts down behind the ski and toe in, whether it's a slob or an air rev, forehand, backhand. I think he brings that out in this heat, as well as his power and his wave selection. But then you got Shane Holmes, who can come from anywhere. He can, like yesterday, fall asleep for 12 minutes and then the last 8 minutes just be on song and get it done. So this is man two-person heat, 4 minutes gone, 16 remaining. They're not moving unless a wave come of consequence.
And that's the other thing. We haven't actually seen a situation in this event, or even at Boomerang too, there was no restart. So a slow start to this heat, but I'm sure it's going to start to fire on all cylinders for this quarterfinal number one. And like we said, a really interesting matchup when you consider the different kind of styles both these surfers bring to the fray. Holmes has always been considered one of these guys who are so dangerous in the heat. His ability to read the ocean, big or small waves, it's pretty amazing, and it's unique because it's such a great skill set to have, as we see Holmesy up and riding, kicking through the back of that one. Then you got Solly Bailey, who also, for my liking, is just one of those guys who seems to be on the right waves.
Righty, first quarter gone. There is our first tee off, and that was Shane Holmes. And what I love about it, like I was saying, he's such a smooth operator, Shane Holmes. So getting the first strike, 3.33 first wave, and again, stroking into that one, getting his paddle power and his lunchtime breaks. I'll tell you what, nice first turn, gets the progression to the second, and he doesn't force the third. An important one there. He's such a relaxed surfer, and at times some competitors, let's look at the wave replay, there's that first turn, just rolls into it, bangs out another one. Watch this, just exits, doesn't need to force it. He probably could have fell off, which leaves that note in the judge's eyes of that probably would have went around a 2.528, but gets a 3.33. Shane Holmes in an early lead.
All right, so right now, Solly Bailey sits in 11th on the ratings. He's had 2 quarterfinal finishes over at the Curry and the Nias Pro. His throwaway, Crispy, is a 400. So if he can win this event, he's going to go up by about 600 points, and that's going to put him right up there towards that top 10, and ultimately it's the top 9 that go through. So might be only a 1,000, but there's so much riding on a result like this. If he's put himself in such a strong position, he wants to make that final. He wants the opportunity to take the 1,000 points home, because the difference between qualification and just missing that bubble by the barest of margins can literally come down to a couple of hundred points.
It can even be 10 points at some times. So, again, important for these guys to build momentum and also participate in the Whistler Pro Surf Series. This is stop number 2, number 3 at Maroubra on the weekend. We're going to kickstart Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Webcast starts Saturday.
Mad Max Pro.
And then we go to Avoca. So again, the Whistler Pro Surf Series finishing at Avoca.
What a great venue that is. Traditionally over the years we've had really good waves.
Yeah, great surfing.
Great surfing.
Molly,
if you look at
Wade.
Exactly. If you look at last year's women's final.
Yeah,
Macy versus Molly. Are you kidding
And that
me?
was a seesaw effect as well. Anyone could have won that one. That was amazing.
Like, that was like, World Championships tour kind of standard set by those.
And the year
two
before
women.
that, Macy won. So last year, Molly won. It was great to see 1-1.
Here we go. Looks like Sully Bailey having a look at this wave. Up and right in on the backhand, trying to get around that corner. That wave just running out of juice. So still 13 minutes or just under in this heat. And Shane Holmes now has first priority. But Sully a little bit further down. We saw this with Andy in that last heat. Nice first carve-in turn for Sully Bailey. Into the pocket, keeping himself nice and tight to the power source. And look at what he's doing on this tiny wave. Sully Bailey from Byron Bay just unleashing fury.
I love the way he ended up getting a wave and it didn't manufacture anything. He exited and then a wave pops up just after it, away from Shane Holmes. Let's look at the wave replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. Just pops up as he's paddling out and he swoops onto this. He identifies it's got opportunity. 2 good backhand blasts and it enables him. And look at the size of it. It started a 2-foot wave and then Sully Bailey turned it into a 1-foot wave runner.
And the thing I love about that was how, how compressed and how much coil he got out of those turns. And what it did, even though that wave was running out of power, Crispy, I felt like the longer it went, the more speed and flow he had. Here we go. It looks like Holmesy's into a wave. So flowing across that first section on a bigger looking wave. Now he's got a nice angle into the corner. Wow. Shane Holmes, that's a nice vertical whip.
And he did that right in the front of Sully Bailey. So we are game on. The 2 Titans in the water waiting for scores. Shane Holmes, he will take the lead back. I feel Sully Bailey, his wave will be around the mid-5s, maybe the high 4s. But Shane Holmes, just that one moment where he waited for it patiently and then attacked that moment. His one's going to be the wave of the heat to lead the charge.
Yeah, is that going to be the best wave of the heat just on the fierce nature of that vertical turn, that one turn?
Yeah,
it was definitely, I felt like it was a bigger wave and it was definitely a more aggressive turn. And you've seen the judges rewarding, that style of manoeuvre. In that last event at Boomerang, I saw a couple of high 7s and 8s for one turn. You're not going to get that right now, but just the indication it's not, your standard 3 to the beach they're looking for. They're looking for really aggressive, potent turns. So we'll see what the judges come up with.
Critical turns in the critical section. Judges can unleash those big points. All right, halfway mark, 10 minutes. You're watching and listening. It's finals day. The Surfers Rescue 24/7. Port Stephens Pro. Don't forget your free safety techniques. Surfers Rescue 24/7 on the Instagram and also on surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. Talk to Adam Semo at the head office at Maroubra, and that's going to be Mad Max Maroubra next week. So there's going to be some great courses happening during that contest Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right, so Sully Bailey has priority. Second priority is with Shane Holmes. And look at those scores, Crispy. A 4-5 for Holmesy, and Sully's locked in a 4-8-3. So the judges deciding to give it to the surfer from Byron Bay by the barest of margins, probably on the nature of that ride and how many turns he got done, more than the potency of that one really good manoeuvre from Shane Holmes. So, yeah, there was not a lot separating those 2 waves as we see the wave replay. Sully nice and compressed and keeping that board so tight to the power source, and that is such an amazing skill set for a surfer to be able to put together those kind of turns on such a small wave. And I felt like this wave was just a setting up for this one critical turn from Shane Holmes, and that was it.
I dare say he got the most of the points in that third turn. Just got around that last section. That could have been a damaging wave, but still in the lead. 4.5 in a 3.33. And joining us, winner of last, Ana dos Santos. Congratulations. You're through to the semi-final.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here, and you know the waves are really fun today. I'm really happy to have progressed through my heat and have bounced the waves today.
Hey, Annie Dos Santos, it's Crispy here and Adam Hennessy. We really enjoyed your energy you took into there. What goes into your preparation for the heat? What are you thinking about?
I think I'm a very hyped up person, so just trying to calm myself down. I did some pranayama before my heat, which is like some breathing exercises that I do in my yoga, and I think that really helped me today because the waves looked so fun, and I was just like kind of frothing, and then I was like, okay, wait, Annie, you have to slow yourself down, and then I slowed myself down, and I was happy that I was able to stay calm out there.
Annie, there was one moment in that heat where I saw a change. You got a wave and then you were more focused on Izzy to get back and into priority, but then you had a change where you got that wave under priority. What were you thinking just before you got that wave?
I was like, ooh, I'm not going to paddle too hard so she doesn't think that it's a good wave, and then as soon as I knew that she was in the wrong spot, I was like, okay, this is a bomb. Like, I could see it doubling up, and yeah. Luckily it worked out. I was like, okay, I just need to stay calm and surf this well, and I did, so yeah.
So Annie, talk us through, coming from North Stain on the northern beaches, I see you around a bit. I've seen you sort of heading towards Bower and surfing when it's bigger down in that Manly corner as well. Talk us through where you living these days and how you enjoying Sydney, the waves themselves.
I'm kind of all over the place right now. My parents moved to the Sunshine Coast, so I'm basing myself there for summers, and then slowly making my way down the coast with these comps, and then during winter time I'll be in Sydney trying to chase swells around there. I've always enjoyed the big wave surfing and barrels, and like my dream as a kid was always to be an all-around surfer, and you know, to be progressing on a day like today and to still be able to be able to do well in bigger waves. It's really nice to see everything coming together for me. I've put a lot of work and effort, and I think both in the big wave surfing and just any days in competitive surfing, I think I get the same thrill. So I felt like the big wave surfing has, well, not big wave surfing, I'm trying to get there, but it's kind of preparing me for these moments, and they're both balancing each other out. It's crazy how things that are completely different can balance each other out and help you to progress in a completely different area.
Talk about winner this year. Did you get to surf Deadman's or Queenie Bommy? Talking about the bigger waves on the northern beaches, did you get to sort of sample the power of that, you know, the winter swells we get down there?
Yeah, I did actually. There was a comp, a WQS 1000 in Maroubra that was cancelled, and I think straight after that I just went straight up the coast to Deadman's because there was a big swell coming for there and got that swell. So it's pretty funny how everything has just worked out for me in the last year with like swell chasing and competing. I went to South Africa last year for a WCS event, and then there was a swell coming for Skeleton Bay, which is super rare, you know, for you to score, and I got to go there and catch some waves there. So everything was just lining up. I went to Hawaii for a Challenger event, and then after that I got to surf pipe and Jaws. So I don't know, I think it was definitely the year of my dreams, and I hope to keep it going.
Well, let me say this, in small waves you got such a great technical act as a competitive surfer, so wishing you all the best in the semi-finals, and rest up, fuel up and do some breathing.
Thank you. Thanks so much. See you guys later. Bye.
See ya.
Oh wow, did you just see, you were talking about Solly Baylor's ability in the air.
Yes.
He's just absolutely landed a lovely aerial manoeuvre as we were talking to Annie. So he has the all-ground game, and this is pretty interesting. Will this be the best wave of the heat? Look at this thing, he got so much pop.
Yeah, nice
So-
little setup turn. Look, little foam climb, getting to that moment, does the snap, and then boom, nice little rock and roll finish.
Here we go. This is the second last wave of Solly Bailey. Just finding those lefts for his liking. He's probably identifying. He's going, oh, you know what, Crispy? Might have a little crack at an air here, and look at the line he took. Look at, you could see how much speed he had. And wow, high above the lip. That was sick.
Yeah, nice little backhand air rev there for Solly Bailey, stomping it. Nice little fight, but I love it. All started with the speed. You could see him generate that speed. Kids, you want to do an air, you got to get that speed first. Gets the pop, gets the rotation, and then stomps it by a nice little impressive landing.
Exactly, and the judges lapped that up. A 7-point ride last of Solly Bailey for that innovation, creativity, and what I liked about it was the height he got off it.
Yeah,
for
look
such
at the
a
speed.
small wave.
So
Look at the
racing
speed.
down, pop, nice little rotation. See all that practice on the tramp at the HPC, and then Solly Bailey.
Pays off.
That's right. All those 1% gains to this moment, under 3 minutes remaining, in the lead, looking for some valuable points and progression. A 7-0 last wave of Solly, and he built the house. I love the way he just stroked into 3 waves. And then Shane Holmes with priority. It's not only patient, he's waiting for that wave that's going to deliver him the score. And now he looked for the best wave of the heat, a 7-3-3. He's got to have a flawless act. Wave to do it, good size wave, and then really vertical attack, forehand, backhand for Shane Holmes to get this one.
Yeah, I feel like Holmes is looking for that little double up, that little wave that's going to offer a really tight section for him to unload on. He got one turn done on his previous wave, a 4.50. So if he could get one of these waves to sort of wedge up and offer him 2 or 3 of them, he's going to easily be able to get that score. Here we go, Shane Holmes deep on the peak. Comes around this section. Again, this setting up on the inside corner. This thing's got some top to bottom. Holmesy unloading on that turn again. But the body language tells me he wasn't stoked with that wave with 2 to go. So right now, Solly Bailey holding all the aces. He's got first priority. He also has a 7 and a 4.83. And like we said, that 7-point ride came from one pretty dynamic manoeuvre.
Yeah, definitely innovation, progression, part of the criteria. Let's look at the wave replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. Shane Holmes looking for a 7.33. Gets a couple of moments, but the wave just didn't go steep and just couldn't find that ending coping to give him the moment to take the reward. A 7.33 to advance on through semi-final. Solly Bailey has the ace cards, has priority. We're in the Mad Mex minute. And don't forget, head to your local Mad Mex retailer. 2-for-1 burrito. Scan that barcode right now. Whether you chuck on sour cream or guac, or you go for the naked burrito or the quesadillas, Mad Mex have a great array of healthy food options. Fresh food for life. And their mentorship program with Conor O'Leary and the Groms, supporting motocross, skateboarding, surfing. All great adventure sports. Great to have Mad Mex a part of the naming rights for this event here at Port Stephens. All right, coming to an end. Looks like this is the last one. Oh, he's going to go switchfoot. Dimmy, he's looking a bit like you there, going switchfoot with the twirly bird.
He serves better than me on his
That
switch.
is a submission, and Shane Holmes knowing that that wave won't do it. And Solly Bailey taking this one out with a flawless effort from the get-go. A 7-point ride and a 4.83. Solly Bailey through to the semi-final, and an unfortunate Shane Holmes. And we will go to a short break. We'll see you on the back of our short partners. Feedback from them. See you soon.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Baruby Beach for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is a WSL QS 1000 event, our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and we are straight into quarterfinal number 2 of the men's, Timmy.
Yeah, another solid matchup. Josh Stretton taking on Timmy Bain. Timmy Bain in great form, and Josh, as I said before, he's had to fight through some some outside stuff going on with his body. He's had a really sore knee, dengue fever. He's had multiple things going on, but such is the mental, strength of this guy. He's been able to fight through that and into the quarterfinals. He's spoken about the fact that, he feels comfortable here because it's his home break and great to see him in the quarters. But what a matchup, because this guy, I haven't seen a lot of him, but has he impressed me? He certainly has. He's got such great flow, nice power, and found himself a nice little runner on the inside as well here, and that's unusual because I feel like the strength of most of the scores in the last couple of heats, Brit, have come from the lefts.
Could be a change in conditions here this morning at Baruby. Just wait for those scores to be locked in. It looks as though blue did catch a wave at the same time as red.
Yeah,
Josh
so
Stretton.
Josh did have a wave along with Timmy Bain, so it'll be the judges, they'll be analysing these waves. Of course, they have the ability to have some replays as well. We've got the Destination New South Wales replay, surfing blue up and riding. On that left, I spoke about the potency of the scoring potential out there and the fact that it's been the lefts these serves have been going to, and a little bit slow at the beginning of that wave for Josh Stretton, but I did feel like there was some really strength to his attack on that second and third manoeuvre. We'll see what the judges think. Finals day here at the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2023 series of events. This is series number 2, or comp number 2 of a 4-event program, and Surfers Rescue 24/7. Great to have, such an important, program involved in this event. We've got all these other sponsors, of course, Destinations New South Wales, PRD Real Estate and Port Stephens Council, along with our webcast partners Mad Mex. Of course, Mad Mex fueling and refueling both the staff and the athletes at these events. So fresh. And it is, big thing about Mexican food. I feel like it's so good and fresh and good for your body as well. And we're talking about good for the body and in good form. Sully Bailey, what a performance. Basically led from the outset and really nailed it with that air, mate. How was it out there?
Yeah, it's tiny. The waves are fans out there. Yeah, it's tough work, but I made it work, and it's going to be interesting with that lower tide, but yeah, get it done.
Hey, mate, I felt like those 2 waves before you did that air sort of gave you the hindsight to have a crack at that air, because you could see it wedge up on the peak. Is that how you felt? Because from the outset when you took off on that wave where you did the air, all you were doing was generating speed. So I felt like you had identified that point of the bank.
Yeah, I definitely, after I missed a few waves at the beginning, or we both did, and then I kind of moved in, I was sort of hoping to just lose priority and sort of sit in on the bank and just basically just keep trying and attempting, and fortunately I didn't need to take too many tries. It worked straight away, so and paid off.
You're in a good position on the ratings, and a win here, right, would throw away that pretty low score. So your focus point, even though it's only a 1,000, mate, there's so many positives to take away from an event like this when you're looking to sort of advance your position up the ratings. Yeah,
definitely. Like I said, I think previous interview, I had a couple of events at the beginning of this series here, and I went really scratchy, making pretty big mistakes, and Sort of, I guess, not being in a jersey for almost a few years properly anyway. You really sort of got to find your feet again, so it feels good to sort of find my feet and just work towards, I guess some points, but most of all just surfing smart heats and chugging away at it.
Yeah, I felt like, you had that rhythm in that heat, mate. So go away, refuel, refresh, and keep watching the banks. Because as you said, this could be a little bit tricky on the low tide. Maybe, you never know what they'll do. They might go and hold. But, yeah, a great performance, mate. I felt like you really nailed that quarterfinal. Best of luck in the semis.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Well, that was Solly Bailey.
Interesting he said that, about the banks and the fact that it's pretty small out there. But what will happen on the change of tide? What do you believe, Brett?
It's going to get smaller, Dimmy.
Is it better, Ruby, better on an incoming tide? Or, I mean, you've surfed a lot of heats out here. I've seen you perform well. What do you reckon, honestly, in a small, it's a Nori swell, isn't it? Or is it from the south at the moment?
Going to have to check the forecast, Dimmy. We're sitting in the booth here. I feel like you're asking all these questions and I don't have the exact answers for you right now, but I feel like the low tide, I feel like with most banks, low tide does get smaller as the water starts to drain out to sea, and with the incoming tide you'll get more water on the bank. It'll be interesting to see how this bank handles the high tide, but I feel like there will be a bit more opportunity for the competitors in the lineup. It has been a good bank here, and if they can get that outside, I guess, first critical couple of turns and then link it through the inside bank. We watched a couple of heats earlier this morning when there was still a little bit more water on the bank, Dimmy, and I feel like it was better early as opposed to what it is right now.
Yeah, definitely.
And it would have been like probably a mid-tide.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're still getting surfers getting sevens and sixes and stuff, it's so contestable, and it's a mindset, I reckon. Everyone's got to surf the same conditions, and if it's 1 foot, well, you just got to attack that 1 foot and make sure you post good scores. As we see the surfer in red up and right, and that is Timmy Bain. But yeah, I feel like it's dropped a little bit overnight. The positive for these athletes is they're about to move into another event very quickly, and I do believe there's going to be a swell coming for the Maroubra event, the Mad Max event. I think there's going to be a 1 or 2 metre swell. So Maroubra, pretty much, a beacon for any kind of waves. You spend a lot of time working in the office down there. Once it gets over 3 foot, it becomes pretty powerful, doesn't it?
It does. It is a powerful wave, and I always think back to a memory there I had as a 15-year-old in one of the Grom searches, and it was like 10 to 12 foot, and
funny you say that, because I ran that event, and the story that I always come away from that event was that Sally and Laura were in that event as well.
They were. Sally didn't get out.
And I told Laura Inovar to probably, look, Laura, it's probably best if you guys just sit halfway out and get these reforms. And she looked at me, laughed, and went, no drama. First thing, I'm looking out the back, it's like 10 foot, I'm going, where is Laura? And she's the only one in the lineup out the back going, I'll have a look at this.
We, no joke, before the finals, were in tears, not wanting to go out. I had a semi-final, my leg rope snapped, I was caught in the impact zone, the skis didn't see me, I had to swim all the way in, Mum was frantic on the beach, got to the shoreline, and the commentary told me that I needed to get a 0.3 to get through, so I went out, caught us a little shorey, got through to the final, and all of us were just kind of scratching our heads like, what are we doing? Why are we here? This is huge.
So are we.
I was like, there's a ski there for a reason, and it missed me.
Wow. So, yeah, I do remember that, because that was one of those events where we just held our breath and went, oh, please. But typical Laura Inovar, like, no, I'll just go at the back. She got the biggest set on the head and then got the biggest wave of the day. The one turn came in and went, yeah, it's all right.
It was huge. It was definitely huge, Maroubra. And, well, we've watched a few swells go through there over the last couple of years, and I just feel like it is one of those locations that once it does get over that 3 foot, it gets pretty solid, pretty heavy. It'll be interesting to see competitors move on through to that next event of the Vista New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is of course, stop number 2 here at Port Stephens. And, well, yeah, we'll be in Maroubra this weekend.
Definitely, and looking forward to it. And we are into quarterfinal number 2. Josh Shredden has opened up with that 4.23. We've spoken a number of times about the fact he's really had to sort of fight both his mind and his body during the last couple of weeks with those injuries, as we see Josh up and riding once more, patiently waiting for this thing to line up on the bank. And he's got such a good read to this joint. He knows it so well, and nice vertical whip, but just you saw that inside edge sort of catch in there. But yeah, it's impressive how he's fought through the battles that he's had to deal with and get himself, in the moment. Because I feel like when you got an injury like that, you'd be more sort of better to explain it. But when you have a slight injury, you tend to not surf as much in the free surf. You're trying to sort of help that injury sort of to overcome the injury, but also keep yourself in check. So how do you go about it when you've got a slight tear and you're sort of trying to, protect it?
It's tricky, Dimmy, and I feel like, just conserving that energy physically and mentally as well. It is hard when you've had an injury, particularly if you've done it surfing like Josh has. And for me, I broke an ankle, like almost 10 years ago, and I did it surfing. And it took me a while to get over the mental hurdle of the fact that every time I went for a section that was similar to when I broke my ankle, I felt like I was holding back. I feel like it's more of a mental game. I feel like he's probably physically prepared, but mentally you've got to overcome that as well.
Is it one of those things where you're sort of going into the turn thinking, I'm in that section, and you're waiting for it to happen again?
100%.
That's
it's
tough.
a battle. It is a battle, overcoming that hurdle. But I feel like Josh, he's probably done a lot of work behind the scenes, and he does have the knee brace on. I'd be interested to get his take on where he's at with the rehab and recovery with that injury. Whether or not it's back to 100%, and he's got the knee brace on just as that extra support. I'm not 100% sure how far along he is with that recovery. But I mean, you're watching him surf, you almost can't tell he's got the injury. Just watching some of the waves that he's taken off on, I feel like in the beginning, especially in this heat, it looks like he has had a bit of adjustment on takeoff as he's trying to just adjust his back leg. But once he does that, you can't tell throughout the rest of the wave.
I feel like you're right there. Sort of, he makes an adjustment to put himself in a comfortable position and then unloads. And once he's actually up, going, and got that flow, I feel like he's got confidence in that injury. But yeah, it can definitely be a mentally draining situation where you try not to hold back, but you also try and protect the actual injury at the same time. As we head towards 6 minutes, these 20-minute quarterfinals, Solly said it before, very small waves and very limited opportunities. But, for someone like Solly, he actually really took, a lot of waves in that heat, kept busy, so rolled the dice without priority. I felt like Holmesy was a little bit more calculated in his approach to the priority situation. And right now, I feel like it's Josh who's rolling the dice on whatever he can get. And you just never know as these waves open up. I feel like there's a lot of scoring potential, Britt, on the inside.
He is certainly reading this bank well, Josh Stratton. He's a local surfer. He's originally from this area. He now lives on the Gold Coast. But I just feel like, this being home for Josh, I don't think it matters what the conditions are like here. He's going to know the bank. He's surfed this place 1,000 times over. And here he is up and riding in this Destination New South Wales wave replay.
One thing I do like about the waves, they are small, Britt, but they are still, silky clean. And the wave faces are still offering these guys a lot of opportunity. And you see the in and out there for Timmy Bain. But yeah, I feel like the texture of the wave is still offering a lot of opportunity for these surfers as we head towards the back end. And to be honest, to be an elite surfer, you have to be able to fight through all kinds of conditions to get to where you want to go. And here we go. It looks like Timmy Bain.
Live action. Sunny Coast Surfer, just another quick up and out. So I feel like he's just not quite finding rhythm in his heat with 4.5 minutes on the clock.
What do you know about Timmy Bain? Sort of what's his upbringing and I'll tell you one thing. He's got such a great game when it comes to competing. And I've only seen a bit of him this year, but I feel like, there's so many guys coming out of the sunny coast at the moment who are just chomping at the bit to have a crack at the QS. It's so good to see.
It is great to see, and I feel like we've talked about it a few times throughout the event leg, and conditions like this, they're pretty similar to Sunny Coast. I feel like a lot of the Sunshine Coast surfers will do well when it comes to small beach breaks.
They've said a lot of that in post heats where they feel really comfortable in the surroundings, and it's just like a summery day up on the sunny coast, one of the most beautiful parts of the world. Noosa, I used to go up there every year for holidays, and I love that joint. But yeah, those back beaches around Coolum and stuff like that, yeah, they do have these sort of jumbled little swell patterns as well. We're talking about beautiful places to visit. Port Stephens, what an area. A couple of hours away from Sydney. I suggest you get on to visitnewsouthwales.com and, you know, line up your next holiday. Bring the family up here. It's such a great place to visit as we see the Surfer in Blue up and riding, Brett. Nice. Wow, that was a two-turner, but very extended through the body, and great visual on that wave.
He added that extra little bit of flair as we watch the replay here. This is Josh Stratton, the current heat leader. Bit of a check turn to start with. He put it up there for the second, and I just liked how he really pushed and extended that back leg, just making sure he added the exclamation mark to finish.
Still a very tight heat. He's got a lot of waves in that 4-point range, and the Surfer in red still holding on to that 4.5, and execution's going to play a part for Timmy Bain if he's going to get through. The good thing for the Sunshine Coast Surfer, he feels nice and comfortable in these waves. He only needs a 5.10. That last wave of Josh was definitely that point of difference, that check turn to start, but really extended through the body, great coil and speed, and the judges rewarded that with a 5-point ride.
There you go, Josh Stratton. He extends the lead. Timmy Bain in the red, now chasing a 5.1. I tell you what, that is certainly an achievable score out there right now. We're just over 2 minutes on the clock. The Surfer in red in second place, but holding first priority, Timmy.
Let the games begin, Brett.
This could get very interesting.
Did you like this scenario as a competitor when you got into the two-surfer format? Did you find that you know, you're able to use it to your own advantage? And because some surfers, when you talk to them, some feel more comfortable with the situation than others, you know what I mean? How were you about it?
In certain situations, yes. Other situations, no. I feel like sometimes if you're in a position where you don't have priority and not the lead at the end of the heat, it can really just box you in and not give you much opportunity at all. As we watch Timmy Bain, he's making the most of this opportunity. He's chasing a 5.1. We'll wait for that number to drop. He's only got a 0.7 as a backup in his scoreline.
It does make you think a lot more, I feel like, towards the back end of a heat. How can I not box myself in and still have that freedom to explode when I need to? But yeah, you start to, I think that some people can overthink it rather than just go with the flow. And like you've said a number of times, that last couple of minutes can feel like an eternity.
It can, as we hit the Mad Max minute, thanks to Mad Max. Fresh fuel for life. Be sure to scan that QR code on screen, grab your 2-for-1 burritos. They are absolutely delicious. You can eat 2 to yourself, share one, put one in the fridge, eat it for later.
Eat it for dinner. Better than a pizza at night, let me tell you.
Well, we're waiting for those scores to drop, but Josh Stratton, as we were just talking about that priority situation, he is paddling over Timmy Bain. Will he have another opportunities? Let him go. He's identified that this is not going to be the score that the Surfer in red is chasing.
Wow, the body language, you see the frustration building there for Timmy Bain, and that was a smart move because we did talk to Andy DeSantos earlier about a wave that was missed under priority in her heat, and she was able to get the best score. But that wave, Josh Stratton knows the banks pretty well here, Brett, and I feel like he wasn't going to get sold into it.
And that looks to conclude heat number 2 of the men's quarterfinals. Josh Stratton, the local, moving on through, unfortunately bowing out Tim Bain. We're moving straight into quarterfinal heat number 3. Cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Berrubi Beach for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 at Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000 event. This is our second stop of the Vistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Michael Crispy. We're straight into quarterfinal heat number 3.
Yeah, that's right, Britt, and finals day heating up. Just saw Josh Stretton take down another scalp, so great surfing. Tim Bain, but unfortunately eliminated in the quarterfinal. And right now, quarterfinal for Ty Richo, leaving where he left off yesterday. Nice and tight in the critical sections and just on the great waves and doing some really controlled turns. And here we go, Geordie Liakman. He's got to bring a big performance. We'll get back to this replay shortly, but Geordie Liakman, the young Grom, the second year on the qualifying series, he is looking for his first semi-final.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales replay, this is Geordie up and riding. Carves into the pocket to start with, looking for the steeper section. Drifts the tail on the second. It's a great variety here from the man in the red. As he links this one all the way through, gets the finish, answering straight back to Ty Richardson in the blue, who locked in a 5.67 on his first wave.
Yeah, I feel Ty, he really loves to get a quick start and he likes to get it on a good wave as well. So his wave selection at the key moments is going to be the Pro S, but you've got the young Geordie Liakman who's going to surf out of his skin, and if he packs a really good heat together, we have, well, you're only going to know in 16 and a half minutes who's going to win. This is going to be a great arm wrestle again.
It will be, and this is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 3 of the men. Coming up next in Heat 4, we have Kihu Butler and Saxon Reba. So exciting day here for finals day. Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. It is a beautiful day here at Berrubi. And there it is, scores in for surfer in red, Geordie, a 4.5. So it sees him in second place at this stage in the heat with just over 16 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time. 20-minute quarterfinals, 2-person heat, priority at play. As we move into the semi-finals, there will be an increase in time. Semis, 25 minutes. Main finals, 30.
Yeah, great little extension. Like that extra 5 minutes just gives that opportunity to select that best wave, and you see a bit more patience come into play. And just the performance of the surfing, we see the best surfers around our region of Australia, Oceania, New Zealand surfers in the mix. And they are coming up next, and it's game on for semi-finals. All right, one quarterfinal to go, concluding this one, but right in the lead of quarterfinal 3, Ty Richo from the Queensland area. And, you know, Dad's with him, Mark Richo, Australian champion, Queensland champion, and in the mix of it, where Geordie Liakman, the local around the Newcastle region, he's been travelling and coaching up and down, being a part of the New South Wales high performance program through the juniors, the state and the Australian titles, and a great way, a pathway all the way to the qualifying series and to reach that dream of a potential Challenger Series format.
It is going to be a huge event here for Geordie. Hasn't had much experience on the QS yet, but he is certainly giving it a good nudge. Who's giving it a good nudge? Joshy Stratton. He's down there for the post-heat interview. Josh, it's Britt and Crispy. How are you feeling moving on through into the semi-finals here at a home location?
Pretty happy, really happy. It was fun, kind of hard heat, but yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, Josh, talk us through it. How'd you sleep last night and how was your prep this morning?
I actually had a really bad sleep last night. I'm not sure why, but wasn't very good. And my prep this morning, I sort of just actually got up and had heaps of water and sort of just came down here. I kind of had a bit of a sleep in, so it was nice. I sort of got down here like 2 heats before mine and stuck the headphones on and got in the zone, and yeah, it was fun.
Now talk to us about when you lock in that first wave and you do your turns, what are you thinking about when you hear the score from the beach commentators? What does that do for your psyche?
Yeah, it always helps when you lock in an alright score straight off the bat. But for me, that heat, I was sort of just warming up, and I sort of was able to grow and improve my scores throughout the heat. So, but it was really nice to get a quick start because the heat went pretty slow and a bit dead. So, yeah, it was good. I started quick.
Now talk to us about that last minute. How long did that feel to go for you? It just seems like to go for an eternity.
Yeah, it was it was a long last minute, and I thought he might have almost gotten a score, but I was just happy that I had priority at the end of it, so I was able to sort of block any opportunity that he might have been able to have. So it sort of went pretty well to plan at the end of the heat, so I was pretty happy with how it played out.
Now, Josh, it's Britt. We know that you've overcome a few obstacles and hurdles just to be back in the water and back in the contest rashi. Can you talk us through the knee injury? Dimmy and I noticed that you still got the brace on, and we're not 100% sure where you're at with your rehab and recovery. Are you at a full capacity again, or you still got a bit to go?
Definitely not full capacity. So yeah, it was an impact tear on the MCL that happened a few days before the event. Before the start of the event at Cabba, and I was pretty bummed, but I got an injection into it about 5-6 days ago, and it's kind of released the pain a little bit. So it's strong enough to be surfing on, but I'm just still surfing through a fair bit of pain. So I'm sort of nursing it a little bit, but I'm just stoked that I can sort of, still be surfing heats and surfing well enough to make heats. So yeah.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations. Go rest up, and we'll be rooting for you for the semi-final. Go tear the bag there at Barooby.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Steve.
And back to the live action in the water with just under 12 minutes remaining. We've got a couple more scores dropped in at the moment. It is Ty Richardson in the blue, still in first place. He's got that 5.67. He's managed to get a backup of a 3.6. So Geordie Lackman in the red in second place with a 4.5 and a 1. He's now chasing a 4.78 to take the lead if he's wanting a spot into the men's semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that he's so clinical, Ty Richo, seeing his junior career, and you see him at the state representing Queensland, you see him at the ISA, posts a 5.67, and then the quick backup of 3.6. He's in a really good position to take this one to the semi-final. Geordie Lackman needs to reset. He's still there with a 4.5, but what he does need, that 4.78, you really need to consolidate wave selection and also just a bit less is more. Don't do as many turns as that first wave, but really look to do 2 impactful turns as we see that last wave. 3.6 of Ty Richo. Just on the backhand, a smaller wave, but what it does, it sets a bigger score for Geordie Lackman to take the lead off him and grab priority off him as well, nearing the halfway mark.
That was the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Ty Richardson, 17-year-old from the Gold Coast. And just watching Ty surfing, I know that the contest strategy is so strong for such a young competitor. And, just knowing Richo, his dad, he is one of the best competitors that I've seen over the years. And just, he's so intense in the water. He's so clued on. And the strategy is just, he's so smart in the water. And I feel like Ty is just following those footsteps. But watching some of the replays and the surfing of Ty, if you were to flip on screen, because Richo's a goofy footer, if you were to flip the surfer, they look so similar. Yeah, totally. And we do that with the programs, and here we go. That is with priority. That's why Red had to pull back, so priority will now go to Red. But Ty Richo gets the wave, looking to drop that 3.6. I'll tell you what, he may have done it by a short margin, but it will add some salt to the wound for Geordie Lackman. So 9.5 minutes to redirect this heat for the man in red from the Newcastle area.
his good mate that he gave credit to yesterday, Cooper Puttergill. His good sparring partner and his mum and dad watching. So this is the wave replay. Destination New South Wales. Look at the size of the wave. Nice first turn, sets the pace for the second, and then just a nice little, you could say judges will probably deem that incomplete, that rock and roll. Not much change, but he may sneak ahead a couple of fractions of a point there, Britt.
Big turn there for Geordie, just unfortunately unable to stick the landing as both competitors go to make their way into the lineup. Who will get the priority at the moment? Ty Richo, he is further out in the lineup. Wait and see whether or not judges deem that he is in the takeoff zone. And there it is. So first priority with the surfer in blue, Ty Richardson. He is also holding the lead. Geordie Lackman in a second place. Still searching for a 4.78 with 8.5 minutes on the clock. This is where it gets interesting, Crispy, because I feel like Ty Richardson is the type of competitor that's not going to want to keep that 3-6 in his scoreline. He's going to want to improve that and make things harder for the surfer in second place.
Yeah, definitely there, Brett. So Ty Richo, that last one, it comes in at a 3.3. So no improvement to the leader, but he does have priority and he's in the box seat for the semi-final. Unless Geordie Lackman, the man in red, young Grom, he needs a 4.78 out of a perfect 10. Here we go as Ty looks to go left, way downtown. I reckon he's going to go to the air here, speeds across, lifts the back tail, and there's the rotation. Not too high, but a little air rev. What's it worth in 2023 prices?
Just probably not the height and the projection that Geordie was looking for. You could see that he was eyeing off the section, but he just didn't get too far above the lip. We'll wait and see where the judges lock that in. I don't think it's going to be the 4.78, but that's
I feel that
opinion.
he's got the connection. He just needs a wave to really do that vertical snap, then bring out the air rev, and that could be a killer combo, as we saw Solly Bailey in quarterfinal number 1. So a nice little rotation there. Great replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. The wave replays throughout this whole event. This is finals day. We are at Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. 1,000 points for the winner of the men's and the women and the women's as well that we will be crowning today.
It is a huge day here at Ruby Beach, and it would not be possible without all of our partners. Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. This is, of course, our second stop. Thanks to Vissla partnering with Surfing New South Wales again across this entire series. Also, a big thanks to our naming rights partner, Surfers Rescue 24/7. Great initiative created by Surfing New South Wales and also government funded. Supporting partners PRD, Port Stephens Council, Destination New South Wales, Mad Mex, and WSL as we watch a huge turn there from Ty Richo. He did improve on his lead before that, Crispy.
He did. So Geordie Lackman needs to bring out the big wave combo and take to the air. So Ty Richo again extending the lead. And he's just got his eye on those lifts. So you can see that's in the game plan. Look at the wave replay. Destination New South Wales. Bigger wave. Sets the pace of the first turn. Look at him go back to the power pocket. But then for that moment to get the speed to crunch that last turn. Great stomp. Great finish. Great disciplined surfing. Mr. Clinical. Ty Richo in the lead.
There it is, last of blue, Ty Richo, a 6.23. So the surfer in blue does extend his lead with 5.5 minutes on the clock. Geordie Lackman in the red now chasing a 7.4. So things have got a lot harder here for the surfer in red. Still capable of locking in those big numbers, but it is going to take, feel like either a big air, which is what he's been aiming for over the last couple of days, or a bigger wave, Crispy, that's going to hit that bank and run off and give him a couple of critical sections.
And something that he trains to do that. So he's just got to go back to his training, go back to resetting. And we heard from Ana Dos Santos before with a PRD, with breathing. Just resets you, gets the oxygen so you can think clearly. So real impactful all those times, whether just those gains in the gym, those gains with your nutritionist, those gains with your breath enhancement, comes down to this point in the pressure situations. The time with your psychologist, so the sports psychs, again, Michelle, our pathway sports psych, and also Patchy that works in close with all the Pro Tour. So important, those learned ways to bring the mindset to positive, bring the mindset back to what's needed right now.
And what is needed right now, that is a 7.4 for the surfer in red if he wants a spot into the semi-finals. Exciting action here at Berube. Coming up next, quarterfinal heat number 4, we have Kihu Butler from New Zealand taking on North Stain Saxon Reba. So that's going to be another massive quarterfinal here.
Yeah, definitely. Kihu Butler from Mount Maunganui, one of my favourite surfers, great guy on land and in the water, Mr. King of Speed. But Saxon Reba, it's going to be a great one. Live action, Geordie Leachman. He's going to swoop up and go for the air rev and stomp it. He does. Well, we talked about it. Needs a bigger wave. He would have got the score from the last one, so he's reading it well with his instinct. This is what I need because my last one is a bigger wave and nice corked air rev. How's the way his back foot? It came off the board, was back onto the kicker, front. That's why you wax your nose further up. So his foot slid forward for that lean out and compression landing. So well done, Geordie Leachman. Is it the score?
What was interesting in that situation as well, watching that replay, Ty Richardson was looking back at his competitor, watching exactly what he was capable of. Ready? Look, if you look out the back, Ty Richo, he saw the completion. He saw that he took to the air, and he's going to look to answer back.
Well, he would have thrown down his score and Ty Richo would have went, nah, he doesn't get it. But we'll leave that with the professional judges. It may chip away at the score. I believe that's going to be his best, probably sitting around the 5 mark, potentially high 5s. Geordie Leachman still requiring a 7.4 in the dying moments. Yellow flag, you can see, you can hear the beach commentators, Tezza and the crew, and all the work crew doing a marvellous job down there surfing. New South Wales, they set up, get up on dawn, and then they go all the way through to the afternoon. So the team down there doing an amazing job. The WSL webcast and all the crew doing an amazing job, and all the officials. Britt?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Obviously, we are bringing you the live action on the broadcast here, but just the time and the effort, not only from the event site on the ground, but so much goes in behind the scenes in the office as well. You know, you've got full-time staff in there just working all year round to lock in these events, lock in partners, and roll them out live. And here we go, last of red, Geordie, a 5.73. So the surfer in red now chasing a 6.18 to advance with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Ty Richardson in first place, holds first priority, and he is going to stay nice and close to his fellow competitor, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to hug him like a cat. And I'll tell you what, if you're playing that old game of mousetrap, you could definitely drop that mousetrap over the two surfers right now. They are shoulder to shoulder. I'll tell you what, a minute and a half to go. It applies a bit more pressure. Geordie Leachman will aim to go for a wave and try to regain priority or snatch it and go for another big punt. Here we go. Needs a 6.18. Only a smaller wave. Gets a nice little slash turn. Looks for the finish, but he does separate. Here we go. He's going to separate. Ty Richo will either look for a bigger wave to extend his 5, 6, 7 or shut this heat and move on through to the semi-final.
I feel like Ty Richo, he's not going to look for another wave. I mean, that's my opinion. He may just prove me wrong, but I feel like he's just going to stay nice and close to Geordie Leachman in the red. Not going to leave that door open with 40 seconds on the clock. You could just see him. He was out in the back. He was looking in. He was on the hunt. He was waiting for the competitor to make his way back into the lineup, just watching where he was going to head.
I reckon Dad's told him, sit under him. You got priority. Let him make the move. Sealed it through. So 20 seconds remaining. This has been a titanic affair from the get-go. Ty Richo just building the house. 6.23 and a 5.67. The Mad Max minute is just rolling down. And Geordie Leachman gave up a great fight. It's going to be his best performance. He's going to take away a great equal fifth. And that will roll to a break very shortly. So Ty Richardson, he'll fly on through quarterfinal 3. We'll hear from our great partners and sponsors. Finals day. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to Barubie Beach for finals day here at the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is our second stop of the Vistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Michael Crispy. We're straight into quarterfinal heat number 4, and what a matchup.
Yeah, that's right, Brett. We are in the last instalment of the quarterfinal. We just had Ty Richo from the Gold Coast take a win through semi-final, quarterfinal 3. This is Saxon Reba from the Northern Beaches. Nice little backhand blast. And look at Ty. He's watching potentially his opponent. If he gets on through and beats the man from Mount Moganui, he'll be looking to bring out the flares. One of the fastest surfers on water. You'll see Takehu Butler. So clinical, so fast, so powerful. And there's some of the ingredients the judges are looking on. They're looking on waves, a really good wave, what the surfers are doing in the critical sections, and then the type of turns. Are they powerful? Are they in the critical section? Are they above the lip? Do they have completion and control? They're key elements.
They are, and well, these competitors, they're looking to tick all those key elements if they're wanting to move on through into the semi-finals. This is our final heat of the men's quarters. We'll be moving into the women's semi-finals up next. And as we move into the semi-finals, we do have a time increase, 25 minutes, and then into the main finals, 30 minutes. But back to the live action in the water. These are 20-minute heats at the moment. Takehu Butler up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful second turn there as he looks to get this inside connection, puts it up there, throws a fairness spray and says, thank you for coming. I'm looking to move on through.
Well, just had a 6.0 drop by this man in blue. And just an up and down, looking that priority is going to be more valuable than going through that way. But Takehu Butler waits about 4 minutes, but we'll get a replay on that one. He just detonates that left-hander here at the beautiful Barubie Beach. Here at Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. Let's look at the wave replay. Takehu Butler from New Zealand, and this is Australia, Oceania, just managing to get 2 turns in, but looking at him whip that one for speed, and that is the final crunch. That last turn will pay the big points. I'm saying it's going to come pretty close, and there it is. 5.43. Takehu Butler replies, just a fraction of about 0.57 under Saxon Reba's, but in the mix. Good scores from both Saxon Reba in blue and Takehu Butler in red.
Here goes North Stain, Saxon Reba. Big first turn on that section as he carves around into the pocket. Can he get the finish and puts it up over there, drifts the tail. He is looking composed here at Barubie Beach for quarterfinal heat number 4. The surfer in blue already locked in a 6. Now he's looking to back that up with just under 15 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time, Crispy.
Yeah, they're very seasonal surfers as well. So you got Saxon Reba coming off a win, and then he's had a lot of finals berth. And you got Takehu Butler, who has won a lot of junior comps, pro juniors, and also some great podium finishes. We go for a great replay. And I think we're going to hear Ty Richo. Congratulations, Ty, from the Gold Coast. Great win from the get-go and great finish there, buddy. How do you feel making the semi-finals?
Yeah, I'm stoked. This is the furthest I've ever gone in a QE, so yeah, I'm just taking it heat by heat, and I was really stoked to get through that one. It's a close one.
Hey Ty, you've been amongst the pathway with Surfing Queensland. You've represented Australia. You've got, this is the furthest part of QS. How do you find the pathway of the regional events and the junior events equip you for this qualifying series to take on the world's best?
Doing heaps of
We will come back to Ty a little bit later, hopefully. We just seem to lost that connection. Down the beach here at Barubie can get a bit tricky. We are in a beautiful part of the world here in New South Wales. We are just north of Newcastle in the Port Stephens region, but back to the live action in the water. Saxon Reba, he managed to lock in a 5. He's also got a 6. And he manages to finish off strong there. But, well, he's going to need another number because Takehu Butler in at that post-heat interview managed to lock in a 6.17. So the surfer from New Zealand has taken the lead with just over 13 minutes on the clock. Saxon Reba now chasing a 5.61.
Yeah, rapid fire from the men. And this was always on paper. It looks like a tight affair. You got the natural footer from Mount Moganui, New Zealand in red. And Saxon Reba, former winner of the QS last week, and I tell you what, Saxon Reba, he's got such back foot power, great wave selection, great vertical turn selection. This is a great matchup, and right now, Takehu Butler is in the lead, a 6-1-7, started with a 5-4-3, getting stronger, and Saxon Reba just waiting for that last one. He needs a 5-6-1. Was a bit of a small to medium wave, but he tore the bag. Rapid fire, an array of combination turns. I love the way he's really completing his turns. He went through the Pro Juniors like we were just chatting with Ty in his post-heat interview. It's about the pathway equipping for the qualifying series to take on the world's best.
Well, Saxon, he's just come off a Pro Junior win there at Redhead, so I feel like he'd be having a lot of momentum moving into this QS leg. Still quite young, doing the Pro Juniors, doing the double up, but he is making himself known here for the WSL QS Regional Series as he takes off now. That's the man in the blue that we speak of from North Stain. Just a quick up and out. Looking to find rhythm here at Port Stephens.
Alrighty, all scores in. So Saxon Reba now requiring a 5-6-1, 12 minutes in entirety. And don't forget the semi-finals all being 25-minute heats. Big shout out to our great sponsor, Surfers Rescue 24/7. Don't forget to book in a free CPR first aid and learning techniques to save lives. That's what Surfers Rescue 24/7 is. Check out the Instagram. Check out via surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
Yeah, the Surfers Rescue Program is a great initiative by Surfing New South Wales, government funded, free to all surfers in the state. Recreational surfers, competitive surfers, doesn't matter as long as you surf. And well, surfers, they can be the biggest assets when it comes to saving lives in the water. We know that there's lifesavers and lifeguards along the beach and along the coastline, but I feel like a lot of the time with unpatrolled beaches, surfers are the first to those tricky situations, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. Like, there's about 110 flag beaches in New South Wales, yet there's 10,000 beaches. And usually flags, and they do well, they're 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 in the school holidays, or the main beaches, like, say, Maroubra, their main, or Cronulla, or if you're all up the way Lennox Head, you've got Byron and Lennox. But it's all those little pockets that surfers like to, and swimmers, they like to find their own spot. And sometimes they do get in trouble. They'll go out a beach and go beyond their means. And that's what Surfers Rescue 24/7 is about. It's a free course funded by the New South Wales government to teach valuable life-saving skills and to give you an idea of what you got, whether you got a mal or a bodyboard or you're just swimming, to help someone navigate when they get stuck in a rip or get into trouble with a first aid incident.
It is. It's all about using the equipment that you have on hand as a tool. So using your surfboard or bodyboard or whatever equipment you've got as a watercraft. And the techniques taught, they're pretty easy to learn. There's only a handful of them, maybe four techniques.
Yeah. First one is the sideways paddle. You're giving the board, keeping it between you and the patient. The second one is also you're just putting someone on the leg hook. And then also you got the unconscious one where you turn the board upside down. And you practice this on the sand with a qualified assessor and presenter, and also qualified professional lifeguards that are also surfers and part of this program.
You've also got an optional free accredited CPR component. So I feel like, you know, for what you're getting for free, it's crucial in saving lives. So great to have Surfing New South Wales and the government bring that on board. They are, of course, our naming rights partner for this event. Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro here at Berube.
Let's not forget, for all the board riders and some of the high-performance professional coaches, they've joined forces with TACMed, and they've got the Surfers Rescue First Aid Kit, which has bleeding kit, the tourniquet, and has an amazing array of, you know, when you get in those trauma situations, it can assist to saving a life. So well done Surfing New South Wales, and well done the New South Wales government.
Quick one there for the Kiwi competitor. Kihu Butler currently in first place, ever so slightly, 0.6 separating first and second. First place, Kihu, 6-1-7 and a 5-4-3. Saxon Reba in the blue, he's got a 6 and a 5. So they're both within the 5 and 6 range. At the moment, it is the surfer in red that has the upper hand with just over 8 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 4 of the men's.
Yeah, That's right, up next we got Philippa Anderson taking on Stu Tarling.
As we head to a Mad Mex recap of this heat, Fresh Fuel for Life. Thanks to Mad Mex, this was the opener of Saxon Reba. You can just watch Ty Richardson on the beach just having a look. It may be his competitor in the next round. Great opening wave there from the North Stain surfer.
And here we go, Takeu Butler from New Zealand and getting a nice backhand power. Great little start for him. But wait for his next one as well. That started to build the biorhythms. Then Saxon Reba replies and it's a nice little bucket here. So a couple of great little exchanges going on. And you would think that Saxon Reba was leading a charge. In comes Kehu. And he gets a nice right-hander. And this is the one of the waves of the heat really swooping up. Less is more when it comes to power and great wave selection.
It has been wave for wave throughout this quarterfinal of the men's. At the moment, it is that man there on the screen in the red. Not the lifeguard out the back. Kehu on the inside. He is the current heat leader. Well, this might be live action here. The surfer in red looking to drop a 5.43 from his scoreline and make things harder for Saxon Reba.
Yeah, still plenty of time there, Britt. I'm with me, Britt Nicol, former qualifying series opponent. And I'll tell you what, Takeu Butler just keeping, time in frame, looking to dispose of that 5.43 and middle score, has the best wave of the heat and is in the lead. Saxon Reba knows the capability of that young man, Pro Junior winner, 5.61. Right, thank you to Mad Mex for that great recap. This is day number 3, finals day. Let's look at the wave replay. This is Saxon Reba. Nice little first-hand blow, and then look how vertical he gets. That's the 2-for-1 versus Takeu Butler. Again, the New Zealander looking very strong and staying in the pocket. And I love the way he just waits for that moment to really unleash on that lip. Gets a bit of a rock and roll foam climb as well. Probably adds an extra 0.2 to that wave.
There's so much power in Kehu surfing, just pushing so much water. It's really interesting to see the differences between both competitors. So the surfer in red, he has improved on his lead ever so slightly, a 5.83 for that last one. Saxon Reba in the blue now chasing a 6.01. But what I was about to say then, Crispy, is the difference between the surfing. I feel like Kehu, the wave selection has been better and he's had a chance to open up and he pushes a lot of water. Whereas Saxon, I feel like he's been more critical on his backhand, got more vertical, but he just hasn't had as much opportunity with the wave selection.
Well, here we go, live action. That was Takeu Butler trying to make something under priority. Here we go for Saxon Reba. 5 minutes remaining. Right on the yellow flag, the backhand takes it with priority. Looks to swoop around this section. There's the weight, the hold, and then the release of that back foot on the tail that's taken him to the quarterfinal. Looking for that backhand or forehand prowess, a 6.01 out of a perfect 10. So a 6.01, what does it look like? Good on the range, something like that 6.17 of Takeu Butler's. So that's what the judges are judging around. That last one of Takeu of 5.83, so that was definitely a priority win for him as we see the matchup. That is Saxon Reba, that wave just ridden. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. Great replay. And all the crew doing the webcast the last 3 days.
Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Kehu still in first place, Saxon in second. This is, of course, the quarterfinal heat. They are looking for a spot in the semi-finals and then into the main final. This will happen today. It is, of course, finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. And we have been rewarded with the goods. And, well, so has Saxon Reba. It was a small wave, but I said it, Crispy. He seems to be getting more vert, more critical, and judges rewarding it. A 6.3 for the surfer in blue. Sees the North Stain surfer go straight into first place. The Kiwi now on the back foot.
Well, let's look at the replay again. That's what the judges are privy to. Look at the hold on the bottom turn. Swoops around tight and bright and then swings around. Look at the body movement, really opening up the chest. 2 big snaps and then the finish. That was the score. And here we go for Takeu Butler now requiring a 6.14, something around his best wave, something around Saxon Reba in 3 minutes remaining.
And it just goes to give an indication on what those judges are rewarding. We've watched Kehu get great waves with the wave selection and managed to bang off a fair few good turns. And then you've got Saxon, who just answered back with a smaller wave, but he had a steeper section and got up and got vertical. So the judges are obviously looking for those critical sections. It's interesting to watch where that score went.
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was there, and that's why we leave it to the judges. But, you know, seeing on the replay, it was all about he took it with priority, he waited. And that's what we talk about, being patient on you. And you're loading up with the body technique, you're loading up energy on the rails, because there's no motor on these surfboards. It's all about body movements and pressing and using that fiberglass or epoxy board to really flex into that top turn and release that water. So his timing was crucial, his power was crucial, and then his finish. That was 2 big turns and then a finish. Saxon Reba gets the score. 2 minutes remaining. What are you thinking with Takeo Butler under priority 2? What's some options? Needs to separate himself or hope and pray for that wave of, you know, the set of 2 or 3 good ones?
Well, still just under 2 minutes on the clock. I feel like that is enough time to catch another wave. It's going to get interesting, though. Saxon holds first priority and the lead, but Kihu's having a look at this one. He's spotted a little inside right.
Yeah, well, the speedster's got to go, and that one doesn't offer the opportunity. But it does moving away about 10, 15 metres, but he's going to go straight back to the battlefield. The Saxon Reba, priority 1. And Takeo Butler will have second priority, meaning that he has to relinquish if blue is on the inside or outside. We are at the Mad Max minute. Can Saxon Reba make one step closer to another podium finish?
He is looking the good so far with 1 minute on the clock. Can the North Stain surfer move on through into the semi-finals? This would have to be one of his best results in a QS. He's still quite young. He just come off a win at a Pro Junior. He's now showing us that he wants the QS results as well, but he's going to have to get through Kihu Butler with 45 seconds on the clock. Will he hold on? This has been an extremely tight quarterfinal, only 0.3 separating these two surfers. And I feel like Kihu might have just been left scratching his head a little bit, Crispy. We watched the replay before. He watched the second turn of Saxon and then continued to paddle back out. I don't know what the thought process was, whether or not he thought Saxon got the score, but he's now left out there chasing a 6.14. And he does not have much room to move as we look to conclude quarterfinal heat number 4 of the men. Will the wave get there in time? It looks as though it won't. There it is. Saxon Reba in the blue moves on through into the men's semi-final. Unfortunately bowing out to Kihu Butler from New Zealand. Saxon just up and riding there. Quick victory lap. Coming up next, we have the women's semi-final. Cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there. Not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are at semi-final action. Welcome back to finals day. Surfers Rescue 24/7, Port Stephens Pro, live on screen. That is Philippa Anderson in red from representing Newcastle, Australia, versus True Starling in the blue. Northern Beaches, now residing here at Kingscliff.
Yeah, definitely a great matchup, and Philippa Anderson comes into this event right up there on the ratings and wanting a big result, and looked really good, both these athletes this morning, nice and strong in their quarterfinals, so building their performance levels. And we saw a 1.83 Crispy, and Philippa just dropped a 5, so a nice way to start. I feel like waves are pretty small but very contestable, and we saw, you know, in the men's, as we see a Destination New South Wales replay, nice flow, and I feel like by the looks of that board, I think like Philippa's actually changed that board.
Yeah, she's got an epoxy. She's got a couple of epoxies with a shaper Hayden, but she does steal her brother Craig's boards regularly.
That looks a little bit fresher, that board, than the old favourite she's been using, that board that's about 5 years old. And I felt like that other board had a little bit more volume in it, and maybe she's gone to a less leaderage when it comes to how small the waves are, and on the low tide bank, you're less chance.
That's right.
Less chance to actually catch a rail.
And how good is it when you do get a fresh board? The spring of it, the freshness of it, the lightness of it. It's got no dings. You know, it's not carrying any holes in there. So it's good to see a new board. It's time to buy one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I get one every 5 years.
Really? That's okay.
I'm a keeper on it. I love keeping my boards.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
you
there
got
it
to
is.
surf to have a surfboard too. I'm a bit old for that these days, but yeah, a nice start for Philippa. We've gone to 25-minute semi-finals for both men's and women's, and then we're going to go into a 30-minute final, I do believe. And as I said, there's a lot riding on this event for a number of reasons, for a number of the athletes left in the draw. A lot of these surfers are actually throwing away some low scores. So a win here, 1,000 points, good money, but also that important sort of climb up the ratings.
All right, up next, don't forget Heat 2 here in the women's division. Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast taking on Northern Beaches' Ana dos Santos, the Brazilian Australian. So she will be up next. But right now, there's your heat leader on the second wave. Got it posted a 5 already. Nice open face slash, and then lip lines that one. Pats the cat, and well, judges want to see the completion. They want to see the nose and the nose.
Yeah, interesting to see what happened on that left for True Starling. She did have priority, so she elected to take the left, and Philippa took the right. So it'll be interesting to get a wave replay of that last exchange. Nice surfing from Philippa there, and there it is, a 3.83 for the last of blues. So she got some work done. It'll be interesting to see what happened. Here we go. So True Starling up on the backhand. She's got such a great backhand attack, and that was a 3.83 for just one turn. And Philippa, nice read on this wave, sort of executing a nice series of turns. And what I liked about that second turn was the depth of the bottom hand turn on a very, very shallow bank.
There it is, wave of the heat. Philippa Anderson extending the lead of 5.43, and also her backup to drop a 5.0. So opened up the last 6 minutes. She's in the lead. So True Starling now needs a 6.6. One wave, 6.6. Capable of that on the back of that last wave. One turn, 3.83. She potentially gets 2 opportunities to get 2 of those vertical attacking turns. That could look like a 6.6 for the lady in blue.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Philippa, her ability over a number of years has helped her, and she's definitely going to want to push that point. And I'm pretty sure, Crispy, down in the post-heat interview area, we have Saxon Reba, winner of that last heat. Good morning, and must be pretty stoked to get into the semi-finals of a QS 1000. I'm pretty sure it's your best result of the QS, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, pretty happy with that.
Walk us through the conditions out there.
There's a couple.
Yeah, there are a couple.
Yeah, they're pretty tricky.
How do you feel like going against Taku Butler? He's a very strong opponent, but I felt like your game in small waves coming from Manly, you're sort of identifying used to those kind of conditions. Did you feel pretty confident going into this heat?
Yeah, just try and believe and back in yourself a little bit, just so you feel good going into it, and just so that you know if you get the wave, you can just surf it. So that was the goal, and luckily enough, I got two that were alright and got me through the heat.
You know what they say, momentum builds momentum. I feel like the more heats you're surfing, the better and more comfortable you're feeling. Is that correct? Because you come off a big win the other day, that sort of would give you a lot of confidence going into the QS.
Yeah, definitely gives you a bit of confidence and a bit of momentum. But these guys are a lot older, so it's almost like going from from primary school to high school. You were like the oldest, now you're the youngest, so kind of got to reset a little bit.
Yeah, Saxon Crispy here. Now, talking about that, how do you control or how do you block out your opponent? What techniques do you find yourself telling yourself or doing?
Just try and stay calm and just focus on what I can do. Not let what he does get into my head. So if he paddles for a wave and I don't think it's good, just back myself and don't kind of follow what he's doing in a sense.
Yeah, so for quite a while, Takehu Butler, he's a great performer, fast surfer, capable of winning events as well as he's done in the past. But then how do you make that change? Where do you set yourself once you're back in the lead?
Because I had priority, I had to be confident in knowing that the waves that I was letting go weren't going to offer him the score. So I'd have a good look at them, and then if I thought they were going to be a score, I'd go. If not, I'd let him pass and just hope that it wouldn't give more opportunity than it looked.
All right, mate, you're into the semi-finals, matching up against Ty Rich, I believe. So how's that played? Have you had many two-surfer heats against Ty, and how do you go about that semi-final?
I haven't had too many heats, too many two-man heats against him, but I've definitely surfed a lot against him in the Pro Junior and QS. But hopefully just try and stick to the same thing I was doing, and hopefully that works.
All right, Saxon, you're ripping, mate. Keep up the momentum and all the best in the semi-final preparation. And congratulations. Keep going.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, here we go. Philippa Anderson up and riding once more, Crispy. And again, I feel like she's just finding the better waves out here. And these small conditions, I don't know if it suits her, but she's definitely very capable. And that's the whole thing with Philippa. That's the reason why she's come very close to qualifying on a number of occasions, because she's got such a solid all-round game. And I feel like in this heat she's sort of slowly but surely turning the screws on her opponent out there. And nice turn, great flow.
Yeah, I feel she's in the flow state. She's really strong, training with tri-pads regularly, with a stall like you got Ryan Callahan, you got Leo Fleverani when he's over here. And then you got Philippa Anderson and even Jacko Baker. They all train physically and so strong with the legend S&C coach, tripads. And you see it come out in the body technique, the real strength in the arms, the balance in the low posture, and the push of the water. And this is where it matters. You've got to be headstrong, you've got to have your right equipment, and then you've got to pack all that into a 25-minute heat. And I'll tell you what, she's getting it done, Philippa Anderson, but look out for True Starling, 683 capable. She is chipping away that last wave of 4-0, but a big score needed. She just needs the wave to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't need, a lot, because the way she's been surfing, that 6.83, it's game on. True's been dropping some massive scores, so it's definitely not out of the realm. And when you consider that extra 5 minutes, Crispy, we've definitely got to a point where we're giving the athletes just that little bit more room to move, a little bit more confidence to get a wave, as we see True up and riding. Nice floating manoeuvre, but that wave a little bit disconnected. But yeah, I feel like that extra 5 minutes plays a massive part. So right now you see Philippa, she's keeping busy on the backhand this time, and I feel like that could have been a bit of an error with priority.
Yeah, smaller wave. So we're at the halfway mark. Would have been a time to, and you can see her now, she's going to paddle back out, and she had a place in Boomerang where she had Charlie Stokes on the outside. Didn't see her, and she lost priority. So she has made amends if she regains priority, just to motor back out there. We see that True Starling just gets priority over Philippa in that one.
Wow, that's interesting.
It's great to see the learns. She looked at her, identified where she was. You can see both blue and red taking off on small waves instead of just being patient and knowing where they are.
Let's talk about that priority situation there. Like, even though True was probably about 5 metres inside of where Philippa ended up when she was paddling that hard, the priority judges probably deemed that the main peak was exactly where True Starling actually positioned herself. She's having a look, so she's definitely going to have a crack at this wave. She's going to forehand.
Wow.
And that is an error, I think. I think she should have
There's
gone
your win back. So we just saw 2 small waves from blue, 1 small wave from red, a priority win for blue, and then Philippa sold to the wave. So these are the times, 25 minutes, you can make a few errors. That's how you come back from them.
You think that little bit of a move from Philippa, that slight move towards that wave, push True into a situation where she felt she had to go. And I feel like that is, a real strategy point.
Experience, and it's also, she could sell ice to a Iceland person. All right, here we go. Philippa Anderson in the lead. Priority 1, True Starling priority 2, so right away for red. What do you think, Dimmy?
I think without priority, True will move around the lineup and try to identify waves that, that aren't sets but offer a lot of scoring potential. So this is a dangerous scenario for Philippa as well, because now True Starling has that freedom. She's got a little bit of space between her and Philippa, and you can just see those subtle movements from Philippa to make sure she's in position for whatever waves, and that's a lovely turn.
I was going to say, she's going left to go right and does that nice little rebound, then a foam climb. Is it going to drop that 5-4?
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will, but it does keep her warm and it does keep True Starling off that bigger wave, but it does relinquish priority. So blue out the back. Now we'll reset. 11 minutes remaining. Big shout out to Deb and to Rod watching at home, and Craig and the family watching this young lady in red, the local at Newcastle, try and leading the charge right now with a 5-4-3 and a 5-4 en route to the goal, and the goal is the final and to win for her.
100%. She's focused and ready to roll, semi-final, but she's got a tough battle on her hands with True Starling, who is one of the form surfers on the QS at the moment, coming off that final position up at Burleigh. So in really small waves, this is the other thing, the temperament of her surfing, she's had to adapt. And I feel like True's performance at Burleigh has put her in a really good mindset for these smaller waves down here at Berube.
Wow, how was that wave breaking on the far out bank here at the beautiful Berube Beach? Again, this is finals day. You're watching and listening to the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. And a big shout out to all the crew at Vissla and Sister Revolution, our New South Wales Pro Surf Series partners of this event, the 4th year running. And really investing into pro surfing, investing into these events, going up and down the beautiful coast of New South Wales. And a big shout out to PRD and Port Stephens Council and Destination New South Wales. Let's not forget our Mad Mex webcast partners. Don't forget, it's nearing lunchtime. I want to scan that code again, get my 2-for-1 deal. Thank you, Mad Mex. There it is, it's on screen. Beef, the chicken, the guac, or have you ever had, I'm even thinking I might get 1 beef, 1 chicken, because it's a 2-for-1 deal. Scan that code right now. Thank you, Mad Mex.
As the great Shmoo would say.
Oh,
yeah, bruh.
1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2,
Mono. What a legend.
Right now, 8.5 minutes to go, and it is priority with the surfer in blue. She needs a 6.83. She has a 4-point ride and a 3.83, but I did say it a little bit earlier about the fact she would have a lot of confidence in her ability when you consider the Burleigh event was basically running half a foot. So her ability to get through multiple heats at that venue would have given her a lot of scope, knowing that there was going to be small waves on offer today here at the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. Next couple of minutes is going to be critical. I feel like she's got to get something in, at least in the high 5 range in her next wave choice. to give her the opportunity to actually really put pressure on Philippa towards the back end. And shout out to all the Starlings out there. I know a dad and a mum will probably be watching this event, as will Uncle Matt in the school with a couple of the Starling boys. And good to see both True and Jess finding their waves. And that was a nice completion to that ride. So that could be interesting.
I feel that one's going to do one or two things. Is it going to be the score 6-8-3? It may be. We'll leave that one with the judges.
This could be the best wave of the heat.
But let's look at it. Philippa had to give way. There's the first turn. Rolls around the second, but that finish drifts the tail. I feel it's going to go in around the 6 mark. It's going to put her closer and chip away that score required. 7 minutes remaining.
Okay, when you're considering that last seat, Saxon Reba got that score.
There it is.
A pretty good score on a little ride. True Starling does. She gets a 5.30, so that improves.
That sits right in there. That's the best score. And now throws the gauntlet back to Philippa Anderson, now holding priority. So Philippa's got to do a couple of things here. She's got to better her score, but also get a wave and take away that moment because she's got priority over True Starling. So if she gets a 5.53, she's capable, even close now, to do that, even with a small wave like the medium wave she just took.
Right, so here we go. It looks like True Starling again, very much separated on the bank, and a nice turn. If she gets around this, wow, can she ride out? I don't know if, maybe
it was landed, but
if she rides out clean,
that's right.
I think she easily gets a score.
Wow, under priority as well. Let's look at the wave replay. So,
what about how she
Starling.
extended? That was impressive. And that second turn, she got vert as well. It's whether the judges deem that was a clean execution of that second turn. Well, I'm not a judge, so.
That was a good karate pose as well.
But I also think that was a mistake from Philippa for letting her go that way. And look at that turn. Wow. Incomplete, I'd say.
Yeah, very similar to that one, but True Starling waiting for a score.
That's better than the last one. So if they deem she rode out that second turn, I'm calling that she'll get the score.
Well, big turn
what about
there.
That flare?
Drifting flare by Philippa Anderson, our current heat leader. I'm watching and listening. This is finals day here at the Surfers Rescue. 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. Join with me, Adam Hennessy. My name's Crispy, and also Brett Nickel taking a short break. We'll bring these finals home to crown 2 champions today with 1,000 QS points, and also a great injection from all our partners and sponsors.
I'm intrigued about this last wave of blue, because will she be deemed to have written out? They are thinking about it.
Yeah, waiting on 2 scores. A 5.53 required, a blue.
So the panel will be talking right now, isn't that right, Crispy? Here we go. Philippa Anderson on a good-looking wave. Nice first snap, and that wave sort of offers up very minimum after that first turn. We are still waiting on a critical wave to get locked in for the surfer in blue.
I'll tell you what they're going to go back to. They're going to go back to those one big turns of Nixie Ryan in this category, what they awarded. So they're going to go to their recall sensors, the judges, and they're going to measure it around that. How critical.
There it is. It came in, Crispy. It was not enough. So had she written out clean of that wave, I'm saying she easily gets a score. A 5.23 is not enough. She still needs a 5.53 with 4 to go. She has priority. Philippa is right next to her, and that is an important part. They really had to identify, it was a good 2-turn combination, but it was more about the execution on the exit.
So she landed it, but she didn't control it and project out with maximum speed.
I love how much pop she got out of that first turn.
And then I love the reply also of Philippa. She went for the same turn, probably watching from the back the drift of the tail and hearing that score that Blue just got. So True Starling with priority, 3.5 minutes. The cards are her way, but it's all about this next decision. She can wait an entirety, 3.5 minutes for that wave, get the opportunity and bang out 2 turns.
And what she doesn't want to do is fall into the same trap she did a little bit earlier when Philippa made that slight adjustment and looked at a wave and sold True Starling into a wave. She needs to be really forceful in her mindset and really think about what she's trying to achieve out here. She knows she's going to have the best wave of the heat, Crispy, and that is another thing the judges are going to look and analyse at. Here we go. This is that last turn. I love the flare. It was just about the exit of this wave I felt held the score back.
And look at this one. In match-up, she heard the score and then drifts the tail. And you really got to throw the kitchen sink into it to really make the finals.
Got it right out clean.
Yeah. So Philippa Anderson holding the lead, 2.5 minutes. This is where all the experience, all the training, you've just got to breathe, you've just got to hold. It's about decision time right now. These critical moments. This is an exciting finish to make the final.
Yep.
True Starling, 5.53.
I do find there's an advantage right now for True because True has that, point of difference. She's come from a big result on the Goldie in these similar type conditions. So she can feed off that energy, that positive nature of what she achieved up there and try to put herself in a position to get herself into the final. And that would be basically, 2 finals in a 1,000 QS. Great achievement. But right now she's up against it. But needing a 5.53, it's right in that ballpark of, of easily obtainable only if the wave allows. It's more about the actual quality of the wave than the actual dynamics of her surfing.
All right, bit of distance there. So 90 seconds remaining. That's why you see Blue not sitting on red, because she needs a wave. She's going to be sitting in the position where she thinks is going to offer the best wave. So Philippa Anderson sitting a bit of distance. She's in the lead.
As a coach, what do you do here if you're red? Are you putting the pressure on even without priority, sitting right next to her, getting up in a grill, or are you giving her some space?
Yeah, I think I always say to Philippa, use your instincts. So she can sit right on her with this Mad Max minute. We are right on. Philippa Anderson in the lead. Or she can have a bit of distance, so she's sitting in the spot where she thinks she's going to get the best wave to improve her score.
Definitely, 45 seconds. This is going to be a really tough 1 minute for Philippa because we can see out the back, Crispy. I feel like there's a set on the horizon and you can see both surfers looking to make their way out there. A decision time for the surfer in blue. She's going to go. Here we go. And floats the section. Wow, I felt like she needed to have a lot more speed to get around the corner of that wave, and right now with 20 seconds to go,
wow,
Philippa Anderson up and riding.
Well, she chose the instinct and it pays off. 10 seconds to go, gets the wave, and well, just gets a bit of backwash there. Is that enough? Time
would you have gone that way if you were Philippa, or would you have just paddled straight back to where True is?
I feel she went with her instinct and she got the wave to extend it. She wasn't aware of that shory because it is going to a low tide, but she got it done and unofficially taken this one to the final. Philippa Anderson from Newcastle, she'll take a win. True Starling, she'll bow out. Equal third, well done. We're going to hear from our great sponsors. We'll see you on the back for semi-final 2 very shortly.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. Everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Berube Beach. Well, on screen, that is Philippa Anderson, the local from the Newcastle region, as she is into the main final here at the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. And, well, that lady there, she has put on a performance so far, Dimmy.
Yeah, solid. And that was a really tight matchup with Philippa and Tristan. I felt like there was a lot of changes in momentum in that heat, and luckily for Philippa at the end of that, she made the right decisions and got the job done into the final. And we said it before, she's dropping a pretty low number when it comes to a qualification, so she sits right on the edge of that bubble. And this is definitely, if she can win this event, it's definitely, going to advance her position. So nice stuff, Philippa. I just feel like she's finding that groove, that rhythm. She spoke about a couple of errors she's made early in the event, but right now I feel like she's at the peak of her powers. And talking about the peak of the powers, what about this matchup? Holly Williams versus Andy DeSantos. Both these athletes have a sharp, small wave arsenal to go to when it comes to, making the most of every opportunity in these small 1 feet conditions.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Dimmy. Holly Williams, she is from the Sunshine Coast. I feel like she'd be surfing waves like this daily up there. And then you've also got Annie Dos Santos, originally from Brazil, been living in Australia for quite some time, spent a lot of time on the northern beaches. I feel like there's a lot of beaches along that northern beaches stretch that are similar to this break as well. So 2 competitors, one goofy, one natural. Who will get the win? These are, of course, 25-minute semi-finals. This semi-2 of the women. We've just determined our first main finalist. That is Philippa Anderson. But who will she match up against? Holly Williams or Annie Dos Santos? Surfer in red, up and riding. Just a quick up and out there for Holly. Conditions just holding in here at Berube Beach for finals day. It has all come down to today, come down to these moments to determine our champions here of the event. Holly Williams currently sitting 11th on the WSL QS Regional Series. Annie Dos Santos currently sitting 14th. So these 2 competitors pretty close in the rankings at the moment.
Yep, it's definitely going to be an improve for, I feel like, the bulk of the surfers left in the draw for both the men's and women's. And even though it's only a QS 1,000 points when you look at how tightly bunched they are on the ratings is going to be important. Here we go, Holly up and riding. Lovely power hack to start. She's got a little bit of a bubble to get over, but just one turn. So that would be a confidence booster for Holly Williams. She spoke in a post-heats earlier today about how, physically she's at the peak of her powers and she feels like she's stronger than she's ever been in her career. And when you're that strong in your body, I feel like, it's a twofold situation with your mind as well. So, it can, being really fit, it's like anything. We're just your normal person in the street. When you're fit, you're mentally stronger, and that plays an effect in the way you go about your business as an athlete. So she's definitely been a real standout performer this week, and she's locked in a 3.67. So a nice little opener just to sort of, get some air into the lungs, get rid of that anxiety, and get the breathing patterns in check with the ocean. And now it's all about finding that next good score.
It is Holly Williams. She's locked in that 3.67. I feel like by the end of this semi-final, she's not going to want that in her scoreline. If anything, maybe a second score to back up, but it's going to take a lot more to move on through to the main final here at Berube Beach. This is, of course, our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. So great to have Vissla partnering with Surfing New South Wales again this year. Vissla and Surfing New South Wales have been partnered together for the QS events over the last 4 years. And we actually have Sister Evolution rider in this heat. The Sister is the sister brand of Vissla, and Holly Williams is a team rider, so I'm sure they'll be tuning in, waiting for her to move on into that main final. Just under 18 and a half minutes on the clock. She's going to have to get through Annie Dos Santos first.
100%, and it's great to have Vissla involved in this event, of course. Doing a lot of work in the environmental stages of, the production of their of their products. And when you think about around 80% of Vissla's product range is environmentally better materials, that's a pretty amazing achievement for that brand. And the old board shorts, they're pretty cool. I love their get-up. They've decked us out again. They've really made us look good, and that's can be difficult at times, especially myself. But yeah, great to have John and all his team involved in this event. And like I said, they really, identify the environment, and they want to mix that with the surf culture lifestyle. And great to have Vissla as the partner of this series. 4 events this year, and it's going to be an intriguing battle at Maroubra, and then of course the big event, the 3000, the Vissla Sister Evolution Pro on the Central Coast. That traditionally, even though these waves are pretty small, we've traditionally had really good waves up there at Avoca, so we're really hopeful again of copping some nice swells. The banks are normally really generous up there when it comes to offering scoring potential, and it's going to be an exciting finish to the series for sure, Brett.
It will be, and we're happy to be here at Maroubra. This is a beautiful part of the world, just north of Newcastle. We are in the Port Stephens region. Thanks to Port Stephens Council for hosting us here the last few days. Just a quick one there from Eni Dos Santos in the blue. A 1.5 and a 1.07, so early days in this semi-final. 16.5 minutes remaining. They are 25-minute semis, 30-minute finals, allowing competitors that extra bit of time to lock in the numbers they need and look to take the win here, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely. So who is going to be matched up in that final, that 2-surfer format for the final heat of the women's? Is it going to be Holly or is it going to be Eni Dos Santos? Both surfers have been in good form, but talking about surfers in good form, and it's great to see Philippa in another final on the QS regional level, and it's been an amazing run, and she's going to definitely improve her situation on the rankings. And Philippa, I do believe, is down in the post-seat interview area. Good morning, Philippa. Great to see you smiling this morning and ready to charge. The board just goes, it's just bundled under you. But yeah, how is it out there? You've had 2 heats now, and I feel like conditions are tricky, but I feel like your experience and your read on the waves out there, Philippa, has really been an advantage to yourself.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, that was a pretty hard one. I think maybe the quality was a bit better yesterday, but then you just think everyone's in the same boat. But yeah, 2 heats, 1 more to go. So yeah, feeling it out and trying to get inspired by the boys as well. They seem to just go top to bottom, so that's what I was trying to do.
Well, you certainly paid off so far, Philsy. Hopefully that board's got no damage, because it looks like a dreamy board you've had for a fair few years. Moving into the main final, I know that you've got a fair bit of history with Ruby Beach and Port Stephens over the years. What does it mean to you now, making your way into that main final and looking for the win?
Yeah. We used to end the year off here when the original WQS events, and a few years one or 2 heats short, so I'd had it, and then we went 1,000 last year. I think I got 3rd, and the year before I got 2nd, so it does feel really good to make that final and drop those points. I just got 1 more heat.
Well, we seem to be having a couple of technical difficulties. We'll wish Philippa the best of luck into that main final. But Philsy, the local, she's into the final, looking to take the win. Normally the event that she finishes the year off with, but I feel like she is looking in good form, moving her way through to the final. Love to see her win. So thank you, Philippa. Great to see you into main final. Hopefully we're interviewing you at the end of the day.
Awesome.
Yeah, well done, Philippa Anderson into the final. Holly Williams out there right now is locked in a 5.17 while we're off to a break there. So consolidating first, Annie DeSantos just having a little bit of a struggle to get herself into form, in a rhythm. She's still got 13 minutes, and like Philippa said, and you sort of identified it, it's been a tough place for her over the course of her career because she's fallen a couple of heats short on qualification a number of times here. But that's the whole thing about an event. You can turn it around, you can change the energy, you can change the mindset, and definitely I feel like today she's had to come through a couple of really, tough encounters, especially that last heat with True where I felt like very little separated them, and it was more about what they were trying to do with their priority, and it worked in Philippa's favour. She did say, interesting enough, she was trying to spice it up a bit because she was trying to get inspired by the boys and the men, and just seeing what they're doing out there and how top to bottom they're going on these waves. So she's a thinker, Philippa. She's always going to be thinking about that next seat, that next opportunity, and she's made her way into the final. But who's she going to match up against? Is it going to be Annie DeSantos or Holly Williams? Right now it is a surfer in red who's very comfortable in these kind of conditions. Already laid out a 5.17 and a 3.67, Brett.
At the moment, Holly Williams, she's looking to move on through to that main final with Philippa Anderson. You mentioned there, Dimmy, just, heat by heat. Philzy just chipping away at it now into the main final. I feel like she's just going to have to unleash. And like you said, inspired by the men in the water, it was great to hear Philippa's take on that. And just, she mentioned it. She talked about how the men are just going top to bottom and surfing in the pocket. And she's recognised it. She's going to go out there and do exactly the same thing for the main final. She'll go recharge, re-energise, and hit the water again pretty soon here at Berube.
Yeah, definitely. 11 minutes to go. Even though it's been extended by 5 minutes, I feel like they're sort of rapid heats as we see a bit of a recap. This is that last wave. Look at that turn. That is a sick manoeuvre. And then we have another wave where Surfer in Blue, you could see that even though she was on the inside, she had to give way. So using priority to your own advantage. And right now it is Holly Williams trying to make her way into a final. And that would be a great result for either of these surfers because they sit just outside the bubble. You can see the guys in semi-final number 1. And I'm pretty sure that's Solly Bailey's on the beach trying to identify where the best bank is and where the best peak is. Who knows? We saw Solly a bit earlier go to the air. Is he going to use that air game, or as we look at Annie Santos, is he going to go to the rail? You just don't know.
Time will tell, and I can't wait to watch that matchup. Solly Bailey, Josh Stretton.
Oh, wow.
Could be another local surfer in the final.
It could be. And look at this thing. Annie DeSantos, patient and timing just on point. And you can see the body language at the end of that too. She liked that wave. She just stood up and went, you know what? That felt good.
Wait and see what the judges think, because at the end of the day, it's that panel that these surfers are trying to impress, locking in those numbers. So Annie Dos Santos chasing a 7.34 at this stage. We're waiting for that last number to drop. She got a couple of nice turns in there, just connected one straight into another. So no downtime between the two turns. But where will it sit on the scoreboard with 9.5 minutes remaining? Holly Williams having a look at this one. This is the current heat leader up in red. Drives hard off the bottom, cracks the lip. Just the one turn. The surfer in red, Holly Williams, looking to drop a 3.67 from her scoreline and make things harder for the surfer in blue, Annie Dos Santos. The surfer in blue, a 5-1. Oh, it changed. So last of blue, a 5. The surfer in blue, Annie Dos Santos, now chasing a 3.85 to take first. She does hold first priority, meaning that she does have right away to anything that rolls on through the lineup.
I think the tide has definitely turned when it comes to maybe pushing a little bit more, power in the ocean. If we do get that sort of tide push in, I feel like the finals, they're going to get more opportunity. But definitely, I think Philippa said it best, it's a lot weaker than it was yesterday. So you have to be really tightly located into the power source of the wave. And with 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, Annie DeSantos, I feel like, is one wave away from really putting some pressure on Holly Williams. So she's got that 5-point ride. You could see the body language. She liked it. She sold it to the judges, but there was some really good surfing in those 2 turns. And now, anxiety levels for Red goes up just that little bit because she knows she's in a tough matchup. She needs to get rid of that 3.87 to improve. Here she goes, Holly. It's incredible how, good both the men and women's are in these tiny conditions. It's basically 1 foot. Your average hunter would struggle just to do a turn. And the fact that they can execute, the best kind of looking turns with basically flawless technique is incredible to watch. So it's just an indication of just how strong your professional surfer is from your average sort of novice, or not novice, just your recreational surfer.
It normally looks a bit bigger too on screen, but we just watched the ski race to the surfers there. Due to WSL protocols, we will go on hold for a short moment. It seems like we do have a bit of marine life activity. Those surfers jumping on the back of that ski, they will make their way in. So thanks to the water safety, keeping our surfers safe, and WSL for making the call, we will go on hold for a moment until we clear that lineup.
Yeah, so interesting. You saw the ski come flying in there, and safety is paramount when it comes to the athletes, and that's why WSL are doing such a great job, not only here, but just around the world, just making sure they identify. Of course, we are in the ocean. There is going to be marine life, and this place is pretty synonymous with marine life, to be honest. So great work by the team. We'll go on hold. We'll work it out. There's 7 minutes remaining in this heat. We've got plenty of daylight left. There's no drama there, but yeah, from an OH&S, situation, it's great to see how quick the lifeguards identified. There was some marine life out the back, and I'm sure that they'll be out there and trying to push whatever it is a little bit deeper in the ocean.
Surfer safety is paramount. They are our main priority. Great to see them both in the shoreline, having a chat, probably talking about the situation there. Just mid-conversation, and then the ski just came flying in on screen. It's quick to get there. So the semi-final heat number 2 of the women will go on hold for a moment. The clock is paused. The clock will pause. 7 minutes, 14 seconds remaining in this semi-final, but due to WSL protocol, we will go on hold.
Yeah, great heat so far. A 5.17 for Holly Williams and a 3.87. We've seen the surfer in blue. Bit of a slow start for Annie DeSantos, but she's fought back with that 5. So it's in a pretty tight situation right now. And for surfer in blue, when we get back to the action, she's going to have first priority. So Annie DeSantos from the Northern Beaches. She spoke about the fact that her parents have moved up to the Sunshine Coast, so she's probably surfed quite a bit with Holly over summer. But yeah, she's definitely put herself back in the mix with that, needing that 4.05. And to be honest, the way she's been dropping numbers in the last couple of days, she's going to easily be able to obtain that score once she identifies whatever wave she wants. So, as I said, we are on hold. We use the protocols. The powers that be will make a decision. And I think that's a really wise decision, Brett.
It is a wise decision. So WSL protocol, we will go on hold for a moment and wait until the lineup is clear. So surfers made their way into the beach. Stay tuned. We will go on hold. We're going to take our mics off for a moment and join you back with live action.
12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing. Yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king, heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing. Full of gas, full of spin, Jackie Latin
Welcome back to the live action here at Ruby Beach for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. We are back underway. Women's semi-final heat number 2 in the water. For those of you tuning in, thank you for sticking around. We did go on hold for a short moment there. We had a bit of marine life activity, and due to WSL protocol, we did have the surfers come in. They are our main priority, safety paramount, but we are back underway. My name is Britt Nicol. Joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. Jimmy, how you feeling?
Feeling good, and yeah, very smart just to make sure that we cleared that area. Protocols, half an hour to give us some room and some spacing, and yeah, now it's back to live action and intriguing semi-final number 2. Who is going to join Philippa Anderson into the big show? Right now, very tight battle, a 5.17 and 3.87 for Holly Williams. Andy DeSantos only needs a 4.05, and the surfer in blue has first priority. And you can just see a little bit further down the peak. I feel like we've taken our eyes off the screen for half an hour, and it looks like it's actually a little bit bigger. That set felt like it had a little bit more power to it. So it's going to be a great way to finish semi-finals, and then we're going to extend that time a little bit more, and we're going to have a 30-minute final after the men's semi. So it's going to be a great afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Don't adjust your sets. We are live from Port Stephens on the beautiful, north coast of New South Wales. Picturesque, more than 2,000 kilometres of spectacular coastline. And New South Wales is home to some of the most amazing surfing beaches, beautiful landscape, and some of Australia's most premier surf destinations. So get on, plan your trip, visit New South Wales. Visit newsouthwales.com and be amongst it. Nothing like getting on the old open road and heading to a very secluded area of this beautiful coastline.
As we watch the screen there, that is the man in red in the next heat. Looks like that could be Solly Bailey. He'll be matched up against Josh Stretton. So those guys there just resetting themselves, preparing, because we did go on hold. There's 5 minutes left in this heat now. They would have previously done their warm-ups as we watch the surf from the beach do that now, and then have to readjust. So adapting to the situation, keeping their body warm, keeping their body moving, and they'll be ready to go for semi-final heat number 1 of the men. Interesting scenario, Dimmy. We watched this the other day with Jamie Thompson and their heat. They went on hold, made their way in, had a chat with a few crew on the beach, made their way out, and that competitor, Jamie Tomo, he was in the lead when he came in and ended up being eliminated once he paddled back out. Interesting with these competitors in the water now with the women, Holly Williams and Dos Santos. They've had an opportunity to come in and talk to their support crew, maybe get an update on how to approach the rest of this heat.
Yeah, I feel JT actually in that instance. There was, I think, 12 minutes ago in that heat. I felt like he was so frantic at the start to get himself off to a solid position. Then he dropped anchor and basically really let everyone else come back in the game and ended up playing a massive part in his downfall. I feel like in these scenarios, you just got to keep busy because you just don't know. Like we spoke to Andy DeSantos earlier about her quarterfinal where she picked off the best wave outside of a priority window. So it's about taking the opportunities and really also I feel in that instant you've got to keep an eye on what your fellow competitor is doing out there, because you do not want to sort of take your eye off them, open the door and allow them to really maximise the scoring potential without priority. You want to make the right decisions.
The door is still wide open in this semi-final for both competitors. Holly Williams in the lead at the moment. However, her backup score is only a 3.87. If she can drop that, she'll make the requirement harder for the surfer in second place. Annie Dos Santos, she's only chasing a 4.05. So one big turn and she'd get the number required.
Definitely. So a 4.05 is right in a wheelhouse for sure. And what's interesting here is there's a lot of separation between Holly and Annie when it comes to where they position themselves on the bank. So we've spoken about this at length about being able to free yourself up a little bit without priority. Here we go. Surfing red up and riding, carving away first turn on a tiny wave. How she's generating any kind of speed down the line is an incredible indication of just how strong.
And look at where that competitor is, how shallow it is. The water's only up to her knees. She rode that one all the way through. The tiny conditions here at Baruby, but competitors certainly making the most of the opportunities. We watched the Destination New South Wales replay. Beautiful first turn, kept the board moving, managed to get some open face to work with again, and she linked it all the way through. Holly Williams, well, she milked that one for all it was worth. Not sure she's going to improve on her situation. She's looking to drop a 3.87 from her scoreline. It was a beautiful first turn. She got the second in. We'll wait and see. We're just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. Annie Dos Santos still chasing a 4.05. The positive, she holds first priority, and there's a bit of urgency in the paddle here.
Look at her kicking and get into the position. Here we go. Surfer on the forehand, a little bit deep on the peak there, so maybe that was a bit of an error. Holly Williams now has priority. Now, in this situation, she's looking around. You can see her looking where Annie Dos Santos is. Right now, Holly does not have to get another wave. She doesn't have to better that 3.87 because Annie Dos Santos is not going to improve on her score. What she needs to do is play and be very coy in the Mad Max minute about what she wants to take. So you can see there the surfer in blue trying to sell her on that last wave, unable to do so. So this is a game of cat and mouse out there, Britt, when it comes to trying to really be smart in your decision making when it comes to what waves to take.
It is such a frustrating situation to be in when you're the competitor in second place with second priority, because the surfer in the lead just will not allow you to move. 20 seconds on the clock. That's not going to be the score that Annie Dos Santos is chasing. Holly Williams out the back, keeping a close eye on her fellow competitor. Holly Williams, she is a sister Evolution team rider, sister brand of Whistler.
Yep.
She is looking for a spot in that main final.
They'll be all cheering up there at the head office and supporting their team rider. But yeah, a great thought process in that last couple of minutes from the surfer in red to get the job done. She's into the final. We're going to throw off to a break. Don't go anywhere. We've got semi-finals of the men's coming your way shortly. Lord Stevens.
My name's Rolly. I'm from the northern beaches of Sydney. I love making coffee and I love picking up rubbish. And I love surfing. That's probably an important one, right? Yeah. As surfers, we have such a unique experience in the ocean and almost begin to develop our own language with it. Having Surfing New South Wales and the weight of the EPA behind the New South Wales government's Stop It and Swap It campaign, it's great because it formalises the issue and it really connects with everybody at this first touch point of how much waste we're producing in the first place. Stop it and swap it so that surfers get to surf in a cleaner ocean for generations to come.
Welcome back to finals day here at Baruby Beach for the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is a WSL QS 1000 event, our second stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and well, on screen there, that is your women's finalist. She will be up against Philippa Anderson. Live action in the water, straight into it. That is Solly Bailey.
What about that turn? Solly Bailey just exploding, and a very elated Holly Williams, the sister Evolution team rider. She looks like she's so excited. into the final, taking on Philippa Anderson. And what about this matchup? Solly Bailey against Josh Stretton. Lovely first turn, but this turn right there, just a searing vertical whip into the pocket, a 3-turner. That is a great way to start for Solly Bailey. We spoke about the fact, Britt, that, you know, we saw him on the beach prior to that sort of 30-minute gap when we had to go on hold, and he had to readjust, reset, but I feel like right now the waves are getting better. Semi-final number 1, Solly Bailey taking on Josh Stretton, and he is definitely set the standard in this heat because that was a really well-ridden wave. 3 turns. See what the judges think.
Wait for those scores to be dropped in. Solly Bailey in the red, Josh Stretton in the blue. So Josh Stretton is a local. He has grown up in this region. He now lives on the Gold Coast, but back at home for this event. I feel like the conditions have improved. We went on hold for a short moment there, and I feel like it's allowed a little bit more water to move on the bank, Dimmy.
Oh, I think Solly's going to go the air here. Not riding out, but yeah, a little bit more water. The tide's definitely on the incoming, so it's going to be interesting to see. Here we go. Josh just opens up, just really extending through the body, and really powerful whip, and unfortunately coming unstuck. That was going to be a good score. That second turn was just power and speed. So we'll see what the judges think. 21 minutes, yeah, it's definitely on the improve. You can see just the quality of the texture on the waves, and that little bit of water on the bank is going to really help these guys as we head towards the finals. I love the ring of that when you say finals. What about finals? This surfer has found a way into that along with Philippa Anderson. What a great performance. Holly Williams, well done and congratulations.
Thank you.
Walk us through that. That was a tough one. And how did you have to mentally have to sort of reset yourself after the break in play in that heat?
It was actually, if I'm being so honest, it was hard to, like, because that's super rattling, like, when a shark is, even though it was 400 meters away from us, it's still super rattling that, you know, it's there. And trying to reset coming in, I had just kind of started, like, it was the start of my heat again, and I forgot what scores I had, and I just went out there and I was like, let's just try and get 2 turns on a wave. And yeah, just took some deep breaths and had a sip of water, re-waxed my board, got those nerves out of my hands, and yeah, kind of how I resetted.
Well, Holly, you did a great job with the reset. Hey, can you talk us through that a little bit more? You just mentioned that you forgot what scores you had. Is there someone that you're working with down the beach, or are you just doing this on your own here at Brooby?
I have Joshua and Jasmine. They're both locals to Port Stephens, and like Joshua's dad, and he kind of was like, just reset, like, it's okay, you're still in the heat, you know you're winning, just calm down, take a few deep breaths. But not working with anyone here. I do have like my coach at home, Matt Clark. He's always supporting me, and we do a lot of resetting and stuff, even at home, just training to reset. I think that's just like a really key thing as a competitor. If your heat's not going on, like, find ways to reset so you can.
I felt like you made the right decisions towards the back end of that heat with your priority and making sure that you identified exactly what you thought was going to be a score for her, and also putting yourself in a strong position to hold her at bay towards that final minute of that heat. Did you feel like you did the right thing with your priority?
Yeah, 100%. I know that Annie on her backhand or her forehand could drop a 505. Like out here it's quite like 2 turns probably would get you that, and I knew that was so doable if you got the right one. So it's hard because 1 turn to score, so for me to be like, okay, can I see potential for her to get it, and if not, like, don't even bother. But yeah, it's hard, like it is really hard out there to see what way it's going to do what. I got the job done. Reset. Time to go again.
Well, you're into the final. You get an extra 5 minutes. 30-minute final against Philippa. It's a great matchup. You've been in stellar form. We wish you all the best, and congratulations on your day so far.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, so it would be a little bit tricky, you know. She identified it was a little bit nerve-wracking knowing that, you know, the marine life was out there and she had to really focus in and reset and really think about actually what she had in that first, you know, 17 or 18 minutes prior to that break. But right now, we spoke about that first exchange. Yeah, failure to complete that three-turner for Josh Stretton. Still got a 4.83, so he was well on the way. This is the first one of Solly Bailey, the depth and the great connection with the lip. And even that last manoeuvre, there was no downtime. And this one, love the second turn of blue. Josh Stretton, patient, waiting, nice turn. And just here catches an edge. So I felt like that it was the difference between being very similar to the Solly Bailey wave. But the judges identified the fact that there was a 2.5 point gap prior to that, you know, that catching of a bogging of a rail.
It was right in front of his fellow competitor as well, which can be a little bit distracting at times when you're the surfer on the wave. So I feel like it does take a lot when you're on a wave and you've got someone right in front of you. I guess it's like a free surfer to crowd a break. So it's like an obstacle course, but in a competition, you've got someone there watching you and you're just trying to avoid using them as a distraction.
It's always heavy when you see your opponent do the best turn of the heat. And that was a great turn as we see the guys splitting the peak, both red and blue up and right in. Look at this. You would never know this guy is carrying a little niggling injury. He's really thrown everything into it, given it 100%. Josh Stretton, a local boy, he'd have a lot of support on the beach. And yeah, he's up against it, but he's definitely able to match power for power when it comes to the way he actually throws his board into the lip of these waves. So well surfed, and we'll have to see what happened when Solly Bailey went left.
We're just under 16 minutes remaining. At this stage, it is Solly Bailey in the red from Byron in first place. Joshy Stretton in second, the surfer in blue. And just even watching Josh on those waves, in comparison to, say, Solly, I feel like there's a bit of difference in equipment. We look at the scores there. 5-3 for Josh Stretton. He moves into first place. Solly Bailey now looking for a 2.8. However, it looked as though he did take off on his backhand. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Josh Stretton. And as I was going to talk about his equipment, I just feel like he's maybe got a little bit more width and volume through the front of the board, through his nose.
It's definitely got some spice to that board and a little bit flat on the first carve, but that was more of a setup turn for what he was going to do on that inside. So right now, he goes into the lead with that 5.3 and a 4.87. Best wave of the heat, a 7.33. And these extra 5 minutes is definitely going to come into play. So I think that last wave of Solly Bailey was only 2.33, so maybe one turn. But yeah, I feel like that extra bit of volume and the flotation when it comes to the epoxy surfboard. And now that the sort of wind has backed off a bit, I feel like it's tailor-made for these conditions.
It is, and well, Josh Stretton, he would have spent a lot of time here in his young years. He's only 20, still quite young. They're coming from this area. I feel like it's just one less thing that you have to think about when you're competing. Going to a new break, having to suss out the banks, the conditions, where to paddle out, and even just looking back at your surroundings. Sometimes it can be a bit daunting. So just the fact that Josh has grown up in this area, he's probably surfed here, daily for however many years before making that move to the Gold Coast. It's just, it's just part of that mental strategy that does come into play. It's one less thing that he has to think about.
100%. When you feel comfortable at a certain venue, that breeds confidence as well. So he knows that he can match it, and right now he has the lead. There is 13.5 to go, so we extended the semi-finals out to 25 minutes. This is the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. We are down to finals day. We have waves on the improve. We have some of the best surfers from our region out there today. Already seen Philippa Anderson going to take on Holly Williams in a super final matchup for the women, and who is going to be the first to jump out of the pack, get themselves on the podium for the men's. Here we go, Solly Bailey from Byron Bay up. Lovely first turn. You can see that little bit of drift. Another sensational manoeuvre, and Solly Bailey, pretty sure that 2.8 is far gone now. And I love the subtle adjustments in the technique of Solly Bailey, the way he goes about his work. And from the visual point of view, I feel like they were two strong moves, Britt.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Dimmy. Solly Bailey is already locked in a 7.33. You'd be looking at another decent number to take the lead. But you talked about it earlier. You mentioned that, you know, this event does have some of the best surfers in this Australia Oceanic region. It is a QS 1000. Just making note of that. The Solly Bailey, he is a former World Tour surfer, so he knows what it takes. And we do have a hotbed of talent in this region. This is, of course, the second stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We started at Boomerang last week at the Great Lakes. We're now at Port Stephens. We've got Maroubra this coming weekend, and then we'll wrap up this series with Avoca in a week and a half. So I just feel like it's a great opportunity for surfers to find that momentum as they work their way through these events and look to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Solly Bailey right now waiting for a score, but yeah, this is a 1,000 event, but he identified it earlier in a post-lead interview where he said, you know, if I can get 1,000 points, that is going to better his situation by, you know, 600 points. And when you consider the cut-off point, you might be searching for 100 points here or there to qualify for the Challenger. It's a big event for Solly. So right now, 7.33, that last wave up 5.37. So consolidation for the surfer in red. Josh Stretton now needs a 7.40 to retake the lead with priority.
Solly Bailey in first place, and yeah, he's sitting 11th on the WSL QS Regional Series at the moment. He had a 5th at Crui and Nia, so he's had some good results so far. They were QS 5,000 events. And, well, I mentioned it, he was on the World Tour in 2019. We didn't really see much of Solly after that. I know that the COVID landscape kind of kicked in for a while there, and yeah, spent some time out of the Rashi. He did mention it earlier in a post-heat interview that it's just good to put the contest Rashi on again and find some momentum as we watch that surfer take off now. That's Solly Bailey.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, having a break from any sport can be the refresher that an athlete needs, and I feel in Solly's sort of the way he had to sort of adjust through the COVID period, and I feel like he's in a really good mind space. His surfing's on point. We saw that in the ABB. And if he gets the opportunity to have a crack at the World Tour again, he's definitely going to be able to make some waves. So it's going to be interesting to watch what happens. But yeah, he's definitely trying to build that momentum because there's only really 3 opportunities left. You've got Maroubra, a 1,000. You've got the Central Coast Pro. That's a 3,000. Then you've got Surfest to wrap it out. So again, it's like a tour within a tour for our surfers, because once they get to that next level, again, they've got to raise the bar. 10 to go in this heat, he is in the lead.
Josh Stretton in the blue, chasing a 7.4 to advance into the main final. Surfer in blue does hold first priority over Solly Bailey in the lead with a 7.33 and a 5.37. He's going to be hard to beat. 9.5 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, we have semi-final heat number 2 of the man. Another cracker of a heat, Dimmy. Ty Richardson up against Saxon Reba.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, the battle of the young guns. And speaking to Saxon earlier in that post-heat interview, he said he's come up against Richo a number of times. He knows how much pressure Richo will put on him because he's such a talent. But not only that, he's just got really good surfing kind of IQ when it comes to surfing heat. So that is going to be a matchup of the next generation. Both those guys still on the juniors, but to see them in a semi-final of the QS, wow, that's exciting for, I'm sure, all their support crew. And yeah, a solid matchup. But right now it's about this heat in the water, 8.5 to go. It is priority with the surfer in blue. You can see the 2 athletes in the water right now. They've locked in some good scores already, but it is a surfer from Byron Bay holding the aces with a 12.70 2-8 combination, courtesy of that 7.33 and a 5.37.
Great to have Surfers Rescue 24/7 as our naming rights partner for this event. It is a great initiative that Surfing New South Wales have come up with over the last few years now. They've also received some government funding to allow it to be a free program for all surfers in New South Wales. And well, I guess if you're somewhere else in Australia, you can travel to New South Wales and do the course. Thanks to Surfers Rescue 24/7 jumping on board Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. And If you're wondering what the Surfers Rescue Program is about, it is a course that teaches crucial board rescue techniques that can be used to assist in an emergency situation and can ultimately save a life. Those surfers are taught how to use their surfboard as their main tool to rescue people in the water, and you can also have the option of doing an accredited CPR course as well to tack onto that. So it's a great initiative. It's all free. Interested in signing up, be sure to head to the Surfing New South Wales website and find out more information.
7 minutes to go, and look, a bit of wildlife. That's pretty rare in Australia, seeing a couple of horses down on the beach, and that's the beauty of this coastline, you know. There's a lot of horse racing. It's a big industry in Newcastle, and they're probably just taking a couple of their racehorses down. You know, a bit of water activity. No elephants, but
you could see
I could
what I
read your eye. I could read your face there going, oh, it's not a couple of elephants on the beach. It's actually, you know, it's a running joke in the commentary box at the moment. But yeah, it's what a beautiful landscape. Just the area itself. Sand dunes, there's plenty of places to stay in Port Stephens. Beautiful area to visit, very close to Sydney, great waves, and yeah, we encourage everyone to sample what the New South Wales coastline has to offer. But right now it's all about these two surfers. Solly Bailey from Byron Bay, former World Championship Tour surfer, in the lead, and that best wave, that first ride, that 7.33. Britt, how important was it for him to consolidate with that 5.37?
Oh, it's a crucial component to this heat, Dimmy. You know, they're two talented surfers, and I feel like, you know, Solly Bailey, he locked in that 7.33. He would have known that he needed a decent backup to really just try and lock the door on Josh Stretton, because he's more than capable of getting those scores. But Solly Bailey, he's just kind of taken a bit of a stranglehold on this heat from the very outset. There's 5.5 minutes remaining. He got the 7.33 in the very beginning of this heat. So Josh Stretton, I feel like he's just been on the back foot, searching for a number.
The ocean has definitely slowed up in the last 5 minutes. So we've got the Mad Max replay coming your way, and what about the way Solly Bailey opened up just with that energy level, and it was this exchange from the two surfers that played a pivotal part of where we're at right now. Solly Bailey attacking this wave, and I felt like Josh Stretton was on his way to an absolute solid number just on the power of this second turn, but somehow he just caught an edge, and that was sort of hindered the scoring potential. Then we had Solly Bailey, professional, looking to just back that wave up with a nice series of turns, but look at this guy. He's been so powerful, setting up this wave on the inside, gets to work now, extends through the body. That little bit of a torque in the way he went about that wave was impressive indeed, Brett. The Mad Max recap.
Someone who is still not quite 100% with that knee injury, Josh Stretton. He's putting on a performance, because you can't tell with his surfing. Just even the rotation and the positions that he's putting himself into, it seems like it's really not factoring in making those decisions leading into the sections as we watch live action in the water. This is Byron Bay, Solly Bailey racing down the line. Gets the first turn in. Can he connect with another section? Puts it up there. Doesn't get the finish, so won't improve on his lead. Josh Stretton in the blue still chasing a 7.4 with just under 4 minutes on the clock.
Timing was off there for sure. There wasn't a lot of speed generated down the line, and that impacted the way that Solly Bay was trying to execute. You can see him just trying to force some speed out of that first turn, and then when he got into this section, I felt like he wasn't carrying enough momentum to put him into a position to actually execute that turn. But, you know, he didn't have priority, and that's the thing. Without priority, you seem to have a little bit more freedom. And when you are freed up, your ability to just attack everything without the pressure of, you know, utilising that priority, I think that, you know, it's a positive. So nothing ventured, nothing gained there for Solly Bailey. But you can see Josh Stretton, like you said, what's impressive about him, even with that, you know, that injury, his ability to put his body and the biomechanics of the way he goes about it's impressive. He puts his body in really good positions, and it's for him, he knows a 7.4, yeah, it's a pretty big number, but he's been dropping them pretty regularly over the course of this and the last event. So he'd be confident if the opportunity arises, he'll be able to execute. But now he's in a situation where I feel like he's only really going to maybe get one more throw of the dice. So it's going to have to be a good one.
He has to be onto this, Josh Stretton. It's going to have to be a good way of using that priority to his advantage. But he's needing a 7.4. He is going to have to go big or go home with just under 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Right now, he's waiting for opportunity. As I said, I feel like with that incoming tide, it's definitely got a little bit slower. I felt like at the start of the heat, there was a real pulse in the swell, but we're hoping that, you know, that opportunities will provide themselves for semi-final number 2, and certainly with that extra 5 minutes, I think that's an advantage going into the final of the men's and the women's.
It is, and sometimes I feel like if you're that competitor that's not getting through the heat, you're like, okay, I've got another 5 minutes to play with here. This gives me extra time to try and work my way back. Whereas if you're the person leading the heat, you're probably thinking, I wish I didn't have the extra 5 minutes. Can we just end this now?
It's the opposite end of the scale when it comes to how much sort of anxiety levels are. For one surfer, you're like, come on, the clock's... isn't the clock working or something? Because it's taken a long time. This last minute and a half for Solly will be about trying to sort of put himself in that mind frame. If Josh gets another opportunity, he might have to go to his game as well. But yeah, it's that flip side of being a surfer, you know. And time can be the enemy or time can be your saviour.
This will be the longest minute of Solly Bailey's life and probably the quickest minute of Josh Stretton's as we hit the Mad Mex minute. Grab your burritos thanks to Mad Mex, our proud partner with Surfing New South Wales. Scan the QR code on screen, grab your 2-for-1 burritos. You can eat 2 to yourself. You can share one if you want to. Maybe put one in the fridge, save one for dinner. Thanks to Mad Mex.
Well, here we go.
Fuel for life. Here's an opportunity, Dimmy.
Josh Stretton up and riding. Good looking wave too. Lovely connection with the rail to start. Now he gets to work. He releases his second manoeuvre. Can he get around it? And with 25 seconds to go, that could be the last roll of the dice. I do not think that is going to be the best wave of the heat. Yeah, you only have to really go back to Solly's first wave. So Solly Bailey's first wave was that really nice vertical 2-turn manoeuvre. And he's going to get another crack with just under 10 seconds to go. Here we go. Red up and riding, firing, carving his way down the line, coming around this section, trying to get himself back into the open face. Again, throwing the tail off that foam ball and trying to connect on the inside. So I have a feeling that's all she wrote. I don't think the last of blue is going to come into play when it comes to that 7.4. And in my eyes, it's going to be the man from Byron Bay moving on through to the final.
We will go to a Destination New South Wales wave replay of Josh Stretton's last wave. Carves into the pocket. Bit of a set-up turn here. Had a section to work with and just caught a bit of a rail on the way down, which then played into the last turn there for Josh Stretton. We've also got Solly Bailey. He was looking to do a victory lap. Setting himself up. Floats over the section. Didn't really provide the steep section that he was chasing, but Solly Bailey, the man from Byron Bay, looking the goods. Moving on into the men's final. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for the live action of semi-final heat number 2.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
Invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. We're in a semi-final number 2 of the men's. It is the two young guns, Ty Richardson taking on Saxon Reba, and this is an intriguing and great matchup for the next generation. We've seen Red up and riding, love the flow and just the amount of depth he gets out of this ride. And look at that. Unfortunately, Crispy comes unstuck, but really nice read to start for the man in red, a 3.67.
Yeah, Ty Richo taking a note out of Solly Bailey's right-handers, like adapting to the change. The right-handers are turned on. They've been delivering some good scores. And Ty Richo, again, Mr. Clinical, straight out of the gates into a 3.67. Nice carve, nice vert hit. But just came off that last turn, so that's why it sits as a 3.67. But still a good start to pave his way en route to the final.
Very weird to see him fall, ever. He's got
and
that
can be
strong
nerves.
foundation.
Yeah, nerves, mistiming, and just even that fat section. We saw Josh Stretton and Solly Bailey fall off that section multiple times. Solly Bailey, for example, that last heat that he won and got through to the final, he fell off 3 attempts for air rev. So say he stuck that, he would have executed some big scores. But I'll tell you what, he got some good practice. And right at the end, that wave consolidated and concreting a finals berth. So well done to Josh Stretton. Equal 30's best result at a World Surf League QS 1000. And then Solly Bailey, you know, doing some damage and showing the expertise and the experience, bringing it to Berube to make a final.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Congratulations, Solly Bailey. And right now, we spoke to Saxon in the semi-final post, and he said he just plays his own game. When he had Taku Butler, and he said, you know, I just try to really isolate exactly what he wanted to do and not get caught up in the worry about who's he against. So same thing, he would just go out there. He's matched up a number of times against Ty Richardson. It's a bit of a state of origin matchup.
It is. So Ty Richo from the Gold
versus
Coast, Saxon Reba, you're homegrown at the Northern Beaches. You know, you love Manly. We all love Manly. It's such a birthplace all the way from 64 when the first world title.
We allow you
and
there
she was
once
female.
a year.
I know, freshwater.
You only get a one-day passport.
2 days. 2 days.
2 days. But nah, seriously, it's a great matchup. And like I said, both these guys are very aware of each other's, you know, ability and what they bring to the table. And the one thing about Saxon, he's very calculated. He's very calm in his demeanour. And what I love about Ty Richardson is how clinical he is in his approach. He's one of these guys, when you got him in a heat, you know that he's going to make minimal errors, so you've got to maximise what you're doing against him. And I feel right now it's a little bit tricky out there, Chris, because that higher tide is starting to fill up the bank, so it's going to make it a little bit more tougher to get that sort of top to bottom energy out of the waves. And right now, Saxon Reba just sort of trying to put himself in a position to make the next available wave something that's going to better that 3.67 and sort of build a platform for his heat. This is a WSL 1000. Here we go. Ty Rich up again, just exploding through the lip of that wave. What about how he just wrapped that rail into that turn? And wow, this is the wave that just keeps on giving. Was that an error with priority?
Well, I was just about to point out, we'll go back to the replay, but Ty Richo playing priority 2 perfectly. He was sitting under blue, so once blue goes over the wave, red can snavel that right-hander, and that he did. He grabbed it with both hands. Nice carve, nice snap, nice third turn. But here we go, Saxon Reba on the backhand, the kid from the Northern Beaches. Nice vertical turn, and seeing that priority and seeing red in the road, he's deemed that I'm just going to get out of this and re-establish, reset, and grab priority over finishing that last turn.
Yeah.
Time on the board, 18 minutes, but look at that wave, Ty Richo, under priority 2, making it sting. Here's the replay. Look at this one, under priority 2, Saxon let it go. Vertical turn, there's the second car. It looks a bit like Greenmount on a fun little day on a nor'easter, and banging out 3 turns.
Yeah, you can see Saxon was a little bit deep on the bank to get that wave, but what I like was how he identified that last wave, that 2.5, wasn't going to be a scorer, so he wanted to re-establish priority. That's a smart, mature approach. But yeah, I think he was just a little bit too deep, and without priority, Ty Richo picked that one off. And I love the rail work. And look at this second turn. He explodes through that first turn, but that thing, the way Lent did it, coiled up and really got a lot of spice out of that wave, allowed him to generate a 6.17. But there's so much time on the clock, 17 minutes. We'll have to see exactly what transpires. But right now, re-establishing first priority is the man in blue, Saxon Reba. And he would be lapping this up because he's got such a strong backhand. If he can get himself onto a nice right, he's going to definitely generate some scoring potential. Here we go.
Yep.
Up and riding once more, Crispy. It's the man keeping ultra busy, Ty Richo.
Yeah, Ty Richo keeping the biorhythms and the rails warm again, under priority 2, looking to drop the 3-6-7, keeping the rails warm, keeping the energy alive and the juices flowing. And I'll tell you what, I was just about to say, he must play piano or guitar or something. He's just in rhythm and he's on 4/4 beat. He's got syncopated rhythm. He's got control. He's got good wave selection. He's clinical, as we talked about, and he's really hitting those high notes. So look at this wave replay. Destination New South Wales under priority 2, meaning that Blues let go of it. He's got the first turn in. He's staying busy, and look, just throws the arm, stomps the last turn.
Yeah, you can see him look up at the beach after that wave, and that last ride was a 5.10. So
2 wins under priority 2.
Yeah, so right now Saxon is behind the 8 ball, but he needs an 8.77, but he knows it. He will not even be thinking about that 8.77. Yep. What he'll be doing is trying to identify just that one really good wave. So put himself back in the game. He'll be more concerned about 11.27.
Yeah, definitely. And you slice it in half, and this is where you go, okay, we're going to do a 15-minute heat, we're going to do a 5-minute heat, resembling the real atmosphere when you're in a heat and you need that score. An 11.27 is a 6.5 and a 4.8. That's all it is.
The only thing that worries me about this circumstance is the fact that the bank is starting to fill up.
Yeah.
So are those opportunities going to become more rare for these guys? So even though Saxon's nice and patient out there, I feel like he's going to have to roll the dice on the next one and really create a score to put himself back in the game.
Yeah, well, let's look at the low tide. We sat on it. It's going to be this afternoon of 537.6. But, well, talking to it, Solly Bailey, Byron Bay, it's Crispy and Dimmy here. Congratulations on making the final, buddy. Just punching through to the final. Well done at Barubi.
Yeah, thank you. My little option to sneak out the back for that heat to start with kind of paid off, you know. I think everyone was still looking at the shorey and I seen a few sets and I just went for it. Fortunately, I got the first good start and kind of rolled on from there.
Yeah, do you find that you see yourself looking at the tides and looking at the changes, like with the wind? It looks like there is a few pulses like we saw before the stoppage. How do you imply that to your game plan?
Yeah, definitely. I think when it's slow like this, I mean always, but generally when it's slow like this, it's really important to look at that. You know, those sort of options. I knew the back half of my heat was going to be on the dead low, which more often than not pretty much stops anything braking so I knew it was going to be really important to get a quick start, and getting lower throughout the heat was only going to give me more opportunity at the back and less on the shorey. So that was sort of the game plan, and it paid off.
Well, we won't keep you too long. Just one more question. How do you find yourself looking at whoever's winning this, or do you just focus on from now, just keeping yourself sticking to the changing conditions?
Look, I think it's all about conditions, really. I know my surfing's good enough to win this event, and actually, you know, most QS events, I think nearly everyone's good enough. It's a matter of focusing on the conditions at hand and getting yourself a handful of opportunities to showcase your surfing.
Just one question from me. What about board selection out there? Have you changed up, or are you just sticking to what you know there?
I've actually, I'm on one of my good mate, Alex Cruz, an Axod surfboard, and it was the first one he shaped me. I snapped the fin out of it within like maybe first surf. It sat in the rack, got it fixed, still didn't surf it. And then I got on it at the Burley 1000, and it felt really good there, and it's just improved, and it's pretty much working in anything from basically what we have here, which is probably 1 to 2 foot, and right up to probably 6 foot. So that's always a good board when they work in all conditions.
Rest up, mate. Get ready for the final. Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. But stellar performance, great performance in that semi.
Thanks. Yeah, boys. Thanks.
You. Well, there it is, Solly Bailey, our first finalist for the men's division. And final up first, Philippa Anderson from Newcastle. That will be up next. 30-minute final versus Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland. Wow.
That's going to be a great matchup, and my eyes and ears in the surfing world. I've just been getting a text from our old mate Terry McKenna, and he told me that there is a southerly change about to hit the coastline, and he said hopefully it holds off before
we might see a 15-minute final.
Remember back in the day at Surfers, there was a very famous final with Tommy Curran and was it Tommy Curran?
Was it TC and Oki or TC and?
Maybe it was. Yeah, it was. I know Tommy Curran was in that final where, you know, someone had worded him up or worded someone up about the change, and basically it blew the final out of the water. So a southerly change coming our way as we see the surfer in red again, just finding that connection. This guy is such a wave magnet.
He's looking so strong and clinical. I'll tell you what, that was a bit of Dane Reynolds, LRS, and even the junior Kelly Slater, just so pinpoint accurate with his timing of turns, and that powerful display of the lip. That demonstrates all that spray, that demonstrates power and back foot technique. I love the way he just drives out with rhythm and momentum. The Ty Richo, he's painting a pretty picture for the final. A 7-1-7 and a 6-1-7. Captain consistent, captain clinic. Saxon Reba now in combination land. 13.34 as Ty Richardson hits the high note. Saxon Reba to grab it back. He has priority. He's got to strike with a good wave like that previous heat in the quarter. He's got to start with a 6 and shut it down with something like a 7 or 8 there, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely two sort of different strategies. Saxon being really, really patient out there, and Ty Richo just keeping the ball rolling, and that consistency of his performances and his ability to find, you know, those really nice corners to work with have definitely played a part in this heat. A 7-1-7, 6-1-7, just been outstanding. 13.34 two-wave combination. And like we said, it's going to be about the next opportunity for Saxon Reba. This is a big result for the young guy from Manly. Coming off a big win at the Redhead Pro Juniors, first ever win, and to see him in a semi-final match up against, you know, basically these two are, you know, the future when it comes to Australian surfing. They're two of the younger guys on the circuit, and to see them match up, it's great to see them both in the semi-final. But right now, it is the Queenslander who has got himself in a pretty strong position.
We have one heat to go. This is semi-final 2, and then we crown a champion of the women's and crown a champion of the men's. I told you I was right. Just like last week, Nixie and Mike and Madonna, Oki and Curran. 99 world champ, Oxter versus
it's good
TC.
to have inside knowledge and someone sort of giving you the heads up about big South change coming through.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Last year at the Aussie Titles, we were at the Surf Fest one-day wildcard, same place, and on the radar, the squall came from the south, and it was literally like the Sahara Desert meets the dust storm, and it literally shut down. So we're hoping and praying for a late afternoon storm, not an early one, so we can finish these finals, Dimmy.
100%, and it was Sarge who actually worded Oki up, and he went out and got 2 quick waves, southerly hit, and it became basically unsurfable. So we're hopeful that the southerly holds off until we get through these 2 finals. But with 8 minutes to go, it is combo land for the man in blue. He needs a 13.34 combination. He needs to break it down. He needs to basically have an 8-minute heat to get on through if he's going to match up in that final against Solly Bailey, and it is Ty Richo. You could just see Ty sort of, love the way he positioned himself right next to Saxon to get himself in his grill, get himself in a position where, you know...
Well, he's letting him know he's there.
I'm here. But I will tell you one thing about Sax is he won't worry about that. He plays his own game.
Yeah, he's got earplugs in. He's got his long hair locks. He's got his reset methods. But I'll
Mate,
tell
he's
you
cut
what.
those locks off. He's got rid of that.
I know, it
thing.
was long. Little locks.
He's
7.5.
got a bobcat now.
7.5 minutes. Ty Richardson. Let's go to a Mad Max recap.
What do you
of
like
the
about
start
this,
of the set.
mate? Talk us through it, Crispy.
Well, thank you, Mad Max. I love the 2-for-1 deal, but right now, this is your heat leader, Ty Richo, looking, eyeing down. And I love the verticalness, the timing. He missed that first one. That was his first one, but this is where he rewrote the story and got a wave under priority, syncopated rhythm, and look at the combo killer, and that is Ty Richo in the lead. It was like rapid fire. It's the Ty show. He's the man, the Mad Max recap that holds the lead, holds the ace cards to the final. Completion, clinical, critical turns. But here is Saxon Reaver on the fight back. Just looking to rewrite. And it's all red. It's a one-hill drive here with 7 minutes remaining. And this is a recap. Thank you to Mad Max. Thank you to Ty Richo. He's leading the charge, got all the momentum. And it's going to come back to what can Saxon do. He needs 2 scores, 2 waves to make the final, Dimmy.
Definitely, I love the projection through each and every turn from Ty Richo in this heat, and just the way he was able to call on that carve too, just technically keeping himself so low and generating so much speed down the line, and he's definitely found that groove. In fact, his 3rd and 4th waves were impressive as well, so he's found 4 rights. That's the first time I've seen him go left, and he's just basically nailed it with that 7-1, 7, 6-1, 7, and for the most part in this heat, he's done it without priority at all.
And I think it does rewrite that you can get stuck on priority, it's given you the most, but if you're with priority and you're way out the back, sometimes you can miss the best waves in the middle. And Ty Richo, you just look at his positioning and he looks back whether, Mark's on the beach guiding him, but he knows he sticks to his instincts. And this is a regular habit of Ty Richo, and that's why he is Captain Clinic.
They're the kind of guys who, as a competitor, you get so frustrated because they just tend to have the right read and their ability to keep themselves busy, can also, as I said, be pretty frustrating as a competitor. But to watch it, it's pretty clinical. The way he's gone about this heat has just been outstanding. He's been on the best waves, put the pressure on from the outset, and with 5 to go,
it's like if you go to the movies. It's like if you go to the movies, you Ty Richo, he's in gold class, but you're still in line looking for some popcorn. You haven't even seen the movie yet.
This next opportunity is going to be critical for the Surfer in Blue. He's definitely got the game. He's got such a precise backhand attack. And it's now he's going to have to roll the dice with 5 minutes on the clock. Nice first manoeuvre up there, vertical. He's got a lot of pop out of that backhand, but only 2 turns. That's definitely going to be his best way, but is it going to break the combination?
Yeah, that's right. So to break the combination needs something like a 3-3-5, and there it is, a 4.8, now within striking distance, but he's got to hit the high notes, the best wave of the heat with the best turns. So something really good. We're going to see, and I'm going to say it, Ty Richo will just clamp him down and really try to either paddle him off or sit next to him and apply the pressure and wait for Saxon to make the move.
Yeah, definitely. And, there is quite a bit of pressure on Red too, because he has to formulate a scenario where he's going to make sure that he doesn't open the door for Saxon Reaver. So if a set comes, there might be 2 waves in the set, he's going to have to definitely make a call on which way he's going to go and which wave he takes. So Saxon would be out there praying for an opportunity. He's definitely got the ability and the skill set to get that 8.54, but I feel in these conditions, it's pretty much been a clinic being put on by the Surfer in Red, and right now, with priority and 3.5 to go, it's going to take an almighty effort to turn the tide in this heat, Crispy.
Alrighty, so welcome back to the last semi-final. We've got 2 finals, 30-minute finals to follow. The women first, and then we crown the second men's champion, the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 2, winding down on finals day. And big shout out to Surfers Rescue 24/7. Book in, a free clinic today. Learn surf rescue techniques, learn first aid techniques, courtesy of the New South Wales Government and Surfing New South Wales. All right, here we go, Saxon Reaver. He just does the late turn. There's the first turn, and he's going to escape and use that wave to make some distance between him and Ty Richo. 2.5 minutes.
How smart.
Well, he used the energy of the wave to move him, and so Ty Richo, he's going to do one or two things. Going to shut down the equation with distance, or he's going to surf the bed of that 617 and put him in combo land, unobtainable with the time frame we're at. 2 minutes to go.
So, yeah, just trying to space himself away. But you can see now the problem is, Crispy, further down the peak, you need to be on the best wave, and the best waves are exactly where Ty Richo is in the positioning on the bank. So Saxon's had to go back to where Ty is. So even though he looked at that wave, gave himself a bit of space, when you really analyse where those big scores are coming from, I feel like exactly where they're positioned right now on the peak is exactly where they have to be. Here we go, the surfer in blue up and right in. Just again, not finding anything that's going to open up and give him that opportunity. We are down to a minute and a half to go. Who is going to be joining Solly Bailey? We already have the women's final coming up very shortly. Philippa Anderson taking on Holly Williams.
Yeah.
And then Solly Bailey. And at this stage, unless he can pull out a buzzer beater, it looks like it's going to be Solly Bailey taking on Ty Richo. There's 1 minute to go. And will opportunity present itself for the man in blue without priority? Going to be a big ask, but it's been a great performance from Saxon Reavers. Last week has been outstanding. He's won the Pro Junior at Redhead. He's made the semi-final of the QS, and we are down to the Mad Max minute. Can he pull out a buzzer beater?
There it is, the Mad Max minute, 50 seconds. There is the man, Saxon Reaver, looking the manufacturer at 8.54. Excellent score on the scorecard out of 10. Priority is with red. That little P for the man in red means he has right away when a set comes. He can go left or right, take it with whatever position he's from. So Saxon Reaver on the ropes needs a set of 2 or 3 waves and then put a class act and a vertical attack, or maybe hit the air, do a nice vertical snap and do one of his classy airs. There is our next heat. Right in the cloud, you can see the yellow flag, and there it is. He's sold this one, the Ty Richo. This could be a victory lap unless the magician starts to pull out the rabbit from the hat. We will wind this one down unless there's a huge wave of change. Ty Richo from the get-go, and Saxon Reaver, hold your head high. Winner of Pro Junior last week at Redhead, and now equal third for him. Just couldn't find the wave. And we'll go to a short commercial back, come back with the 30-minute final. Philippa Anderson, she'll take on Holly Williams. We'll be back after a short break.
That craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who would change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again. It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Baruby Beach for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. This is our second stop of the Vistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Michael Crisp. And well, Crispy, we're into the women's final. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is where it all comes down to. We started with 72 women, and we are down to the top 2. And this is how she got there. Philippa Anderson, the local girl from Newcastle, runs a surf school, professional surfer, been on the tour of the qualifying series in the last 2 years of Challenger versus the young gun, Holly Williams from Queensland. Sunshine Coast born in the Queensland team, made the Challenger last year by big performances, and it's going to be a great matchup, so good luck to both of them. Philippa I coach with, and then Holly Williams, the team manager. It's like, may the best lady win.
Absolutely no bias for you here, Crispy, because I feel like you're in both surfers' camps. So Philippa Anderson, a local living down the road here in the Newcastle region, cracks the first turn there, really vertical, and finishes with a foam climb. The surfer in red has been in fine form, working her way through this draw to make the main final, as has Holly Williams. Like you mentioned, she is a team rider and, well, your team manager for Visla and sister. Great to have Holly out there in the final.
Well, talking about finals, Ty Richo, congratulations, buddy. How do you feel with that great performance in your semi number 2?
Yeah, I'm stoked to get through. Bummer we didn't get too many waves, but I got a couple fun ones out there.
Hey mate, that's a bit of an understatement. You literally got under priority 2, you got 3 waves that really staked the claim to build your house. What was your game plan? Was it that with your priority usage, just sitting underneath and scoring some secret gold?
Yeah, well, the waves didn't actually even look too good, but they tended to hold up on the bank for me to get a few turns in, which I was pretty surprised about. So I was just lucky I was under priority, because those waves were really sneaky.
Hey mate, just a last question before you prepare and go to Britt. What do you do now? Do you do a bit of study going on to Solly? What are you going to be looking at going into this final to be the winning edge?
Yeah, Solly's a great surfer. I've looked up to him since I started surfing pretty much, but I'm just going to focus on myself out there. The waves are pretty tough, so I think it's just going to be whoever gets the best waves.
I know you're the son of Mark Richardson. What does it mean to have Richo in your corner as your dad? And I know he's such a competitive, savvy surfer himself. How does that help with your competition strategy?
Yeah, my dad helps me a lot, just taking learnings out of heat losses and setting a good game plan before I go out. So yeah, a lot of my strategy and things like that all pay to him.
Hey mate, shout out, is your mum at home or is she down there with you, with Bianca? Anyone to shout out at home?
Mum's at home, yeah, shout out all my mates watching, all the boys, shout out my girlfriend and my mum as well, and all my other family.
Well mate, no doubt they'll say win this thing and then you can shout all of us, so get out there and have a fun final. 30 minutes, brother.
Alright, thank you, cheers guys.
Richo from the Gold Coast, he is into the men's final here. Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. Yeah, Mark Richo is his dad. He is just one of the most competition savvy surfers that I've watched in however many years. I used to get a bit of coaching off Richo myself and used to work for both him and Bianca with surfing services at Currumbin for numerous years. So great to see Ty move into the final.
I've done some heats with him at the State Masters in the state, New South Wales I represent, and he's Queensland, and I tell you what, it is blue steel for every heat. And he was even, in fact, at Aussie Titles, he was at the back end of a restart, which doesn't usually happen, and it was nothing to do with him apart from a priority change, and all the competitors in there. He would have got third because they restarted. He ended up making it to the finals, and he said, do you want to rerun it? And he went, oh, okay. So the winners and second reran it, and he ended up getting through.
Well, it certainly paid off. Well, it's paid off for Ty Richo because he is into the final. The 17-year-old will match up against the 27-year-old Solly Bailey. At the moment, we are into the women's final. In the water, we have a 30-minute heat. At the moment, it is Holly Williams in the blue from the Sunshine Coast in first place with a 4.17 and a 3.53. In second place, Philippa Anderson, a 3.33 and a 3.23. So the surfer in red, Philippa, she's chasing a 4.37 if she's wanting to take the win. Still plenty of time on the clock, and well, what a beautiful day it is here at Berrubi Beach for finals day.
Yeah, Holly Williams out there in the lead. And I love the way she's climbed the rungs. You can just see they're really paving their way. They're getting a feel of the waves. You know, it is a low tide at 5:30 this afternoon, so we're just sitting around, still getting a high tide. So we do see an improvement in the A-frames out there. It's 1 to 2 feet, but we do have that on the forecast, that big southerly change. So it's get your waves quick and don't be too selective, because you just got to get there and get the turns in. Here we go, Philippa Anderson. Nice big one detonation of the lip. So good little one as she looks to get this extension on the inside as she tic-tacs over that with a Fiberflex. I'll tell you what, that looks like one of her favourite boards, courtesy of Hayden Shapes.
Philippa, in her post-heat interview, she did mention that she's had that board for 5 or 6 years. I feel like she's just wrapped it in cotton wool for big turns like that. Philippa Anderson, just the one solid manoeuvre there, but I feel like that is going to put her back into the game here for the women's final.
Alrighty, don't forget, there's Holly Williams out there currently holding the lead of 4:17. One of the sister, left alone the team riders for Sister Revolution. And also check them out. They've got some new wetsuit technology. You know, 80% of Sister's product range is made of environmentally better minerals. And again, construction of the women's board shorts and the men's, and also made from coconut and turns the thread, the blended cotton and recycled plastics into wetsuit materials and clothing. So well done, Vissla.
And
well done, Sister.
Want to check them out? Head to Vissla.com and sisterrevolution.com. You can grab yourself some product. Heaps of accessories, heaps of clothing, and as you just mentioned, they're crispy wetsuits as well. So you name it, they've got it. Well, most tees from Vissla are from organic cottons. Woven shirts, party shirts are made from hemp or plastic bottles, and most of the walk shorts are made from hemp or recycled materials, and all the wetsuits made from a bunch of environmentally better materials and processes, Crispy.
And their main theme, innovation creation. So well done, Vissla. Well done, Sister. John and Jen watching. This is your lady in blue. And that is Holly Williams. But right now, Philippa Anderson, the local, holding the reins of this heat of 5-6-7 and looking to drop that 3-3-3 for the Newcastle pro surfer, Philippa Anderson.
Quick turnaround there for Philippa Anderson as well. She is from that Newcastle region, just down the road. She locked in that 5-6-7. She has paddled straight back out.
One turn.
And caught another one just off the back.
Yeah. I love the strength the judges deliberating. 5-6-7. They want to see commitment. They want to see big coping turns, men and women, and Philippa Anderson really putting that up there, and the judges delivering a big score, taking her to the lead. All right, and look at that one under priority. So again, taking a note out of the young Ty Richo, under priority, he got 3 of his 4 best waves. Philippa Anderson just getting a 4.73. Well done, Philsy.
Surfer in red is in the lead at the moment. So Holly Williams in the blue from the sunny coast, chasing a 6.23. Still a highly achievable score out here this afternoon at Berube. Conditions have started to improve as the water starts to hit the bank. We watched the low tide. It was really tricky. Not much water on the bank. Waves were running off really quick. It wasn't much swell, and I feel like it started to pulse a little bit now that the water started to move in on this bank, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. So Holly Williams not out of the gate yet. Time on the board 20 minutes. So a normal 20-minute heat, she only needs a 6.23. So M&D Williams, it's time to take a breath and know that Holly's got this. A 4.17, that is her best wave so far, but a 6.23, she'll be waiting for a good-looking wave to give 2 good opportunities, or one big one like Philippa Anderson, a 5.67. Or 6.23, what does it look like to you, Brett, left or right?
At the moment, with the conditions the way they are, I feel like the rights have been the ones that have been getting the numbers. Just I feel like the changing conditions. This morning it was predominantly more the lefts, and I feel like it's transitioned with a lot more water on the bank. The rights have started to form on through that section. So Holly Williams, she can surf well on her forehand and her backhand. It's just going to come down to wave selection and positioning. She does have first priority. There's 18.5 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time for the surfer in blue to get the job done.
Alrighty, would like to take this time to thank our event partners. Thank you, Surfers Rescue 24/7, a government-funded free surfboard rescue and accreditation CPR course for recreational surfers and board rider clubs all around New South Wales. Britt, you've been involved, I'm involved. It's amazing, saves lives and teaches lifeguard skills and CPR skills by trained lifeguards. And authentic surfers, presenters.
It is, and it's teaching surfers how to use the tool that they already have on hand. So you're learning board rescue techniques with your surfboard, bodyboard, whatever watercraft you have, and it's allowing surfers the opportunity to be able to help save lives in the water because lifeguards do an amazing job, but there's only so many patrol beaches up and down the coastline, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies along this eastern coastline where there's plenty of surf breaks that don't have the patrol beaches, and I just feel like teaching surfers those skills is going to help save so many lives throughout the state.
Yeah, don't forget it's endorsed by Kelly Slater, 13 times world champ, Mick Fanning and Mark Richards, the king of Newcastle, 4 world titles for that legend. And I'll tell you what, it's the biggest asset, 63% of surfers having saved a life while surfing in the ocean, and 40% of rescues are done by the unknown surfer. So thank you, New South Wales Government, and thank you, Surfing New South Wales. Get involved, Surfers Rescue 24/7.
As we watch live action in the water, this is Holly Williams up and riding. Carves into the pocket for the first turn, looking for the second, puts it up over there. Can she get another bonus section on the inside here? So she's opted for the right-hander, Crispy.
Yeah, good looking wave, and those first 2 turns, there were some big turns there, just couldn't get that ending finish. We no doubt will go to a replay, but Philippa Anderson in the lead in red, has priority now, 16.5 minutes, but Holly Williams strikes back. I'm going to say, if it's not the score, it's going to be one close to it, and it's going to put her in a great position. Let's look at the replay. Big looking wave. Nice little open face carve, just does that cut back and then strikes a bit more vertical for that snap finish. Was hoping for one more, maybe that little climb over that third section may have got her that extra nudge. But I'm still saying that's around a 5.55.
I just feel like it's not going to be quite enough for Holly Williams. I just feel like at the start of that wave, Crispy, she did a first carve into the pocket, which was a nice turn, and then I just felt like Holly was having to race the majority of the wave, and the wave just didn't really provide her that critical section to work with. So 6.07, she falls short ever so slightly. So Holly Williams
just under.
Now looking for a 4.33. She's put herself back in the game. This is, of course, the final. Can't leave anything left out there.
It's not about getting through. It's about throwing everything, leaving nothing in the tank.
And Holly Williams, well, she's searching for it. She is up and riding again. She's just locked in the highest single wave of this final so far. So she puts herself in a good position while she's sitting in second place. Philippa Anderson in the lead, holding first priority, but she's going to want to go one better and replace either the 5.67 or 4.73 to just make things that little bit harder for Holly Williams, because a 4.33 really isn't much, Crispy.
Yeah, that's right. And she's got here based on her critical surfing, wave selection, and really her small wave prowess. And both these girls can surf medium and large waves as well. So again, as she said in the interview, this is just like surfing at home at Sunshine Coast, you know, whether it's at Alexander or at Noosa, but on screen, that is your finalist for the men's. Looking for 1,000 points. There's Mark Richardson and with his son Ty Richo. And look at that wind. He's under the surf mud. You got to love that. Just a temperature check. He's got the water there, and they are looking steely for a win there.
I would not expect anything different there, Crispy. They are tuned into the action, working out their strategy together. Can the 17-year-old Ty Richardson take the win over Solly Bailey, the 27-year-old from Byron, the former World Tour surfer? Well, we'll know soon. There's only 14 minutes left in this women's final. Men's coming up next. This is our second last heat of today.
I must say, really valuable points for both Philippa. She can drop a 4.50 and the same for Holly Williams. So Philippa's ranked around 5th or 6th on the World Surf League qualifying series points. And Holly Williams, she's ranked 11th. So valuable points for them as they climb towards really Avoca, Maroubra, and then the finish at Surfest at Philippa's home break. Well, Philippa Anderson in the lead. A shout out to Deb, and to Rod on the beach, and also to Craig Ando watching and listening. This is the replay, Holly Williams. And again, good looking wave, good turns, just a little foam climb there. She done a little check turn back. That would have given her that speed just to connect that last turn. But it was the wave to get her back in the match. So the patience paying off there for Holly Williams.
It did, Crispy, and well, 6.07, Holly. She's locked in the highest single wave of this final. While sitting in second place, she's only looking for a 4.33 to move to first. With just under 13 minutes on the clock, it is still anybody's final here. Just look at the separation between first and second on the scoreboard. A 10.4 compared to a 10.24. There's literally nothing in this final, and this is exactly how we want to see it. It puts us on the edge of our seats. We want to see the exciting matchup.
I love the way they're out there. They look patient, but they're like a duck on water, so patient on top, but underneath their legs are just scrounging inside. They'll be breathing like they said, and they'll be focusing on that one thing of when that good wave comes, it's decision time. 12 minutes remaining, still some exchanges to happen, and not much separation between the points and also the athletes. They're our top two women right now, looking for 1,000 points and a win here at the beautiful Ruby Beach. It's been great. Thank you to the local government and the local council, the Australian Lifeguard Service, keeping the athletes safe, and the Port Stephens Council, our great supporting partner in this event. Let's not forget Mad Max, the fresh fuel for life, 2-for-1 deal. But look at the view. Look at that skyline. A couple of camels to the left. Beautiful skyline there. Offshore in a nor'easter. And there you can see our Byron Bay finalist, Solly Bailey. He's prepping, he's stretching, and he's ready to sink a hole in one for a win.
He is, and well, so great to see Solly Bailey in the Rashi again. He was on tour in 2019, spent some time out of the Rashi, but he is back. He had a 5th place at Crui and Nias, the QS 5000, so he is looking to qualify for that Challenger Series for this year. But he first needs to get through this final. Can he take the win and bag that 1,000 points? Doesn't seem like much, Crispy, but 1,000 points does certainly make a difference at the end of this series.
And don't forget the World Surf League prize money as well. Thank you to all our great sponsors. Surfers Rescue 24/7. Thank you Surfing New South Wales, World Surf League, and all our other great partners. The Whistler Pro Surf Series, stop number 2 of 4. And again for John and Jen and all the crew at Whistler Sister Revolution, 4 years of support for these surfers to really reach their dreams and exceed them.
Just a quick one there for Philippa Anderson. So priority will get handed over to Holly Williams in the blue. And speaking of Whistler and Sister, well, Sister do sponsor Holly Williams in this heat.
I think she had to go that one. 12 minutes to go. She had priority. If Philippa didn't go that, Holly could have went there and got one big turn. So nice first turn, and just didn't get into that last section. So what she did do is hand priority to blue, but also stop Holly from getting that wave and opportunity to do one vertical turn or obtain that 4.33 on the scale of 10.
I just think it's a hard situation too, Crispy. There's still 10 minutes on the clock. It would have been really hard for Philippa to stop Holly from taking off on waves within a 10-minute time frame. I feel like, you know, with priority, if it's coming down to the last, say, 3 or 4 minutes, you can start to sit on that competitor, but with still 10 minutes on the clock, there's still so much time remaining, and there's going to be a fair few sets within that time.
You can see that onshore start to come in as the southerly southeast change comes up the coast here to beautiful Berrubi here at Newcastle. We are at Stockton Beach, way, way, way up north, and sort of offshore in a nor'easter. Port Stephens is such a beautiful place. You've got 1 mile there, a few secret spots in between. Nice little pub at Anna Bay, but then you've got beautiful Berrubi Beach. We're great for swimming, great for surfing, or even sandboarding and ride a camel. Some great things to do. Check it out. Destination New South Wales.
And look at this set rolling on through. Here's an opportunity for Holly Williams using priority on this one. She's got a good right-hander in front of her. If she can get around the section, she gets some clean face to work with. One big turn, links straight into a second. Gets a little hung up on the heels, but she looks happy with that one, Crispy.
Yeah, I believe that was a small claim and a belt of the body. That was Holly Williams. So good looking wave again. A wave selection has been on point. You could see the nerves in the second one, but this first one, she waited for the moment. There's the big snap, display of power, but just hung on to that. And there's the, yeah, maybe. Here we go, Philippa Anderson fighting back. She won't leave any stone unturned. 8 minutes remaining. Smaller wave then. Was that a good choice for Philippa to go that one? She needs to drop the 4.73.
Interesting situation here with 8 minutes on the clock. Holly Williams waiting for a number. Philippa Anderson also waiting for a number. But Holly Williams only looking for that 4.33. She's going to paddle out the back and get herself first priority. So this should get really tricky for competitors. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Philippa Anderson carves into the pocket. Keeps her board moving. Gets the critical finish. Nice and compressed to ride out.
I like it. I like the combo. Will it drop a 4.73? It'll either go just under or just over. So a 4.33, Holly Williams waiting for a score. Do you think she's got it to go to the lead there? 7.5 to go, Brett?
I think Holly Williams has done enough to get that 4.33.
Yep.
Just based off the first turn, it was such a strong manoeuvre here. As you watched the Destination New South Wales replay, she did the work to get around the section, came hard off the bottom, threw a heap of spray. Second turn wasn't as visually pleasing. The rotation was out a little bit, but she managed to still get the completion.
And judges, they do look at the criticalness of a wave. Philippa got really good 2 combos. Smaller wave, but you could see Holly Williams looks like scores are still deliberating, has priority and potentially may have the lead once this next score drops in. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. And needing a 5.63. So Philippa Anderson, her score is in. That last wave extending, and there it is. 6.57. We have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen. Last wave of blue. Situation change. Holly Williams from Sunshine Coast gets the score and gets the turns there, Britt.
Just like that, the competitor in the blue goes to first place, and it was a smart play. She's now also got first priority. She took off, got the number she needed. Philippa Anderson chose to use her priority. It now means that she's sitting in second place, second priority, and look at Holly Williams. She is just paddling over to Philippa Anderson. She's not paddling over there to say hello.
That's right. And from the Sunshine Coast, I can tell you a lot of competitors, whether it's Ty Richo or the Stokes, they are very savage. And there we go. There's the cell. Priority will go to red, but Holly looking to drop a 5.67. She's got to go for broke. Nice little layback, but no tail gear landing for that one. That will be a throwaway. Priority goes to red. Priority is opportunity to take a wave of consequence, but needing a 6.61. She's got to do a flawless effort. A bigger wave with that last 2-turn combo, that carving wrap and a snap, could be the goods for Philippa.
Philippa Anderson in the red. She is still in this finals. She's in second position, but now has first priority. There's still over 5 minutes left on the clock. She's chasing a 6.61, which would be the highest single wave of this final, but she is more than capable. And while she's been in the contest, Rashi, for a number of years, she knows how to play the game, Crispy.
Yeah. And if I was in a rear with a little microchip, it'll be relax. Wait for a wave like Holly's or your best wave and go for broke. 2 vertical turns could do it for young Philippa. And I'll tell you what, a 6.61, it could be the most explosive turn as well. Or she could even pull out an air rev. Who knows there? 4.5 minutes. Holly Williams in the lead from the Sunshine Coast has fought back with the last 2 waves, a 6.57 and a 6.07. Here we go. Is she going to move on this one? Yes, she is. A right-hander. Big set. This is the one to go. She's got to go. There's the carving wrap. Needs a bit of a steep section for Philippa Anderson. There's the second one. Is there going to be coping on this end section? And no, the wave doesn't deliver. That won't be the score there, but she gave it a roll.
Philippa Anderson in the red. It wasn't her surfing, it was the wave. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of faded out towards the end there, but watching the Destination New South Wales replay, will be able to just pick this one apart. Beautiful carve. She got the rebound into the pocket, came out of that with speed, straight into another turn, and just here, the wave started to fizzle. She caught a rail, and not sure that's going to be the number that she's chasing, a 6.61. I just feel like she needed a critical section there, Crispy.
Yeah, if she got that last coping, or even that steep session on that second turn, that pretty much could have been the goods. So, and that's the hardest thing about surfing. You never know what the next wave's going to bring, and that's what's so exciting and so adventurous about it as well. But here is your finalist coming out for the men, our final 30 minutes of the day. Ty Richo, the young Grom, Bianca at home, and, well, Dad's on the hill under the windy umbrella. And that is your young Grom making it to the final. He's just really got to focus on what he's done to get here and just go for broke over series campaigner, former CT surfer, Solly Bailey from Byron Bay in red.
At the end of the day, it is just another heat, another competitor. I feel like, Ty Richo be going out there potentially just trying to do his own thing, play his own game. Everybody's human, Crispy. Doesn't matter who you're up against. Everybody makes mistakes. Anybody is beatable at the end of the day. So who will take out the men's final? We'll know shortly, but at the moment it is 2.5 minutes in this women's final. Holly Williams in the lead. Philippa Anderson in second. Last of Philippa Anderson in the red was a 4.43, so it's not the score she was chasing. She's chasing a 6.61.
And that was that wrap, as we said. It was a size wave tick, was the carving wrap rebound, and then it just needed that steep section, and it potentially could have been the score. So the wave not offering up opportunity for Philippa Anderson. Now under priority 2, has got to hope and pray for that set of change to come with 2 waves. She needs to let Holly go, try to sell her a wave, and then get on a wave and have a flawless act all the way to grabbing the crown of the champion. Under 2 minutes to go. This has been a great final as well. Surfers Rescue 24/7. Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. This has been exciting. Look how close those scores are. These are your seasoned campaigners, and they haven't gone down without a fight. Philippa Anderson second. Holly Williams back in the lead. 6.57 and a 6.07.
This is exactly what we wanted for finals day of the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event. This is, of course, our second stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We were at the Great Lakes. We were in Boomerang last week. Port Stephens this week, Maroubra this weekend, and then Avoca, but live action in the water as we hit the Mad Mex Minute, Crispy.
The Mad Mex Minute, and this is where things go cray-cray, and there it is, Philippa Anderson opting to go left under priority. Well, gone out of the screen, we'll get back to that one shortly, but 50 seconds, Holly Williams pulled back, so Philippa went and pulled the trigger. We'll get a replay on that one, and well, I'm thinking if she gets 2 big turns in, that potentially could be the score with 30 seconds remaining. Here we go.
Here she goes, one big turn and not able to get the completion and project out in front of the foam. That might have been the last opportunity there from Philippa as Holly Williams looks to do a victory lap. Great first turn, looking for the second. And again, in front of her fellow competitor, just putting the victory lap on this one.
Yeah, well, she's come home strong and they both started well, so hands together. There is your winner, unofficially, Holly Williams, here at the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast, coming back from being on the ropes, a 6.57, just posted a best score and a 6.57. Runner-up, well done to the local Philippa Anderson in red. Britt, we're going to go to a short commercial break, but that was an amazing final of the women's. 1 to go. What did you think, Britt?
Well, I thought that was a great fight between those two competitors, but on the screen there, beautiful friendship between those two, sportsmanship showing. Philippa paddled over, gave her a hug, congratulated Holly, and there you go. Supporters on the beach, they are going wild. Your winner of the women's Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. It is that young woman there, Holly Williams in the blue from the Sunshine Coast. She'll get shared up the beach, Crispy.
Yep, and I bet John and Jen wish they were there too, like myself, but you know what? She's got her friends from the local Port Stephens. There's Jasmine, and I'll tell you what, Mum and Dad at home, Williams, you would be celebrating. I think they're bitten off all their fingernails. So there is your champion, 1,000 QS points, and the rhythm going into Maroubra, Avoca, and Surfest. That is amazing stuff. Holly Williams, your champion, 2023, Port Stephens Pro QS 1000.
Massive effort there from Holly Williams. We are going to stay with Holly and just watch her get chaired up the beach. It is a tradition here with surfing events. And big congratulations also to the local competitor, Philippa Anderson, putting up a great fight, not giving up until the end. And there she is. That is your women's champ of this event, Holly Williams. Congratulations. She has taken the win here. We will cut to a short commercial break. Stay tuned for the men's final coming up next.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Well, welcome back to finals day. We just saw Holly Williams take the women's final, QS 1,000 points and a great handshake too, great prize money. So congratulations, Holly Williams, but we have one final to go. My name's Crispy and this is Adam Hennessy. Dimmy, who we got out there in the men's final, Dimmy?
Yeah, Solly Bailey, former World Championship Tour surfer, taking on Ty Richo. So it's the Master and the Apprentice. And right now, I will say Ty Richo has been so dangerous in this event, and already look at that.
It's just started, and he's got a 6.33 and a 0.67. Let's have a check of our destination.
Absolute wave magnet on these rights. Look at this thing; it just explodes. It's exactly like he did in the semi-final against Saxon Reeb. He's just opened up with two of the most beautiful turns, and yeah, like I said, he is going to hold nothing back in his quest to basically pick up the biggest win of his career so far. So right now, already a 6.33. Solly Bailey would just be sitting there going, "Oh, what happened?"
Well, I'll tell you what, he has got some class. Former tour surfer Solly Bailey resides still at Byron Bay, and you know, such an ocean man and so much, you know, experience under the belt in qualifying series, what they look like, the Challenger and the Championship Tour. So, yeah, he's just surfing against himself out there. He'll be waiting for those right-handers. But we saw, even with Holly got that wave right in the last 30 seconds, and that was the best wave, and that was a left-hander. So still some opportunities at this high tide. 1 to 2 foot, and I'll tell you what, that wind is on its way. But it looks like we can get this final done. Ty Richo out there in the lead. Solly Bailey now needs to respond with a 6.6. But I'll tell you what, I love watching the pre-heat patterns. You had Solly Bailey just on the beach, getting his position, and then you had the young Ty Richo with his dad Mark, and they're studying the position, they're rehydrating, and they're getting the game plan to execute. And he's right now kicking all the goals.
Yeah, they say in all sports, just identifying the 1%ers. So important for an athlete, and I feel like for a guy of his age, he's so mature in his approach. Very impressive. Here he goes.
Here he goes again. It's Groundhog Day. No, it's not. Ty Richo, the heat leader, looking for the backup. There's the first foam climb again, looking for a bit of a vertical coping and getting another tag out there. So another mature wave. He's going to drop his 0.67, and it's going to add the score requirement for Solly Bailey. It's your top 2 scores, and scores are out of 10. And here we go, the Byron Bates Surfer.
Solly Bailey having a look in the red, up and right in the powerhouse. Flows across the first section into the power source of the wave and deep on that third manoeuvre. That was clutch. So a great read on that wave for Solly Bailey. And again, like we said, Ty Richo just keeping that consistency in his performance, that real busy nature, identifying those rights as exactly what he wants to go to. But I'd love to see a replay of that last one of Solly Bailey, because I felt like a lot of that energy came towards the back end of that wave.
Yeah, thank you, Destination New South Wales. This is under priority 2. He's so good at turning an average wave into gold, and that was Ty Richo's 2-turner. That will go to his best 2, but Solly Bailey didn't move. There's the floating. Bigger wave, big floating section. Look at the drift of the tail. Swoops down, deep bottom turn, and bang, completion. He just threw it around. I love the way he threw it, grabbed it, stomped it.
I feel like he basically used those first 2 turns to get himself right back into the power source to give him the ultimate amount of speed into that final turn. So that was an incredible ride, and we have down on the beach the winner of the women's. Congratulations, Holly Williams, getting the job done.
Holly.
You must be delighted.
I'm so happy. Like, I shed a few tears. This is just means a lot to win. I'm in with a completely different mindset, and get the win. I'm beyond happy.
Holly, congratulations, and we're also stoked for you, everyone in surfing. Go back to last week, the feelings of anger, you identified, some of your learnings. Now go back to now. How do you feel?
I feel so happy. Like, I now know kind of what works for me, and I know that going into those last bigger events, if I just go into it with this same mindset, this same attitude of just have fun and don't worry about anything, then I can do well. So yeah, I'm beyond happy.
Holly, talk us through that middle part of the session. You had Philippa going really strong and getting those waves. What were you telling yourself or reminding yourself at that 12-minute mark when you needed a score?
I knew that the sets, I knew we hadn't had a lot of sets, so I was like, okay, the sets are going to come. I just got to choose which one is going to be the right one, and I just got to hit it twice. Don't over cook it, don't over surf it. Your power will do the talking, and as my dad always says, actions speak louder than words, and that's what I did. I did 2 turns and I got the job done.
What I love about your performance this week at this venue is the fact that you were upset about last week, and you were able to put that aside, and you just kept building through the event. I just felt like it was such a mature approach, so you should be so proud of exactly what you're able to achieve. The win's great, but it's more about the processes you go through, and I think you've identified that and basically turned the switch on it.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm lost for words. I'm so happy to have this win right now.
Yeah, well, enjoy the win today. You got a class act, and congratulations on your win. You got QS 1,000 points, which is going to go really handy in your fight to Avoca and then the finale at Surffair. So congratulations. Holly, anyone to shout out to?
Everyone at home that's supporting me. I have so many messages. So yeah, thank you so much. I couldn't do it without you guys and your support. It means so much. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome, Holly. There is your champion, QS 1000, the
Thank
Surfers
you.
Rescue 24/7. Well done, Holly.
I love
Thanks,
the way
guys.
she's able to turn it around, and that just says a lot. Shedding tears, being emotional, and talking about that. Why
Being
weren't
real.
a bro?
I know. Oh,
Did you see
holy Tilbuli.
Hold the phone. Did you see Ty Richo's wave? That was...
I did, and you know who else saw it? That was right in front of Solly Bailey as well. So Ty Richo, try and get that one, has priority 2, but has hit the lead with an excellent score right where you need to do it, leaving nothing in the tank. 817 he just posted as he built the house, a 633. Let's look at the destination replay of Solly Bailey. Here it is. There's
This
the
is
first
the 7.
turn.
And what I loved about this was Solly Bailey just got so busy and got himself into the lead, and then Ty Richo just clutch on that last ride. Look at these waves from Solly Bailey just exploding. But this wave right here, look at the depth, look at the transition from rail to rail, the speed, the flow, just how fluent that ride was. And that last turn, so much speed.
Well, he actually done a double pump on the second turn. He went speed, double pump, bang, and that's what projected him on that last one. So Ty Richardson, again, clinically dissecting this Baruby Beach right-hander at Newcastle.
He's definitely showing that, you know, he is bringing game to the QS level, and he's not afraid of anyone. He just goes about his own processes, and I'm pretty sure he worked, you know, extensively with his coaches and his dad especially, and he has got such a switched-on brain for a kid of his age when it comes to competing. I just find that some surfers just have that unique ability to be on every good wave, and even as a youngster, I saw him, you know, a couple of years back up at D-Bar at an event. I was like, wow, this guy's got such a good foundation, because he sort of reads the ocean better than the same guys his own age. So he was always going to be a danger once he hit the QS.
Alrighty, Ty Richo in the lead. Let's look at this replay again of your heat leader. Look at the pinpoint accuracy. Nice sharp turn. There's the double pump. Gets that, again, nice vertical attack and finishing snap manoeuvre. Judges love criticalness. They don't like lateral turns. They reward higher the vertical turn or innovative turns powerful.
I love how stable he was through the body as well. The transitions, they were so well weighted, and just that depth off the bottom, you know, formulating that wave. And he just absolutely teed off on that wave, an 8.17, especially after, you know, he could have been a little bit rattled when he saw Solly Bailey locking in a 7 and a 6.27, but no, he just waited for opportunity and had a massive crack.
Hold the phone, Nana. Solly Bailey on the hunt for a 7.51. Has priority, so Ty Richo under priority. This is why you sit under your competitor when you have priority 2, 3 or 4. And in the two-person heats, just stay a bit of distance away, stay wide, stay under, and you can let them make a decision.
I think that Ty Richo there was trying to sell Solly on that wave, and
how's the way he was standing up on the board, standing up on the board, playing, and Solly is just in Zen land.
He's a calm machine.
He's like Luke Skywalker, just you know, waiting to hear from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Feeling the force right there. Yeah, you weren't going to be able to sell someone of such experience in a wave like that. So right now, the whole focus point for Solly Bailey is to get on the next good wave. A 7.51 is required to put him back into the lead in this final. It's all about the win here. And right now he has first priority. And it is the young gun with that 8.17. That's an amazing ride. Under pressure too, when you think about what transpired in the couple of minutes prior to that with Solly Bailey, able to get a 7 and a 6.27 to put the ultimate pressure on the young gun.
Yeah. He really grabbed it with both hands and delivered the ace cards. So Ty Richo, the 17-year-old, 8.17 from the Gold Coast and surfing services with mum and dad. Solly Bailey now from Byron Bay requires a 7.51 for the former tour surfer, looking to get back and get some valuable points for the Challengers Series. Don't forget Mad Max Maroubra, it's on this weekend. Don't forget to tune in from Saturday morning and Sunday for finals day, and then Avoca. We head down there for our stop 4 of the Whistler Pro Surf Series. Big shout out to John and Jen and all the crew, Toby Mossop at Whistler. And then well done to Holly Williams, the headline for Sister Revolution, taking a win. Here we go for Solly with priority. There's the bigger wave and then just blows the chunk out of that one. Looks to go to the air and, well, gets the half rotation and looks to go back and incomplete. So that won't be the score there, Dimmy.
A little bit missed time on that second manoeuvre. I love the start that way, but again, he knows he needs something, you know, of substance out there. A 7.51 with 14 minutes to go. It leaves Ty Richo with priority out in the lead. Massive shout out to Destination New South Wales through its tourism and major events agency. You know, it's such an important part of growing a series like that to have the government involved. Of course, New South Wales, more than 2,000 kilometres of spectacular coastline, some of the most beautiful beaches on the planet, and we encourage everyone to check it out. Get on to visit newsouthwales.com to plan your next trip, but just to have the government involved in this series and to be back in surfing just provides a platform for the next generation as we see a solid set rolling on through. So the waves are actually getting better out here. Look, this is one of the bigger waves we've seen.
Well, decision time for these guys. 13.5 minutes, Ty Richo with priority. He'll be hoping that Solly Bailey's out of place, but if Solly can sneak one in on the wide bit, can see a wave of change, only needing a 7.51 and above average on the scorecard. Something like that last one, a nice big turn and an innovative air rev, or a nice finishing turn could see him get to the lead.
That was a closeout set. That wave sort of broke deeper on the peak, so that's an indication with that incoming tide that I feel like the waves are getting better. But the shape of that wave, I feel like it was a bit of a burger when it came to, you know, the potential as a scoring mechanism. But right now, 12.5 to go. It's up to the young gun holding the lead. He needs to offload a 6.33. If he can do that, Crispy, he's going to identify and put his fellow competitor in a pretty much tough situation. But these are the two best surfers we have in the event right now. They are in the final and they're going to hold nothing back. We're going to go to a Mad Max recap. What have we got, Crispy?
Alrighty, here we go. Ty Richo opened up like he does to get to the final. Nice vertical snap wave selection. Completion for Mr. Clinic. He rolls the Clinic, and then Solly Bailey, Byron Bay.
Yeah, up and into it. Love the flow, love the projection over that lip. Fins free and able to get into that corner with a nice rotation. And these were these two waves he sort of put together back to back, and that put pressure back on Ty Richardson. And what about what he does here? Just fluids.
The young gun, he just picked another one, picked the eyes out of it, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and that's how you spell ABC, I'm in the lead.
100%, under pressure. That is so impressive. And again, as we come back from a break, Ty Richo is just flaring the tail out there. So keeping that momentum going. Would love to see a replay, see what he did on the inside, and have a good look at that wave, because already he has an 8.17. If he gets something in that 7-point range, that is going to be really tough for his opponent to get himself back in the game. But Solly Bailey, he's an absolute machine.
Well, look at the time, 11 minutes. Let's look at the Destination New South Wales replay. There's Ty Richo on another good wave. Identify his wave selection has been gold bullion. And I tell you what, his turns, icing those turns and definitely just completing them. His completion rate, his wave selection, that is why he's in the final, this young 17-year-old. He's putting on the Richo Clinic. Solly Bailey, this is what it's all about. 10.5 minutes. This is that high performance practice. He knows what a 7.51 is. He's been in many of these situations on all levels. He's been to the Formula One and he's now on the qualifying series looking to get back to the Challenger. Solly Bailey, 10.5 minutes. He has priority, 7.51. It's all about what the ocean delivers there, Dimmy.
Yeah, he's ice cool, let me tell you. He's not going to be worried about that 7.51. He knows he'll be able to get that score if a wave presents itself. I felt that last wave of the surfer in blue wasn't as clinical as his previous wave, so I don't think that's going to better his score, but we tend to go, and also, you know, an indication of how busy and the strategy he's put together at this event. I feel like he's just been ultra consistent in how many waves he's been getting in each heat. He's been on the best waves for sure, and right now you can see him look back at his dad on the beach.
Yeah.
And I reckon that Solly Bailey has identified a bigger looking wave. And are they out of position again?
Wow. Well, that is a big wave. And it looks like Ty's going to get... He was acting like... You know, you do that side-on takeoff? Looking...
Kelly, very famous for that one.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Solly Bailey looking to reply 9.5 minutes. Is he going to go on one of these random lefts here at Barooby Beach? Port Stephens Pro, thank you to Surfers Rescue. 24/7. Thank you to our series name rights partner, Vissla. Surfers Rescue also been a great support of this event. Don't forget, book into your free clinic. Learn about Surfers Rescue. Go online on Instagram and surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
Okay, let's break this down. In the last 4 minutes, we've had 2 bigger sets hit the outside bank, but has the quality of those waves, are they good enough for someone to go deeper on the peak to try to get it onto one of those waves as a bit of a chip shot into that corner? It would definitely be something that they're both thinking about. And as I said, I feel like those last 2 sets were the biggest sets we've seen today. But I think they're going to have to hold their position right now because the bulk of the scoring potential has been coming from that inside wedge.
Well, yeah,
8
definitely.
minutes.
I'm calling a medium wave or a big wave that has the opportunity for 2 or 3 turns. You think about the 7-point ride of Solly Bailey. They come on the back of 3 turns. He really fitted that third one in. And then go to Ty Richo's 817. Again, 3 class act turns. So it's all about the wave, and it's 8 minutes for Solly Bailey. He knows there could be only one opportunity, and he's got to utilise that whole 8 minutes, just like the days of the Pro Juniors when Owen Wright and Ryan Callanan, if they have 8 minutes, they're going to wait for the world's best wave to be the world's best surfer.
100%. So this is interesting right now with Solly Bailey just being patient out there. We're 7.5 minutes away from crowning the champion. Will it be the young gun from Queensland, or will it be the Warrior, the former World Championship Tour surfer? Like, he's not going to get himself out of shape when it comes to...
Going left. Solly Bailey with priority. There's the first turn.
Wow.
Well, look at the speed. Well, he got a bit caught there, and just the foam climb. I feel...
Should he have gone right? It was pretty much a left.
I'm going to go with Solly. He went for the left. He put it right in. We'll get a replay shortly, but priority now goes to heat leader Ty Richo, holding the keys to take a win. But let's look at the replay. Adam Hennessy.
Here we go, up and right in. Nice first turn, and just there you can see catches a little edge and puts him off balance. But the interesting thing, will he choose to go to the air? He's got such a sharp air game, Solly Bailey, and
forehand, backhand.
Yeah, he's got so many tricks in his little
slob, air rev, full rev.
And maybe he might be thinking, you know what, if I can do one turn and go into a forehand or a backhand air, I might be able to really sort of set the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to identifying that 7.51. We saw it earlier today. His execution was immaculate on the aerial manoeuvres, and right now, Ty Richo, he wants that clock to run on down.
Yeah, he's looking for it to fast forward.
Yeah.
Whereas Solly Bailey wants it to go slow as. So 6 minutes remaining. You're watching the final, already crowning Holly Williams the champion here at the Surfers Rescue. 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. The women's QS 1000 was won by Holly Williams from Sunshine Coast. Runner-up, Philippa Anderson from Newcastle. Well done to the ladies.
You can see the texture on their wave face right now. It's starting to sort of, the wind's starting to play a part, and you know, in this moment, for someone like Ty Richo, this is going to be a massive deal if he can actually win a QS, and he's just got to keep himself focused, eye the tiger. He's got to stay in the moment and just, you know, really work through the processes, work through the training and what his dad's taught him over the years, and know that from a competitor standpoint, he's been so strong at the junior level. He's just got to bring this in the last 5 minutes.
Well, there we go. Taking that one with priority. Blocking Solly Bailey from taking it. And he may look to extend that good wave. And a nice little foam climb with a bit of an error. So
that's
priority goes to Solly Bailey. He sold him that wave, but he was going to go for broke as well.
Yeah, I feel like
Game on.
he had to go.
Had to go. 4.5 minutes.
There's a lot in that wave, and he was a little bit deep on the peak, but that first turn, nice, into the pocket. And as I said, I feel like the wind's starting to play a little bit of a part out there, Crispy, just making the texture of the wave face just that little bit more tricky to negotiate. So right now, Solly Bailey needs 7.51. He's got 4 minutes. So time is a bit of an enemy for the surfer in red, but execution is going to be critical in the next couple of minutes if he's going to get the job done and take the win at this WSL Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. It's been great to be a part of it. The surfing has been so good. These guys have really put on a clinic. Both the men and women have had to make those subtle adjustments and really, focused in on their small wave, technical side of the sport as well. It's been great to watch.
Just another day at Palm Beach for Ty Richo. Just
100%.
another day up at Alexander Headland or Noosa for young Holly Williams.
100%, and I love the way they make those adjustments. Of course, big supporting partners, PRD Real Estates, the Port Stephens Council, Destinations New South Wales, and of course Mad Max. Wow, they just keep us nice and
well, it's coming to lunchtime, 2-for-1 deal. Don't forget to scan the code.
Oh, there it is, on cue.
Oh, on cue. Thank you, Mad Max. Tom and all the crew supporting surfers to be better surfers, and also our motocross and also our skateboarders. So thank you, Mad Max. Fresh fuel for life. Doing a great job with our professional surfers and the mentoring program, courtesy of Connor O'Leary and Mad Max. 2-for-1 burritos. Scan it now on the screen.
Wow. You get to watch some of the best surfers on the planet and also get yourself a great deal from Mad Max.
Well,
and that
download the app too. And then every 10th burrito is free. I'm up to number 5. Don't tell my wife.
5 burritos in the last 24 hours. That's a lot of fuel. Right down, we are into the final couple of minutes, 2.5 minutes to go. And it is Ty Richardson. Is he going to claim victory? Is it going to be his first victory on the QS? An 8.17 and a 6.33. What a show it's been. Solly Bailey with a 7 and a 6.27. These guys have been bringing it in this 30-minute final. But it is up to Solly Bailey with 2 to go, Crispy. He needs something right up there in the excellent range.
Yeah, definitely. And a big shout out to all the Surfing New South Wales crew at the Maroubra head office, and also all the work crew doing it through all the Whistler Pro Surfies series. Number 2 we're at, number 3 at Maroubra, the Mad Max Pro next week. Don't forget to join the broadcast on Saturday morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time. But I'll tell you what, a big thanks to our webcast, our WSL judges, and everyone that's made it happen, from Whistler, all the crew, to Surfers Rescue, to all our great sponsors, and the local Port Stephens Council.
100%, and these events, it's a team effort from everyone. We get the luxury of sitting in a box and basically commentating this stuff, but the ground staff do such a great job to keep everyone safe and bring these events. And I know that the athletes appreciate, what New South Wales has with this series and what Surfing New South Wales has brought to the fray in the last, say, 5 to 10 years, because they have developed a program that is second to none, in my opinion.
Well, there we are, supporting the world's best surfers to reach their dreams and exceed it. We will know after Surffest. 3 more big events on the World Surf League calendar. Download the app, worldsurfleague.com. Follow the surfers, even follow your fantasy surfers as well. Make your team.
I love that.
We are at the Mad Max minute. 30 seconds remaining. Ty Richo, the whiz kid from the Gold Coast Surfing Services. And there is that clock for the last time. Solly Bailey needs a humdinger, a 7.51 for a hole-in-one to take a win here at Barubie.
Here we go, mate. He's going to have a crack at this wave, up and right in.
Oh, my gosh.
Will this thing double up? Solly Bailey up. Carve in first turn. Is it going to open up? Is he going to go to the air? And he does go to the air. Wow.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
And he's going to get a little bit of a bonus section on the inside. He's working so hard to get through this dead section. And is he going to get through it? I think he is.
Oh, hole-in-one. Stand by. We are on hold.
Is that going to be a 7.5? You can see Solly slapping the water. I reckon he thinks he's got this.
Mate, let's go to the replay, but that is where things happen. The Mad Max minute, the big wave. Let's look at it. He had
Nice
the combo.
carve.
Bigger wave, nice car, but it was about the speed. See how he gets the speed launch? His foot goes off the board. He goes together. He cleanly makes it, and he gets an N. Is it a 7.51? It goes back to the judges.
It has to be close to the best wave of the heat if he's going to get the score. Now, will they sort of look at the air with that little bit of disconnection with Solly Bailey? I don't know. Like, I do like the fact that it was a 2-for-1 in that circumstance. He got the car.
That was the combo. That was the wave. And with the bonus section, Well, we're going to leave it with the judges. We are on hold.
You can hear Solly there. He's saying, I think it's close. And when you consider what happened last week with Mike and Madonna, are we going to see a buzzer beater again? Solly Bailey just waiting patiently.
It was a good air. We liked it.
We liked it.
Solly Bailey, sorry, Solly.
And it has to be close to the best
judges we're waiting on to the internet.
Okay, wait for this.
Waiting on the score to lock in. Solly Bailey on the beach. Ty Richo will be holding his breath. He needs a 7.51. Is it going to be enough, or is it going to fall just short?
Big car.
I like the wrap.
7.8 is the gets off Solly. I feel it's a 7.6. He's got the score.
I don't know.
8.17 is the way.
A little bit under.
Yeah, but you go on the 7-point ride. It was better than his 7-point ride by how much?
Okay, so it looks like Solly Bailey was chasing a 7.51 in the end. Solly Bailey, 7.57. You have the
Oh my God! Solly Bailey, last-ditch effort. There is your champion. Never say die attitude. There is your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Both heats coming down to the last exchange. There is your winner.
We said it. He needed to have a wave that was going to offer at least a turn in a
combination, the wave, the consolation. And I reckon even that bonus section was the difference.
Did you hear what he said? He said, I just felt that this event was going to happen no matter where I was in the event. I felt like it was going to happen. Solly Bailey, take it now, because that was another clutch moment. We said it's going to have to take something big. We thought it was going to be a turn into an air, and that's exactly what he did. And Ty Richo must be just going, are you kidding? What just happened?
That is amazing. Hole in one for that man in red. And Sam, we are online. There is Sammy Walkerdine from our beautiful MySurf TV with the champion of the men's division, Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Thank you, Surfers Rescue. Divvy, just when, you know, you have people win it at the last, but to do it like that, congratulations, there is your champion.
Wow, we spoke about it with 5 to go. It's going to take a turn into an air, and
there is your runner-up. Hold your head high.
Wow, that was. I actually thought it might come in just under. You thought it was going to be way over, but it was
I
just
said right in the middle.
Just over the requirement. That was an amazing performance, and that just shows the class of this guy. He is world class, and to pull something out very similar to what Mikey did, basically the same score.
That's right.
For Mikey Madonna, and the same score for Solly Bailey in the last 2 events. It's a crazy way to finish,
and that is
that was clutch.
Yeah. And that's a testament to how important priority is, how important it is to stick to your strength, and how important it is to complete your turns.
Wow.
Let's look at the replay, ladies and gentlemen. The last 5 seconds, the bigger wave, the nice vertical, and this is the speed for the punt. There it is, the nice air reverse, clean completion, and then he gets the bonus section at the end, which added some salt, but it was all about that roundhouse to start it off.
Yeah, I love how clean it was as he came out of that rotation. I think that's where the money was there. Look how clean he came out.
Low.
Nice and low compression, and then he sort of went to that inside to try to get more juice out of the orange, and he.
Well, that's the only time that you can fish kill and you can slap it. And look at him, gets that bonus section. I love the way he put it all, and he went for broke, and he got the score. Solly Bailey, we salute you. A 7.57 and a 7. There is your runner-up in blue, Ty Richo.
Wow, he must be just seriously going, did that really just happen? You can see he just doesn't know how to react. He's like in complete shock that one, the wave came.
I don't feel he said anything wrong. He had to go for that wave before. Solly
100%.
was capable of doing that 2-turn combo. He's been sticking his air revs and practicing his air revs, both forehand, backhand. But that is competition, so well done. Down to the last seconds, down to the best surfers in the world. And this is the Surfers Rescue Port Stephens Pro QS 1000.
It's
Timmy.
an important 1,000 points for Solly Bailey. Honestly, that improves his position and improves his situation. That 1,000 points could be critical at the end of this qualifying series. But I just love the way he held his composure. And let me tell you, he was feeling it. We were feeling it. Solly Bailey leading it up to the last seconds, buzzer beater, and you got it done. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm stoked, you know. You don't always want to win like that, but it's so good when it happens. I just had that feeling nearly the whole event, but definitely in that final I just felt like it was going to happen. I just kind of just kept telling myself it's going to happen.
Solly, you've been pacing yourself through. We've been watching you do your stretches, watching you just get in your zone. We literally were talking about your air game that you used to practice, remember, with Owen and B. Durbidge, that you had it in your power pocket. But when you did that, what were you thinking about those last 8 minutes? Talk us through that.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to give myself some chance to start with, because I had it for a fair portion of that back half of the heat, but I didn't want to just sit there and hold it and just hope that the 10-point wave was going to come or whatever. Just those conditions, really, you just got to try and make the most of it. And the few chances I took at the start didn't really happen, and the last 5 minutes I had that priority, and I just knew that it was going to go down to one shot. And when I did that turn, lost all my speed, and I was kind of like, man, this is not looking like a 7-point ride or a 7.5 ride. And I just knew I had to throw it to the win, and yeah, fortunately it pulled it off.
Now talk to us through, you even done a little bonus section. So you're in that moment, 5 seconds to go, you did that wrap, you did that turn. How good did it feel when you rode out of it? Did you feel you got it then, even before that last tic-tac?
Yeah, you know, I was so in the moment, and I knew it was quick, and I tried to tweak it a bit and invert it because it was such a small section. I think if it was a flat little air reverse, it probably wouldn't have been the score. So I knew I had to just pretty much push it as hard as I could and tweak it as hard as I could. And even after that, I was like, I got to make the most of this. I'm pretty sure I've never pumped across a section like that before. Getting 80 kilos across that, sure, it wasn't easy.
Mate, 1,000 points. That could be the difference between getting into the challenges or not getting into the challenges. It's as simple as that. And your execution under pressure there was world class. We were actually talking in the booth. He'll need to do a carve into an air, and just on cue, you did it, and
3
you nailed
seconds
it.
to go.
Nailed it. So good.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. Yeah, I think all the years of competing, the year I had on the World Tour, and small amount of event wins, you know, just comes down to moments like that. The nerves weren't there. It was just a matter of giving me a chance, and fortunately the ocean gave me a chance today.
Well, I'll tell you what, in the encyclopedia, under clutch moment, it says, see Solly's Bailey's Wave 2023 at Berube Beach.
Cheers, man.
Mate, well done.
Sheldon Simpkins, if you're watching, we're going to Bonneville, brother.
Hey, I'm actually driving through there tomorrow. I might join you. Well done, buddy.
Yeah.
That was clutch, and we loved it, and it was such an exciting final. And let's talk about Ty Richo. What a performance. Like, the maturity for that kid to come up against yourself, that was clutch. It was really good.
Mate, he put me against the wall. He's a really bright future for Australia, and he's surfing well beyond his years in terms of knowledge and competing. He put me up against the wall right from the beginning, and I sort of knew he was going to be like that. He's got a really good brain up there, and his surfing matches it, so he's going to have a bright future for sure.
Hey, Solly, anyone else to shout out to at home at Byron Bay, watching, no doubt, from Suffolk Park and that?
Yeah, you know, just all my family, my partner. She'd probably be hard at work right now. She may not watch it. She'll just see the replay or the result. And just everyone and all the supporters and my sponsors. Thanks so much to all the support and love that everyone gives me.
Well, congratulations, Solly. We're proud of you, mate. Thank you for showcasing where men and women's surfing is right now, and it's going to hit the stratosphere, and we'll see you at the next event. Thanks, Solly Bailey. You're a champion.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Wow, what a performance, Crispy. That was just so well played out. You couldn't, both the women's and the men's final, I feel like it was like scripted.
It was, and what I loved about Solly, I loved his fresh, what he thought as an athlete, and that's where the experience comes into play, just like Holly Williams and Philippa. They know what they need to do with their game plan. They know the worth of a wave, and then they know what the worth of a manoeuvre is, and he piled it all together.
Wow, and massive shout out to Ty Richardson, because I just felt like he's matured so strongly, and he really put in a solid performance. He had that final, but just the skill set of Solly Bailey.
Well, there we are. Shuckers to everyone. That is a wrap. Holly Williams here at the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series and at the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Surfers Rescue 24/7. Holly Williams the champion, QS 1000. And in the men,
Solly Bailey putting on a clinic at the end of that heat, and that was such a great final for both the men and women's. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've loved bringing it to you, and we're on to the next one.
yeah, that's right. We'll see the Mad Mix Pro at Maroubra. Tune in from Saturday, Australian Eastern Standard Time. But from all of us here at the Port Stephens Pro, thank you Surfers Rescue 24/7. Thank you Vissla. Thank you Mad Mix, PRD, and the Port Stephens Council. Dimmy, we've had a great time.
Enjoy your afternoon, and we'll be stoked to bring the next event, and we're going to throw off some highlights. What a day. Wow.